printing 56.05 on the September contract. We'll have to see if we can hold at this 5,600 point level. Right now, a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag there, but we'll have to keep an eye on this number. It has been kind of one of those ones where we've been anticipating some weakness to come in. We had a bunch of numbers come in earlier this year that we kind of, they were higher than expected, and we kind of attributed that to some seasonality with possibly some jobs coming in there for the Christmas season, but that was outdone last month when we printed a lot higher than expected. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. A lot of headlines this morning, guys. Bitcoin plunging over the July 4th weekend as a result of the Mt. Gox $9 billion user payout, all the way down to 55,000. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And Tesla shareholders have been absolutely smoked the past couple of days, losing to a tune of $3.5 billion as that stock has really recovered off there. And the EU looking to also get some more information from Amazon and their compliance with the Digital Service Act.
Yes, because it feels like every other day we get some more EU-related news. Earlier this week, they're charging Meta over their ad tier. Last week, we had some issues with Microsoft and its bundling of services. Now they're coming after Amazon, basically saying they want more information with regards to some of their services. It's going to be coming in with regards, I specifically believe, with regards to their ads and what they're promoting there. So we're going to have to see how that goes. They have until July 26th to comply.
Very active over there in Europe. A couple of elections, obviously, the English election there, as well as the tariffs that they want to impose on Chinese EVs. That took effect overnight, and it's going to last till November of this month. The tariffs are going to range from 17.5% to 37.5% a day for NIO, XPEV, Li, BYD, and even Teslas that are made in China.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting story for sure with regards to those EU tariffs. We also have apparently China is looking to maybe retaliate from what I'm hearing. They're interested in some tariffs on cognac and pork, amongst other things. Again, this is just speculative, but apparently there are 4 months of these provisional tariffs. Then after 4 months, we'll have to see how discussions go, if this continues or what the situation is here. But at least for these 4 months, pretty steep tariffs sending these Chinese EVs to the downside.
Sean's off today, guys. He's got one more day, and then he comes off. He comes back on Monday. Obi filling in for Sean. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Looks like it's going to be a wild one after all. Hey, man, bad news is good, right? So in a case where you have a little bit of weakness in the labor market, unemployment rate spikes a little bit, you're going to get the market liking that for now. So the NASDAQ up a couple points. A quarter of a point here, a couple of tenths of a point. But hey, the short sellers are getting burned over in Tesla. And on top of that, looks like Tesla's senior VP was briefing Chinese Premier Li Huang on full self-drive. So Tesla also getting that news, up a couple of points. I think the big story is just a trend in Tesla. It's just continuation from the monster delivery beat. And expectations were certainly met and exceeded. About 3.5% short, which is huge for a big name like Tesla. We'll look for some more continuation. You didn't really need much of anything the last couple of sessions. Find yourself a Tesla long, and that worked. But I got to remind everybody, on that half day on Wednesday, it was not just Tesla. Late in the day, we had the Pelosi bounce in Nvidia as well. So Nvidia going to be squarely on radar. It held a great consolidation up top. The bad news, of course, is going to be the Bitcoin move to the downside. So if you're looking at things today, like I have my four charts. When I look up, it's going to be Tesla, Nvidia, Mara, and KOSS. And I feel like that should be obvious. Those are the names that are going to be in play. Any crypto-related name should be in play. KOSS, of course, a squeeze name, up 30% again. For reasons unknown, Obi. But wow, it's just Tesla doing more volume. Although this morning, Nvidia is leading Tesla in volume. You just got to remember, Tesla's a lot more expensive. It's $250. So notionally, Tesla's still the king in pre-market volume.
Yeah, definitely. I think those you covered up pretty much the main watches for today. For myself as well, Tesla definitely on watch. Pushing to some fresh highs of 253. We saw how well it closed going into the end of the day. I was watching this. Was it the 4 or 5 p.m.? I guess 4 p.m. close as well. Early after hours. due to a half day on Wednesday, and yeah, it comes right into it. Gives us that 250 in the pre-market as of right now. So definitely going to be watching some of these pre-market levels. I have prior day high, which is confluencing with some of these pre-market lows right here, 248s, 248 halves. Prior day high being specifically 248.34, and then pre-market lows being right at 248.60, so about a 30 penny kind of a difference there. But definitely going to be watching that level to see if that'll come in. This will be the third day that Tesla has been running quite aggressively, right? So going to keep that on watch. Actually, maybe the fourth day, 1, 2, 3, 2.5, and then fourth day potentially today as well. So let's see how well some of this trend kind of continues on. And Nvidia, yeah, Nvidia I haven't really, I wasn't really watching it on Wednesday. Well, I was watching it, but didn't really participate in the move there. But yeah, definitely a catalyst driven. Pelosi says she bought more, and yeah, so it just starts ripping on that. Now, bigger picture on this one. Going to the daily here, got to note that it is breaking out of a consolidation, or attempting to, as of the last trading day. You can see the sideways consolidation we've been having. We keep talking about that 123 area, but it seems like some of these lows, 118 to 127s, and we're pushing for some of those highs there. So yeah, it'll be I'm curious to know. It'll definitely be interesting what Nvidia will have in store for us today. So let's see, 20,400, 20,500, maybe within the stars as well. You can see that NQ did a little bit of a dance up there on that 830 number, all the way up to 20,500. So should be interesting. Let's see, shortened week this week, Friday.
Another day, another good move up for KOSS, KOSS, one of those names that we attribute to the meme stock craze of 2021. Got a real nice bump up starting in the pre-market on, what day were we back? Wednesday, right? There we go. Yeah. I'll get it. On Wednesday, guys, it shot up into about $18.50, and you can see sold off aggressively, closed up above $10 a day at that $10.60 area, doing volume again and moving up in the pre-market. What's the reason this is moving up?
The reason is basically Roaring Kitty. Apparently back in May, someone on Reddit found this old post from May. It is a photo of a microphone with the American flag in the background. So basically this person saw this, said, hey, maybe Roaring Kitty is trying to get involved in microphone and headphone distributor KOSS heading into the 4th of July. Unclear if that is real, but that was the reason that all of this came pouring up with the speculation. Some details on this include a $5 million float. 4.4% of that, from what I'm seeing, is short. But again, there's different details in different places. Market cap just under $100 million. I'm seeing 98 million. Also, there's the Meta wound, which Neil was asking about. I found no details on this in terms of news. But MDWD, this one does have a market cap around $134 million, float of about 6.84 million shares, 2.8% short float, lots of social media interest.
Yeah, and just to mention, guys, KOSS did 64 million shares on Wednesday on a shortened day, by the way, and it surged 144%. Keep your eye on this one. It can go parabolic. I watched this with my own eyes move from $10 to $170 in the pre-market. Neil, tell them all about it.
Well, I mean, you might have watched it with your own eyes, but like I watched it with somebody else's eyes, because like it's just a complete disbelief is what I've got right now. Like I feel like I'm not talking about like back when it was doing the meme stock, because when all the meme stocks were going like back, it was a different story. Like now, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm not going to pretend to anybody that a tweet from like literally it's not even recent, but like he foreshadowed that he might be interested in KOSS on July the 4th based on that, what's going on? But it doesn't matter. You just got to trade price action. I'm not even trying with the logic of this. We did trade some KOSS on Friday. I bungled along early. I didn't know it was going to go parabolic. Nobody did at that point. But certainly, we're not going to see any of those levels barring any kind of disaster. The market closed at 1 o'clock, but keep in mind here, there was a lot of movement in KOSS aftermarket into 4 o'clock. So 1 to 4 o'clock, the aftermarket session did last until 5 o'clock. But you had this nice bounce, and it closed at around $10. got all the way up to 13. So this is not a random price that it's holding here in the pre-market, this 13 quarter. It is the aftermarket high from Wednesday. If it holds on to that, I think it has a chance to retest 16, which was an abject failure for the stock. If you were watching and paying attention when it got up there, it was pretty nasty. There's really not that much to look at in terms of bag hold levels until you get to 20 bucks. Like if you pull a weekly chart up of KOSS, like I chuckle because you do have to get to 20. There you go. Now you can actually see like the nonsense that it was before. But you got $23 in here, which was like a crazy wick, and then a consolidation right in and around like 18, 19. That's more or less what happened on Friday. I'm gonna get this out of the way. I'm gonna probably refer to Wednesday as Friday a few times. Today has like a weird Monday feel because we had yesterday off. So on Wednesday, you failed up at that 19 level. 22, 23 would be the level out above it. If we never get this break, like 16, if we can't try to fill in that gap, it could be another short. I feel like the catalyst is a little bit weak here. I know it's a lot of social media love and it's a short float, and I'm willing to go long if we can find some dip buys either off the 13 or maybe the $10 level. But if you fail break 16 even where it dumped on Wednesday, at least I've paid for shorts to be ready for it. And that MDWD, MetaWound, I think it's called. Look, this one, without any news on it, it's been, a lot of times, usually a stock like this, okay, I'm expecting to see it did some action the day before, but if anything, it was weak the previous session. But what's interesting here is the volume and spread is not very nice. So I'd be really cautious with this. When you look at KOSS doing 5-6 million shares of volume in the pre-market, and you look at this doing a few 100,000 shares of volume, I know which one is a little bit better for a day trader. So I'd like to see a little more volume. It's probably a high halt risk, this MDWD, based on the liquidity that I'm seeing. So we'll maybe let this one calm down after the open. If it does a halt right away at the open, maybe look for like an initial push and grab that break on a halt. But yeah, this is very thinly traded from what I'm seeing. Much rather be interested in KOSS today. And there's so many bangers. Like you actually didn't need any of the low float runners the way that Tesla and Nvidia were going on Friday. So it's not a must, but if you got to choose, at least KOSS has good volume.
Yeah, no, I like the look on KOSS, and definitely we know what it's capable of doing. Not as much of a short float as it's had in the past. I'm seeing here 7.75, 7.74% short float, but definitely you can see that the power that Roaring Kitty and his followers do have in some of these moves. And of course, everybody's kind of hopping on the bandwagon as well. You can see that volume coming in both times. Two significant moments on Wednesday there. The break of this initial morning high right there, you can see that volume coming right back in. Volume dies out. Price doesn't get too far, and then volume picks right back in through that breakout, starts to accelerate, and maybe a little bit of a squeezing action as it halts multiple times to the upside and a couple times to the downside as well, going into the close there. So we are holding some of those levels up in and above that $10 level. So I do want to take a quick look back here, but we haven't necessarily broken out of these prior day highs here on KOSS. So I'm going to be watching that 1870s level. Seems quite interesting. Let's go back a little bit further there. I'm just going to go on a 3-hour chart because I want to see some of these pre-market and after-hour activities as well. So we can see that it's been having a little bit of a build-up for the past couple of months. Since about May, it's been kind of starting to get going again. You can see this nice little trickle down. So it seems like this is a little bit of a bigger picture move potentially going on, maybe a longer term liquidity trap here as well. You can see it did some of that volume in mid-May, and we are squeezing now off of some of those tops, that $6 level, $7 level as well. So just looking back at it, 2021 was when it had its craziness, along with the other meme tickers there. So you can see that alert I just put in, that 18. So we are pushing some of those prior highs there. 24, as I'm seeing, is the last level that we kind of accelerated up to and then failed that one there. So I think if we break that 18, 19 level, just looking back at it, I think we have room until some of these mid to low 20s there. Here on KOSS. So I'll definitely be watching it, but my main tickers on my radar today are definitely going to be Nvidia and Tesla. So
before we go back to the desk, I just caught this on Benzinga. MediWound has possible interest from Solventum buying them for 34 a share. That was just the headline. Obviously, being interested in buying and actually making an offer. Would it be cash? Would it be stock? Would it be cash and stock? A lot of things go into it. But if it's true, 34 cash, I mean, trading at 21, I'd love to see a headline confirming that because that's a ways away from that speculative price. So that's the news for MediWound. 34 when it's trading at 21. Worth keeping our eyes on that because that doesn't seem... Usually, if someone has interest in a stock at $34 and it's real, it doesn't trade at 21.
Heads continue to roll at Rivian and changes continue to unfold. The chief accounting officer, Jeffrey Baker, resigning from the 27th of July to pursue another opportunity. Rivian not doing much at the moment, down 0.5%, but this is after earlier in the week when we got many different updates about their deal with Volkswagen.
So many different updates with Rivian. They do also have a 13.3% short float worth noting here, but Volkswagen and Rivian saying that earlier reports that their software deal will also include a hardware portion are untrue. No hardware deal for Volkswagen and Rivian. Also worth noting, they had their delivery numbers come out on Tuesday alongside Tesla, though Tesla usurped them on that news. However, Rivian did maintain its 57,000 vehicle delivery goal, which means it has to be delivering 18,000 a quarter for the next 2 quarters. So quite a steep goal for Rivian, but the market reacting positively to that.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician there at Trade Ideas. And Noss Boss always ready to give us his take as to what's going to go on these markets. Michael, there's an election this year? I wasn't aware of that.
You're lucky, I guess, if you weren't aware of that.
So we're going to talk a little election cycle today. What do you got for us?
Absolutely. So I was talking about this with Brendan in the Monday show. He asked to do a little bit of analysis on the election cycle when it comes to seasonality and it comes to stocks. And, I just want to make this clear. I'm Canadian. All the guys at Trader TV are also Canadian. We don't have a dog in the fight, right? All we're doing is we're looking at a repeatable 4-year cycle that seems to happen in the States that seems to have a pretty good effect on what's going to happen in the market when it comes to trending or choppy type behavior. And my first slide here is to kind of prove that, right? So this is just basically the compound annual return for the S&P 500 in all of the different presidents, the reds, the Republican, the blue, the Democrat. You can see it's pretty much just the same, right? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but the market seems to care when it comes to things like certainty. So the next chart I'm going to show, a lot of these are from my friends over at All Star Charts. So shout out to them. They make fantastic charts. Now, this chart is split into 4 quartiles, right? So showing all the way on the far left is going to be your post-election. So what happens after the election? And the blue line is the average of all of the years kind of split into these 4-year cycles. So kind of like exactly what we saw. We had a nice uptrending year after the post-election. Then we had the midterm cycle, which I believe would be of 2022, and that was a choppy year, and we all know what happened in 2022. It was a pretty choppy year. And then in 2023, a nice uptrend should be what's happening, and that's what happened in 2023. And 2024, we're about halfway through the year, but this election cycle has been following really, really good. And since we are in the election year cycle, that's the one we will zoom into a little bit. So the next chart here is another view of kind of the same chart where we're splitting out all of the different years by color and splitting them up by month, essentially, each month. So when it comes to the pre-election year cycle, or the cycle we're in, that's going to be the blue chart on top. So you can see, generally speaking, you have a nice early year, and then you enter a bit of a chop zone where starting in July, and I've got a zoomed in version of this we'll talk about, starting in July until about November, you get some sort of chop. Yeah, this is the one right here. So This is a split of just all election years since 1950. So it's a huge, huge data set versus kind of what we're seeing in the S&P 500 this year. Now, we've done a little bit better on that January, February, March area. We've done actually way better than that. But we are nearing this August, September, October type of area where if we go to the S&P 500 chart, you can see we should be expecting a little bit of chop going forward from about August until November. Now, the reason for this, I'm not a huge seasonality guy when it comes to, sell in May and go away and a lot of these things. I like to focus on the seasonality side of things that actually I think affect the most. And this one makes a lot of sense to me, right? If you're looking here in August, it seems like when the election is starting to really gear up for the Americans, where they're starting to have debates and all of this, and the market is uncertain about its future, right? We talked about it really doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day, but what's happening here is the market is seeing this period of uncertainty where they're, looking at polls and no one really knows what's going to happen next. And then at the beginning of November, after the election, you generally have a nice uptrend until the end of the year. Now, like always, there's nothing for sure in the market. We don't have to follow this pattern. But with a lot of the things that I showed on Monday's show with the fresh monthly charts, it's just giving me a little bit of pause to say we are entering a historically choppy period in the market. And there are some signs out there that the market is due for some chop. So for me, as a kind of longer term type swing trader, it just allows me to focus and say, okay, I'm going to be more about buying dips and selling rips and less about buying uptrends and holding them for the long period of time. So last chart I have here in the deck, this is just the S&P 500. So the first box is just showing that we did follow that kind of March, April chop where we had that pullback. And the second box is where we're going to expect more pullback. So yes, we had all-time high breakouts yesterday. The market so far this morning with this number looks okay. We're talking a little bit longer term here where, again, the end of July through about November, historically, we can expect some chop. I'm seeing some signs that might be occurring. So for me, it's just how I'm going to approach the market. Now, if we just rip through here and continue new highs, I think that's also data. But for now, I'm going to be following, I think, the seasonality cycles.
And it's interesting, Michael, because the last 4 years, I'm quite certain we've sold off quite aggressively from that, late summer, early fall until that late fall, early winter kind of timeline. And that seems to be basically what you're predicting, or not you, but the data is predicting this time around with the election cycle. So does that really change much for us when we get that kind of late year sell-off and then, going into the new year, we get a bit of a rally? At least that's been the last 4 years or so.
Yeah, and so really now it's the discussion about timeframes. So if I'm a long-term investor and I'm just watching here and I'm saying I want to put some money to work and I have, I want to buy the S&P 500 and I'm a long-term investor. Well, if the cycle is going to hold true and we're going to get a lot of choppy and maybe a little bit of a sell-off during these summer months, then that's great. I'll wait for then. I'll use those dips as chances to buy. If I'm a short-term swing trader like myself, maybe I'm buying breakouts a little bit less and I'm buying pullbacks a little bit more. If I'm a day trader, it just means I'm going to have more volatility. So, as a day trader, I'm going to be looking for stocks to hit resistance to short, and I'm going to be looking for stocks to hit support and buy. It's not so much I'm going to, short because there's a potential top coming in and all of that. It's more of just if I know what environment I'm getting into, I can really curb my trading strategy to hopefully do very well in that environment.
And I like that initial bar chart that you showed on the first slide there is kind of, regardless of who's in power, green blue or red, there seems to be outlying years for both. Like you have Bill Clinton up here, 15.2% increase during his tenure. Didn't really expect that. Knew the 90s were strong, but didn't expect to see that. That's a great look there. Thank you, Michael, for that very interesting data point.
Thank you.
Thanks as always, Michael. And one of the interesting things, like Obi and I were talking before we came on here. It's like,
you have a good weekend.
What was what might have given you some opportunities for shorts? Obviously, Nvidia, turned into an upward trend. Tesla's been in an upward trend. So if you're looking for strength on names that are strong. But if there is a chance at chop, then things that fail highs can be trades. Like, classic signs of a turnaround or a resistance level. Amazon could be a pretty decent example of that. If you look at something which has been tearing a couple of weeks ago, it was a great breakout here on Amazon into the 200. Like, you look at it, it's a pretty clean breakout, that 191. There's a reason we liked it a couple of weeks ago for a play. It was a strong stock breaking a high. It goes right into 200. But if you look back at the last couple of sessions, you had nice higher lows into what seemed like a good break, and it failed it on Wednesday. And it failed it pretty darn big. Like right through that 200, back through, down into the 197. If we have a red day today, if the market is relatively weak, you got to ask yourself, like, where are some places where you'd have some resistance to play off of? So you've got the 200 if we carry into that top again and fail it, or simply where we consolidated from at the end of the day on Wednesday, which is right in here at this 198 level. So you want to have some plays where you can be looking for, hey, I'm not automatically going short Amazon, but if we're trending to the downside, Amazon loses support, I know this has the weight of a failed breakout going with it, so that I'm not just, sort of jumping into some stock I haven't looked at before. Like, I know Amazon failed 200. I know it's in the midst of a pullback. I'm not going to just jump short at 9:30 when the market opens, but if we're losing support in the NASDAQ and we go red, this has some serious room to take, if it takes another step down from here, 96 to 93 is a good turn for Amazon. $3 on Amazon is actually pretty big. It's not Tesla. It doesn't normally move like that. So I think you've got some range here for stocks that might have just failed. If maybe it's 52-week high, maybe it's an all-time high, and Amazon gives you an example of that.
Yeah, I think something I want to mention with some of these chips running is ARM. We know what ARM has been doing since the IPO, and it feels like it was just yesterday. But I'm looking back at this chart, I'm like, all right, well, 2023 September was when it kind of IPO'd. Have a bunch of my support resistances marked, but I've been kind of slacking on the work here after this strong earnings that we had in February of this year. I haven't really been putting some of that work in, but I got the anchor. It's going on. But something to note is that this prior high, we're kind of chopping and churning in and around this, and with Nvidia and some of the other chip names kind of moving the way that they are, I'm definitely going to be watching this ARM for a potential push of that all-time highs there. So we'll see. Got it on watch, but Nvidia definitely a little bit more in focus today. What's going on, Adara?
Let's talk here about some of these upgrades and downgrades. Bit of a lighter day given that it's a holiday week Friday, but a few interesting names to talk about here. We have Lloyds Bank getting this upgrade from Exane BNP Paribas, up about 4% right now. Fubo TV getting an upgrade from Needham. This is a definitely interesting one. And we also have Eagle Bank getting an upgrade from Hovde Group. The downgrade side here, things get quite fascinating. We have Raymond James downgrading two airlines here, both Spirit and Frontier, both of these trading a little bit lower. But last but not least, we have Nvidia, NVDA. This just came out around 850, getting this downgrade to neutral from New Street Research. So definitely keep an eye on NVDA with this downgrade in mind here, guys.
So
I think they're not the same.
Yeah, so remember if you're looking at SPR versus SAVE, SPR has that potential deal with Boeing going for it. But what's interesting there is, really, Fubo got an upgrade? Good for them. Good for you, Fubo TV, in your gorgeous-looking chart. I mean, who doesn't want to... okay, whatever. I'm not even going to try and make that sound good. No, Fubo, you look at that catalyst, it's like, oh, it's still not really doing anything. I would love for this to maybe join, like, the squeeze party. But, like, it's starting... If you saw volume in this, 30,000 volume. Yeah, it's just not doing any volume. It's made a bottom off $1, which gets like halfway interesting. It's back above the 50. But I mean, come on. Like if you can't even break that out, that's getting awfully boring. You know, one of those names on the downgrade list, obviously we're paying attention to already, which is going to be Nvidia. That should just go without saying that Nvidia is going to be a trade today. It is now down 0.8% into a market that is flat. So Nvidia looking relatively weak. As Obi just mentioned ARM, I just remembered, hey, if we lose support on the chips today, ARM is the only one that we have to pay for locates on. So the days that ARM looks good for a trade, we have to remember here at Real Trading, it's cheap. It'll probably be like 1/8 of a cent per share to trade. But if we lose support, I'm talking 126 on Nvidia, Gap fill much? We'll call it the Pelosi gap. Okay, no, maybe we shouldn't call it that. We'll call it, oh, good. Yeah, we shouldn't call it, whatever. If we lose this 127 level, there's a pretty decent sized gap to where we ran on Wednesday. That said, 124, 125 was pretty big. So I would suspect you could catch a bid there on Nvidia. So looking at this one, it's a pretty clean zone where we had on Friday, Wednesday, 126 into 129. And if we were to break it out, I think you got 130 up there for a bit of resistance. We do not want to forget, and we'll talk about this with the chips, AMD, but thank you to Obi, because we're just talking about Amazon failing a high. If ARM is failing this high, double top at 170, we have to pay for the privilege of going short on ARM. Lower high in the daily, 170. I know I've usually been lamenting the fact that I sold half of this position and never got more. But yeah, if we're failing breakouts for reversal shorts, ARM has to be near a top of a list, but it's up 1% today, and you saw Nvidia down.
Yeah, again, interesting stuff with the Nvidia downgrade. I don't know how much that's really going to affect today's action there, but after what we had on Wednesday, right? After the craziness we had on Wednesday, so just looking back at it, if we do pull back, some of these levels are already coming back in. After hours lows and also end of day kind of this like wick low down here at that 126. I'll be watching for some of that. Again, same question I keep asking on whenever these tickers run with aggression is if the bid is real, where will it catch? Maybe some places where it's caught before, and a little bit of a slight pullback here. Let's go down a frame right there. So right there, 126. That end of day little pop. Going into the imbalances, right? Is that exactly at 50? No, 45. So, okay, so going into that 50 imbalance area. And again, once again, a little bit of a consolidation dip here, 124.50s as well. Does that confluence with some of these prior levels? Yes, it does. Monday highs as well. So if we do take a little bit of a pullback, I'll be watching some of those levels. If we continue, pre-market highs are right there at 129.20s. And some of these previous prior highs just underneath, just shy of this 130 as well. So that's kind of where we broke trend earlier. This is the trend I'm talking about here. Going into the split as well, we broke that, and we've been kind of consolidating sideways on this prior anchored VWAP from earnings. So anchored has been holding quite well here. Seems like the longs are definitely strong on this name for sure, and we saw some of that happening on Wednesday.
All right, guys. Make sure to get that watch list sent in your inbox every morning. Darren always prepares that. No morning routine is complete without a proper watch list, so make sure to get that signed up, again, in your inbox every morning. And helps you organize your day. I know that I use it personally. So let's get a look here at the futures. As I prefaced at the top of the show, we did print all-time highs on the ES September contract. We broke through that 5,600 level ever so briefly. 5,605 is the high, but we're still having trouble taking that 5,600 on a closing basis. Until we do that, 5,600 is resistance to the downside as support. We'll use these two troughs from the 20th, and again, resistance on the second. We'll use 55.75 as support. Let's get to the rundown though, guys. First topic on the day, Bitcoin. A lot of weakness overnight on the 4th of July with Bitcoin. To be expected, we did have that Mt. Gox, issue where they were basically, the defunct cryptocurrency exchange was liquidating some cryptocurrency from the cold wallet there, and that had the market worried about overstimulating that particular area.
And it's interesting too, this research from CoinGecko, this data shows that apparently more than $170 billion has been wiped from the entire crypto market cap over the last 24 hours. So $170 billion across all these cryptocurrencies. We saw Ethereum getting hit here as well. So pretty bad look across the board. A lot of this stemming from this Mt. Gox related payout. But yeah, this entire market taking almost a $200 billion hit. Yeah,
5.85% to the downside right now, guys. Looked like there was, guys, some support at 54,000. I don't know how you see it.
100% there was 54,000 support. I think when you go if you go far enough back, I should say, you can really see if you go to a daily chart, it's going to show you why some people might have been waiting for that 54. Like you had 56 under here, but when we talk about support and resistance, oftentimes you look to where things get breakouts from. You break out through resistance, and then that level becomes like in theoretical support until it bounces. Well, we just got the first test of it. And I think people were waiting for that gap to get filled in, and now we're potentially bouncing off that area here on Bitcoin. So we'll see what happens. That said, there's only two symbols that I will be watching today in the crypto space. One of them is Coinbase. It could flat bottom break. In here, I'll be more interested in the little gap that it just put in from Wednesday's low. So you have this close to end last week, which is about 221, and then he had on Wednesday a double bottom at that price. So I think shorts into 221 if it makes a bounce, and obviously 208. You can see that support. It's not the only ledge. It's not like it's the end of the world for Coinbase if it breaks at 208, because 200 and the 197, 198 area has been really, really good support for the stock. So I think you can definitely look for some fade down in 221. Great question here from Lava. You can trade crypto directly now, though. Yeah, real trading we can. So 100%, I could be looking at IBIT. We also, it's not just the ETFs. We actually have BTC, and I could be trading BTC. Just when you're trading BTC here at Real Trading, you can only go long. So if I was going to trade directly, I would use IBIT just because you can go long and short. Obviously, the prices are going to be a little bit different, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. I just like the price action and the movement on Coinbase and Mara at times. But you could look at that same gap fill and be like, oh, okay, I want to fade into 33. I'd rather use these as reference for the trades in the equities. That's generally speaking how I would look. And as for Mara, it's about the same idea as Coin, with the prices obviously being different. If it tries to break up, the full gap fill will be like 2080 or so. But I do like this $20 level for a pop and fade here in Mara. Might hold at 19. As you can see, the last time it was at 19, you had a great consolidation there. And you've had several lit grabs underneath the 19 level. So I'd rather be short into 20 and into the 19 area, as opposed to trying to take a breakdown at 19 even. I am favoring the short side here, but I'll keep my eyes on IBIT and Bitcoin. If they're rallying, you don't have to sit in front of a moving freight train like that at all. So down 7%, no worries of SSR here on Mara until it gets down a little bit further. It would have to get to like 8 underneath the 19 level, 1880 or so, then it's SSR. But I'll be looking to go short here. First, pop and fade 20. If it tries to fill in the gap, I'd short it back into Wednesday's close.
Yeah, some fearful selling going on Bitcoin there, but just got to remember the kind of moves that Bitcoin usually has when it does pull back. It's well within range of the volatility and the magnitude of moves that it does have off of whenever it breaks down these prior highs. Don't forget the volatility that crypto can definitely have in the past. So 40 to 50% pullbacks. Crypto will eat that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on a higher time frame. You can see that literally the next consolidation range on the way up is about 50% off of those highs there that we've made at 73, 74s, and it's done this multiple times over and over again. So it's like, all right, I think I was talking to Fabian about this a little bit, I guess a little bit earlier, maybe past couple of months there. We were like, yeah, if this kind of breaks down, this can definitely come into some of these levels here. 50 to 40s is this prior consolidation low. We've got pretty much nothing but air in between that. 50,000 is going to be interesting as well. But yeah, if Bitcoin's poised for a little bit of a pullback here, I think that just looking back at it, where are some of these prior support and resistance levels are good questions to ask. I have 49, 1 as a little bit of a level here. But yeah, Mara, Riot, MSTR, all going to be on watch based off of some of the price action happening on crypto there. So we know that Mara has been doing some interesting things over the past few weeks. They're a bit of a channel, consolidation channel in between about 20 to 22, I think it was. Yeah, post earnings, prior earnings as well. So going to be watching some of the low of this range. If that can come in, we're already gapping down in the pre-market as well. And then MSTR as well. I got to watch this one. MicroStrategy. Let's go up to a weekly on this one just to give us a little bit of a look here. So yeah, very, very similar kind of chart happening here. We're breaking some of these consolidation lows. Where can we go if we kind of really do crack 1,000? Just above that is this wick low of these tops that we've had. But again, take a look at this little double top action happening right underneath that 18 coincides a little bit with that double top action that we've been having on BTC as well. BTC already breaking below its kind of wick low there, but it's got some room, it's got some levels. Let's see where it goes to. Again, this thing can bid right back up or flush back down very aggressively. So I'll just be waiting and watching to see what the chart and price action are saying, so that we can have some potential executable opportunities on some of these equities alongside with the Bitcoin move there. But yeah, fearful selling, it would seem.
Tesla rocketing up 17% in 2 days on the back of better Q2 results. Still down 4.5% year over year, but a lot better than expectations. That caused short sellers to lose about $3.5 billion a day in a couple of days, which also helped Elon Musk gain about $15 billion in net worth. He tweeted, of course he did, or X'd on the weekend, saying once Tesla fully solves autonomy and has Optimus and volume production, anyone still holding a short position will be obliterated. Even Gates, mentioning him by name, or Darren.
And it's interesting, too. We actually started this week. There was a positive note from Wedbush on Monday. There's also a pretty negative note there coming from Wells Fargo, putting it at the top of its tactical ideas list as a short. So that was pretty interesting. Tesla did not care. Of course, the stock is looking for a 4-day rally here. Apparently, though, current short float still stands about 3.5% of Tesla's total float. That's going to be about 97 million shares. Shorted with a $22.4 billion notional value. TSLA trying to pop up again here, up about 2%, popping back above VWAP. So we'll have to see if this one can continue its winning streak.
What's the look, guys?
Yeah, when you break out of a channel like this is where shorts get scared, right? Like, it's been since about mid last year. You've had a very clean post-split trend, and you could actually go back further pre-split, but it's just easier to look at it from the post-split. Clear lower highs, clear lower lows. Well, guess what? That's done with, and we've broken out of this channel, and we're continuing to go. I don't know that I see like an obvious level of resistance till you get to that last peak, which is 263 or 64, 65, something like that. So you're talking mid-60s here for a resistance level on Tesla. That doesn't mean on the day trade it can't fail. Obviously, you could have multiple day pullbacks and still be absolutely fine on the trend. Like, this could pull back into 230 and it would still be holding above that trend line. So there's a big time gap that it could fill, but when you see consolidation like this, higher lows, good volume, consolidation over 248, if it ain't under that, or if it isn't under that, then I can't be looking for anything other than the dip buy. If we lose the close and go red from Wednesday, that could be a different story because you've got a pretty wild gap to fill. You got another $5 down into 240, maybe $6 down in there. So you got to be careful. But when I see consolidation up there, the first look is, hey, can we go dip and rip again? Right? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For most people, I'm going to wager, if you're a day trader, that Tesla's been your best stock long for 2 days in a row. And if it does dip and rip here into that 48 area and Wednesday's close, then I'd rather be looking for that first. If I think about an EV name to go short in, I would much rather take a pot shot at something which just failed a break, like Rivian. And this is a theme, like, what just failed to break? Failed to break that 15.15, consolidated lower. This looks exactly like that Amazon, only it wasn't an all-time high. So if we are going downside, I'd much rather look for the shorts at failing 15 again, or just flat bottom breaking this thing at 14.50. So there's still an upward trend in Tesla. There's plenty of other places to go if you want that short trade, and if you want a short trade. And I understand Rivian's got a bigger short float than Tesla, but sometimes it's more about the notional and the trend than anything else. So I'll be looking over here at Tesla for the dip buy at the open. Oh, I should mention Polestar dollar is still in play. Basically the last couple of days is really easy to see here. Polestar 97.98, 97.98, 97.98. It's just like the same short over and over again. At some point, it might break the dollar. but it's still right in the pocket. It paid for the locates again. If we pop into 98 cents, I'll look for the short in front of $1. Once we see the curl, just kind of get into the short, usually 95, 96, and play it back in. If it breaks $1, would still be willing to reverse that into a breakout. Not a lot of volume here on Polestar, but I've been watching it every single day, so I should mention it.
Yeah, I'm definitely have a couple things to say about Tesla. There, we keep talking about. So this is the trend that I've been watching, right? So over the past week, we've been breaking out of this multi-year trend that I keep mentioning. And now again, I'm sure a lot of people have this line on their chart. A lot of people that I speak to and I again talk with have this very, very distinct trend resistance on their Tesla chart, and we have been breaking out of it quite distinctly for the first time in about over 3 years here. November 2021 is the all-time high that was printed here at 414.50 on Tesla there. Now, of course, split adjusted, of course, but this chart is split adjusted. But yeah, you can see that we are pushing the core of this kind of longer term flag that's been happening. If you've been watching some of the tape on Tesla, it definitely has hints of squeeze-like characteristics there as well. So that's something definitely to note. Like I said earlier today, this will be day 4 of the run-up we've been having since the beginning of the week here. So Monday, very, very strong, closing near a high a day. Tuesday, very, very strong, even stronger than prior day, closing near high a day. And then Wednesday as well, similar story here, very strong off the open, goes sideways for mid to end of day there, but still closing near high a day. So let's see if we get more of the same for a 4th day in a row here on Tesla. I have some of these levels marked from prior day. So if we do take a little bit of a breather, again, I'm going to ask the same question. If I see some pre-market strength, this is some overall strength. If the bid is real, where will it catch? Where has it caught in the past? This level right here, this 240 looks interesting. Prior day consolidation lows here, end of day right here, 243, and some change might be interesting. Pre-market lows confluencing with prior day highs at that 248 and some change as well. So we're going to be watching some of those levels. Pre-market highs at 253.68. Let's take a quick look even further left on the hourly to see what we did in the past when we were here at this 250 mark. So right here, you can see this very strong consolidation that we had in January, where we sold off of, and look at that. Prior day in December, consolidation highs right at the 251s, 252s. And then the next day, the first day of the year. So technically, Tesla is teetering on a 12-month chart. It is about to go red to green at this level. So let's go to the 12-month chart here on Tesla. If it can show it to us right here. Okay, so boom, right there. So this is what Tesla is looking like on the 12-month chart, on the yearly chart. So that is something to note. When a bar goes red to green on any time frame, I definitely want to watch out for that. And the high of this 12-month bar is at 251.25, and we're already knocking on the door of some of those prices here today in the pre-market. So it's going to be interesting what Tesla does in and around here. And yeah, we're breaking some of those prices right now. 251.57 trading in the pre-market. So this candle will update as soon as we start to open here on the day. And let's see what Tesla yearly candle red to green has in store for us today for the last day of trading on a shortened week. Should be interesting.
Guys, up nicely again in the pre-market here, about 34.75%. This one moved 144% last trading day, well higher than that 1063 close. As you can see there on the chart, got to about 18 3/4. A lot of speculation as to why this was running. This is really what it comes down to over here. This picture with a microphone, I guess prefacing or trying to hint that it's KOSS that he was looking at. The American flag is supposed to be indicative of the 4th of July, Adara, and the eyes.
Well, I think that's kind of I think the post in question, I think it looks like they took a couple different posts. They got the Chewy dog in there as well. Yeah. But if we're just talking about the microphone and the flag, what's interesting is that this was posted back in May. On Wednesday, so July 3rd, on Reddit, I guess someone unearthed this post from May and then said, given, the fact that KOSS manufactures headphones, the fact that we're near the 4th of July, he could potentially be getting purchased. So again, this is basically, they used the same powers of deduction that got us the Chewy move, which ended up being correct, to try to figure out what he's targeting next. So this is total speculation. The market reacting positively, though, up a cool 36% right now.
Yeah, and we hadn't heard anything from him quite yet, right?
Nothing from him. There's just this May post being unearthed.
All right, guys, what's the look?
It's a weird catalyst, but this is where we're at. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But we'll go over this one more time. KOSS is at $14, and what you'd like to see, obviously, if you're pretty bullish on the stock, is a sustained breakout. It's got to hold above those previous levels. Like 13 was a pretty big level on a dip. I think that would be the interesting spot where it could hold out. And then you go to this consolidation high. It's kind of hard to see, but you got like $18.5, $19. If it doesn't get through that price, then you have an inside day and a potential pop and fade. If we do, it's got room to like $23, $24 on KOSS. And that's when you look at a weekly chart. So you saw that high get put in on Wednesday. So a lot of strength. It got put in on Wednesday. Huge flush back through. It was a halt fest. And then now we got the higher low at 16, so the lower high at $16. If we never break this to get into that range to test the high of the day, then you're probably looking at an opportunity to short the range. But if that doesn't happen, I'm ready. $10 was one low, $13 was the aftermarket top. I think those are the two places to look for some kind of accumulation. And if you can find the accumulation like on Friday, I keep saying Friday, like on Wednesday, early on, there was accumulation at $5 and $6, and then it ran. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 13. But if I see it accumulating either of those prices, I want to be a joiner today on KOSS. If we're just popping and fading at 9:30, then we have to look for a different style of trade on this name. But I want to give it a chance to squeeze. It's not the greatest reason for a squeeze, but who cares? If it's going to go, it's going to go. And I want to make sure we join it if it does.
Yeah, I definitely going to be on watch for sure. Again, regardless of why it's moving, we know that we keep saying this over and over again. The following that Roaring Kitty has, it definitely can move the stocks. But if we just look at the chart and the volume, strong volume coming in, breaking through prior resistance levels here on KOSS. We looked at that 23, 24 area, looking left as well. That prior high before we started to really come down off of the 21 craziness of the meme stocks there, and we are kind of revisiting some of those levels, or attempting to on KOSS Corp here. So let's see if it kind of continues there. Going to be looking at the chart, volume coming in. Let's see. It is a halter. It is a squeezer, so that you do have to be wary for that. And I think I was asking Neil earlier today, was the borrows were like 20 something pennies on
they were
on
under
Wednesday.
It was under 30 cents.
Under 30.
I forget exactly what it was.
Today they've doubled.
Yeah, they've gone more.
They've gone more than double for the borrows. So interesting stuff. I do like to kind of keep that on watch. What is the supply and demand of the borrows there, just based off of the price? Again, not just like the float. There's almost always a little bit of an interesting inventory for the short. For the shortable shares, I guess, if you want to call them that, shares you can potentially borrow there. But we're coming into that 15 pre-market highs at that 16, just above that $16 mark there. So I'll have it on watch. Not my main, but if it gives me something I'm interested in, if it shows me something that's I guess out of my playbook, I will definitely get involved. I do have to get some borrows on this one right now, so I will get on that with only about 7 minutes left till the bell.
It's hard.
All right, guys. Chinese EVs next on the docket, and this one a bit of a tougher look for them because the EU is following through with their tariffs. We heard about the Americans wanting to put tariffs of up to 100%. The Europeans not taking that aggressive of a stance. Is going to range from 17.5% to 37.5% as a result of what they allege to be unfair subsidies by the Chinese government. The provisional tariffs will last for a period of 4 months, and then they'll be looked at again in November of 2024. As you can see, expect gapping down here. They're breaking down below 8. What else can you tell us about this?
Yeah, there's also some specific news for NIO, N-I-O. The new CFO here was actually their former senior vice president. His name is Stanley Yu Chu. He is now taking over as CFO. Former CFO Stephen Weifang actually stepping down here for apparently family-related reasons. So new CFO for NIO. Also interesting, XPeng actually speaking out about the tariffs, saying that they're going to keep prices the same for now. They're not going to increase until they have to, with regards to respect customers who already have orders going on. So XPeng, the only one that I've seen of the three who's spoken on it right now. But yeah, XPeng down about 6%. Rough look. NIO new CFO as well.
What's the look, guys?
So look, NIO had a great day on Wednesday. And I think some of the EV names from China did do particularly well, but NIO stood out for this breakout. 465, but it failed $5, as you can see. Aftermarket consolidation. I don't know how much I want to care that it ended up consolidating there, but that's just the close price, so it's not going to move. So obviously it's going to be right at that close for the entirety of the aftermarket session and not do anything. I think it's probably pop and fade into 487. That's exactly where we close. Any move into 5, I think, should be faded. Since the last pump, you can see what's kind of happening here. I thought I drew this line in there. You can see what kind of happened. Like, it made a couple of lower highs, made the attempted break on Friday, and then now you're still trying to break out this slight trend, this distinct trend to the downside. If we can get back above that 488 level and retest the highs, suddenly you have a chance to consolidate above the previous trend line, but it's under. And if it's under, my first shot would be looking at that short trade. Adrian in the chat saying, look at PDD and Li Auto consolidation. So PDD, it's not a Chinese EV name, but it is making a bit of a challenge around this like 136 level resistance, support, resistance, breakout. Now you're just sort of holding. It's kind of an over-under for me with PDD at this price. No catalyst today, but if when I'm looking at this, it's like when it's over 136, look for longs. You saw that work on Wednesday. And when it's under, look for shorts. And that's been the way to go over here on PDD. I just feel like NIO is going to be the one that we look at. Oh my goodness, AMD absolutely flying here. Let me just quickly get the imbalances up here. See if there's anything specifically on AMD. Nope. ASTI is a penny stock. Archer, but Archer Aviation, 900,000 buy imbalance. I know a lot of people are looking at Archer Aviation. That looks spicy. I don't see anything on AMD. Tesla's a sell of 300,000 early. Apple's a sell of 200,000 early. Nvidia, 160 buy. But you've got AMD flying now into that big resistance level. This has a channel potential breakout here. It's not the Tesla channel, but it has been lower highs, lower lows the entire way on AMD, and maybe today's the day. Is AMD going to break that 167 today? Look, this goes without saying. There have only been 3 levels on AMD that have been gold standard the last couple of weeks. 167 resistance, 163 either direction, and 153, 154, like down here. Well, we're not trading at that one. We're now ways away from the 163 level, which was great support. So it looks like we're going to challenge that 167 off the open here on AMD. That's a big one. Every time it's gotten to 167, it's been a short. So if you don't take it, you're kind of bucking that trend. But let's see what happens. I thought we'd get a 163 flat bottom break maybe today on AMD, but we're going the other way into this 167 level all of a sudden. Wow.
We're talking about Chinese EVs.
Yeah, well, we only have 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, we got 90 seconds.
Let's go back to the desk, because we'll probably want to get to Amazon here.
All right, the last one here. Amazon raising the ire of the European Commission. They're looking for more compliance with the Digital Service Act specifically. They're seeking details on how Amazon ensures transparency in its recommender systems, Adair.
This is, of course, not the first big tech name getting targeted by the EU, as we mentioned earlier today. Meta earlier this week on Monday. We had Microsoft last week, Apple as well. So a lot of these Mag 7 companies raising, I guess, the hackles of the EU and their DMA team. Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on big tech today, guys.
That 200 mark, we can see that how many times it's attempted that 200 over the past week or so there. So it is kind of winding up, making higher highs, higher lows overall. Like Sure, Wednesday was a bit of a failure to follow through of that 200, but we sustained a higher low. Look at that prior day consolidation right on top of that 196. So yeah, that's well within range to kind of push that 200 mark, I think. Let's see whether or not it comes in today or we take another pullback, and if that was really actually a failure to follow through the 200. I have no idea, but I'll continue watching some of this price action here today on Amazon. Definitely one of the names I will be watching. If we do make a distinctly different push off of these highs there, 200 could definitely bring us something.
Heyo.
Here we go.
Here we go to end the week in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Get a little bit of chicken. And Amazon were making rallies very, very early off the jump. AMD's going to test that 167, I feel like, right away. We'll see what happens when we get there. You're getting a test on Tesla 250, just got underneath, over under on the 250 level, but AMD and that 167, all of a sudden the first place we got to look.
Yeah, so I'm watching that 250, 251's coming in right now. I'm going to stay a little bit more patient on this one. There goes ARM as well. We were looking at ARM. ARM is pushing through its pre-market highs there. 251.50s, this is what I'm talking about. This was the area we were talking about how if we're past this, we were going red to green on the yearly on Tesla, as this is literally the first trading day, had a strong consolidation at that 251, I think 30s or 40s, something like that, 251 halves we can call it, in that area. And we're pushing some of these pre-market levels. 252 incoming right now. 253.68 is the pre-market high on Tesla. So I'm just curious. I'm going to wait a little bit here to see what we do with this 250 mark. It is a little bit of an interesting price for me. I was waiting for it on Wednesday. It doesn't really come in on Wednesday. And like I said, we've had 3 days of pretty euphoric strength here on Tesla. 199's coming in on Amazon, so Amazon's quite strong as well. Let's see some of these other large caps. Are they moving around with any sort of significance? SPY is still holding within its opening range right now, but opening range, it's only been a minute, almost 2 minutes there.
It's still early.
So it's still pretty early. We are trading below that 250 now, so a little bit of a pullback here. So the first thing my eyes will go to is prior day highs right there. We are testing prior day highs right now, 248 and some change, 300 lots right there on that 248, and we rip right back up off of that 248 and some change, and we're coming right back in. So Tesla, very, very volatile right off the open. There comes 175 on ARM. Oh boy, is that going to push its all-time highs there as well? What were those all-time highs again? Let's take a quick look. 177.30s. We are right there, accelerating to the upside.
ARM is ripping faces off right now, and Mara is going to take that $20 level. So here comes 20 on Mara. I do have Tesla 248 just came in nicely, and we just rejected 250. I probably should have covered. Wow, the market is screaming. Tesla bounced that 48 that we liked and right into 250, and a huge rejection at 250. So we got to respect the fact that that just happened. I don't want to get caught if 248 breaks. We like the 246 level underneath it. So I'll be willing to get out of this one. I do not like what I just saw there. That was a quick buck, and then the 2, and then right back underneath 248. So do not want to fight it. The other thing that's happening right now is, of course, Mara at the $20 level. I almost said 30, but Mara at that $20 level wicked it. I was in at 90s, and then it wicked the 20, so giving it to the local high at 20.05, and we're short here at 19.92. Should be a great 200-meter time if I was able to run it, but obviously that's not going to be the case. And you can look for the curl. You can want there to be a curl, but if there isn't one, you don't have to stand in front of a moving freight train. You can see absolutely nothing happened on AMD at 167 except for it just tearing right through. So as far as I'm concerned, this sucker is just on breakout. And that 167 level, that turns into a potential support. So if AMD comes right back in, it's almost like more like 166.5. We can retest that and bounce. This looks like more of a long than anything else to me. Oh my goodness, Nvidia just failed. Nvidia was breaking out 2 seconds ago. Now we're right back underneath. But Mara is the only thing I'm in. Good thing we got out of the way at Tesla. Holy. This is why you have stops, people. Remember I said that doesn't look good? We got 248 into 249. Could have taken 250s, wasn't fast enough. And look how quickly it reverses. That's why you don't fight a stock.
Yeah, so I'm kind of patiently waiting. I did have a bit of a long bias on Tesla, and looking at this price action, I'm like, yeah, this is not where I want to really be long in this kind of price action here. But something that is super strong is Apple. Apple pushing those 222s as of right now. High a day, 222.64. Google, KOSS halts.
Missed
What's
it.
going on? Is it halted already? Okay,
KOSS just halted. Sorry, not to interrupt, but apologies, guys. KOSS just halted on the breakout of $16. It halts at $16.15. An instant tap was 18. Now it's saying 17.5. So you could make that run at that. It's like 18.70 or something, but $19 high. So breakout. I would have loved to have gotten that one on the halt, but you got to be really fast. But locked and loaded, we thought we'd get more of a dip. During KOSS, it goes right to that first 13 level, and off to the races is KOSS. If you're in it, you got to love it. Oh, one more for you while we're watching, and shout out to some of the boys in the on the floor. Reddit has a big top that it could take.
Okay.
Yeah. Flat top potential break on Reddit. It's kind of chilling out at that high, man. That smells good, Sharif. But there is your top on Reddit, $75. Could be a crowded trade, but who cares if it's really going to go?
Wow, those again that egg salad Sharif always brings in the morning, smelling excellent to start off the day there. So yeah, I'm sure 100% that's been used multiple times before, but
that's not original.
Of course, it's not original. There's literally there's a breakfast place called Egg Static, which is pretty. They're okay, but anyways. 245. Yeah, I'm watching Tesla like a hawk right here, Neil, and 245 holding as of right now. So it seems like some of those prior day highs didn't really come in. Again, great reasons to sell that we failed to follow through at that 250, right? And I'm like, yeah, I definitely don't want to be buying here. I was, I guess, not really too well planned for the short there. But, it is what it is. Let's see how far we do pull back. This is the first time in 3 or 4 days that we're pulling back significantly right off of the open there. So this question, again, same question I'm going to be asking. If the bid is real, if this multi-day bid is real, where can it potentially catch? I'm looking at some of those prior day levels as well. That 240 was quite nice. We're only about 4 points away from that. Tesla will eat that for breakfast. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on Macy's here. This went up almost 10% right now. Not a ton of volume on this, but seeing a couple volume spikes. Wall Street Journal reporting that Arkhouse and Brigade, which have been interested in Macy going back to December 2023, have now raised their offer for the company from $24 a share to $24.80 a share, about a 38% upside from its closing price on Wednesday. So interesting look for M, guys.
Macy's for a run, but guess what else is running? You've got Amazon at 200 again. It got there on Wednesday with a big failure, but if it gets through the 50s, I think that's another local breakout here for Amazon. Just needs to get through 2050. But we said if it failed that level, we would at least look for a short. Not Macy's, but Mara is continuing to pull back in. We got the short 1992, and then we added some, got some 94s. We're able to just get filled in the mid-70s. If we keep bouncing at 19.5, you're going to have to respect the move, as you are getting a bit of a breakout in the overall market and a lot of strength. So if we can't get past 19.5, going to take that out and just accept the $0.50. But Amazon joining the party. You got to get away from Tesla. Tesla is absolutely tanking. And the next level, I don't like 240, 241. Right? Like, you just got to be patient waiting for it. The market is strong. I see ostentatious productions mentioning Palantir. I'm just waiting for KOSS to open up here. KOSS should be open in maybe like a minute and a half or so. But Palantir flying with the rest of the market, this could be a potential break. But you got to keep it tighter to the vest. We know the stocks we want to watch today. If we're going to be weak on Tesla, then I go over to the other name, which we kind of thought could be a strong one, and breaking out is Nvidia. So AMD's kind of gone. I just tried to get a VWAP bid. I'll show you that I'm not going to get that anytime soon. But you've still got dip by 126 and a potential breakout here up top on NVDA.
Yeah, a bit of an aggressive bid coming in back through that 245 here on Tesla. But yeah, let's see if it's actually catching right now. So like I said, distinctly different behavior right off of the open. The past couple of days, I saw things that got me long within the first couple of minutes here, and I'm not seeing anything of the same as of right now. There, bit of a bottom wick happening at 243.42. We're trading about 3 points higher, 246.30. So nice little 3-point bounce. Let's see what we do in and around this VWAP. VWAP I have here at 249. So another 3 points to go for VWAP on Tesla. But let's see how strong this selling really is. If the selling is really aggressive, I don't know if we're going to get all the way back up to there, but we are trading below some of these pre-market levels and also below prior day's highs at 248. What's going on with KOSS? Are we open
KOSS
yet?
is open, and wow, it is absolutely flying. I'm going to have to do this because I just got into AMD. Let me just show you guys the black chart here. We'll pull it down so you guys can see it. But I just got the dip buy in AMD here, 167.5. But you opened 17, got to 1780. You're still holding that halt double top at about 1620. I think as long as that is the case, that 19 break is going to come into play. Remember that 19 is the key. It's not a line in the sand or anything, but it's that big resistance level. If we break out through that, any kind of level is possible for a squeeze, and the next stop is $23 on KOSS. So dip buy in AMD is that's absolutely flying. 167.5 would be the we just got the 3/4, took the 50-cent scalp. We'll see where it can go. But KOSS is your big time flyer. Market strong, KOSS even stronger. 73%. 73% because Roaring Kitty posted a picture a month ago. Logic, baby. Logic, there is none.
Not a lot of things, I guess make sense, nor do they really have to, right? I mean,
Everything's making dollars.
At the end of the day, you know what I love the most about the market? Like, you don't need anything other than the tape in the book. Sure, the chart is nice as well, but like if it has news, you'll probably see it coming in on the tape. You might not know what the news is. You'll be like, but oh boy, there's something going on with this ticker for sure, is something that you will be thinking. So yeah, we're trading right back down into 243. So like I said, very predatory action there. If you got long off of the day low, 243.40s, it's coming right back into some of those levels there, potentially looking for a continuation to the downside here. Aggressive pullback here. What was that opening range high on Tesla as of right now? 252.35, and we're trading almost 10 points lower. Oh boy, what a short. And here we go, some fresh lows on the day here. So we're coming into some of these levels from prior day. 242.70s is where that bid caught going into the close, and we got that little bit of a squeezy action once again. 242.70s, and we're coming right back into some of those levels here. Let's see what we do in and around some of those prior levels. But again, 240 was an interesting price as well. So I might be a little patient for that. 200 teetering on Amazon. What's going on, Adara?
Great look for Palantir here right off the open. Only green candle so far on the 5-minute chart for PLTR. Not seeing any big news on this, though. The company had just had an agreement here with Surf Air Mobility coming out this morning. Palantir receiving 4.9 million shares of Surf Air Mobility in exchange for $2 million worth of in-kind services. So a bit of a deal here with Surf Air Mobility for PLTR, up 3%, guys.
The market is super strong. So first things first. You're now trading still at the 17 level. That KOSS move really wicked the bottom heavy, like big time wick of the bottom. But watch Amazon at this 200. I thought you were going to get pulled back into VWAP in here, but it just bounced and reclaimed the $200 level. So if it's going to be this strong, we got to look for a potential long over that. Mara is right back into that 20 level, or at least the 1990. So the trend down still looking pretty solid. I'll look for a reload at 20, but at this point, doesn't seem like we're going to get it. AMD just lost 167. Oh, I just dip bought, and then we lose the 167 level. We'll see what happens. But AMD now reversing that move. We get out of dodge pretty quickly on that, as it doesn't even hold 167 very well. Want to make sure we keep something in the pocket. But if the chips are turning, and that was a high, you probably know ARM is the place that I want to jump. Wow, maybe it's too late on ARM. ARM, we paid for locates that if it trended down off this market strength, we'd look for a short. But ARM already well underneath VWAP. Do not want to chase it. That's a heck of a rejection candle. Look at that rejection of a breakout on ARM. Gonna have to look for a VWAP retrace here. 175 would be resistance, but we're at 72s. Can't chase it too far. Only got one short in here. We'll have to find one more.
Yeah, some of these tickers I'm looking at, the market is hella strong off of the open, Softy pushing for fresh highs, Apple 223s, Alphabet 188, so that's pushing fresh highs as well as of right now. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon fresh highs on the day, 200
Nvidia's
holding as of right now. But take a look at the market here. We kind of rejected this initial candle that we had off of the 830 numbers there, and we are pulling right back off of it. On the NQ here. What's up, Adara?
Meta Wound pushing higher here. Pretty strong volume since the open for MDWD. This one is a small cap around a $134 million market cap. Currently trading around $22, but traders are circulating, again, this is speculation, not proven yet, that this company, Solventum, is interested in buying Meta Wound for $34 a share, so that would be an upside from the current trading price. MDWD, about almost 7 million shares, guys.
Halts to the downside on KOSS. This is exactly the trade that was missed on Friday, where it failed this level, broke under the halt price, halted down, and I didn't get filled. This time we got a little something here at 1571. It's indicating a 14 open, so I'll probably take some out on the reopen and then just see what happens there on KOSS. As mentioned, with the weakness that you just saw in the chips, there's ARM, there's VWAP. I'll back off, and we'll have to try to short the pop in here as best we can. AMD is now failing underneath that previous top at 167, so I'm not really thinking longs in this thing when it's retracing the way that it is. Thank goodness we got away from Tesla. Tesla right down into 243. I still think maybe wait for 240 bucks. That makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. And oh, Rivian. This was another one. Remember we were saying flat bottom break on Rivian?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oops.
The short's coming in because of this Tesla.
Sympathy
Whoa.
short.
Sympathy.
And the other, I mean, I
chuckle
chuckle when I point at this because guess what's actually going up and trying to break out? Logically, when the market pulls back, Polestar wants to make this run at $1 again. So we'll try to do the same thing that we did on Friday, Wednesday, and then Tuesday. And it did the same thing, whatever. Every single day, this gets to 97 or 98 cents and then pulls back. So if it gets there again, we'll try the same price action.
Yeah, I'm just patiently waiting. I've had this. Wow, look at the NQ and the ES retrace. We talked about a little bit of a rejection off that 20,500, and we are slamming right back down into the low 400s right here. Absolutely crazy. So let's see, all these tickers that had a bit of strength, who's pulling back the most? I guess Nvidia's pulling back a little bit. Alphabet can't stop, won't stop, still making fresh highs there. Apple with the slight little bit of a pullback. Softy still pushing highs. Amazon pulling back into this 200 level. I'm watching Amazon as well. Let's see if that can kind of bring it in. Tesla, oh boy, are we kind of churning a lot of I guess volume here around this 243. So I do have it on watch. Kind of observing it closely. This was also that prior day consolidation low here. Pulling up the chart, look at this right there. That's what I'm talking about. So we're having a bit of a pit stop here at that 242.70 mark right here, where we did catch that end of day strength. Prior low there at 240s, which also confluences with some of this pre-market action there. So let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid. VWAP sitting all the way at 248, so about 4 points away from that as of right now on Tesla, and I guess Amazon as well. Going to be interesting. It is attempting to push prior day highs. You know that if you were watching on Wednesday and even I guess Tuesday here, a lot of volume and interest happening here at that 200. We consolidate there for a couple hours there, 2 o'clock all the way into the close on Tuesday. It's just chopping and churning in around that 200. The next day we open up, you can't even break that high, and you flush all the way down to 197s, and we're having a little bit of trouble here once again at that 200 mark on Amazon as of right now, with the market pulling back that aggressively, and then look at that wicking right back up. So the question becomes, how much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print here? I got 11 minutes and 30 seconds, so still decent chunk of time here. 245 coming in here on Tesla, so maybe catching a little bit of a bid here, but I'm going to stay a little bit more patient as it is technically still well within the downtrend that we've been holding since the open there. We are attempting to push, we are attempting to break, but again, on a day where I'm not seeing the same kind of action that I did for Tesla right off of the open, it is distinctly different, and that's something I got to do better at. It's like, all right, well, if for the past 2 days I saw reasons to get long right off of the open, and now it's looking distinctly different, and we failed the 250, which way should I be going?
Find
right?
strong stock.
Gotta stay nimble, gotta stay on my feet, you know, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee is the mental that you have to kind of adopt with some of this price action.
I love it. That's why he was the greatest. Maybe not the best pound for pound, but he was certainly the greatest. KOSS just reopened, so it opens right at 15, so takes them out on the open. If I even sniff this thing getting back through the halt price, then we jump out of it, but we want to see how far this one can go. I'm expecting 13 to have a bounce. So if I see any kind of a bounce off the 13 level in this flush on KOSS, then we're going to get out of it. Mara now trying to challenge that 19.5. I don't have anything else short. It's just these two names. So unfortunately, we didn't catch anything in AMD. We didn't catch anything in Nvidia. ARM wants to defy us and not challenge VWAP. It just bounced off the 170 level. So we do have some eyeballs on ARM looking for a potential short pop. Tesla's looking okay, but we say why not just go long strong stocks?
Yes.
Softy. Apple, Softy, Meta, Apple trending up like it's known to do above VWAP, holding an early trend here on Apple. I think you gotta look for a dip buy in something that's a little bit stronger would be the way to go. Oh, there's the break of 19.5 on Mara. So we just had it break support. If it reclaims it and gets back above 55, we're gonna jump out of this trade. So the first short certainly working, just wish we had caught a little bit something else. KOSS is dead, get out, my man. Well, if it's dead, then it would be a good short. I would say, if anything, KOSS is catching a bit of a, whoops, that's still Mara. KOSS is trying to catch a bid at that $15 level. But as long as it holds underneath the halt price, I'm gonna hold on to the short, looking for that $13 level here. I'm not long KOSS, guys, I'm short. The purple means short, and then green is just sort of covering the short. If I had no short position, that would be me getting long, but no, we're shorted. Still looking for something strong that we can buy into. And I feel like Apple at VWAP, it's just been a good stock. We've been trading it all week. I'd rather go back over there.
Yeah, just I guess trying to get with the trend here on Tesla on this pop back up. Again, nothing too crazy. Not my original bias either. So I guess I'll look for reasons to really kind of throw this position out the window to flip here on Tesla, but just trying to get with the trend here. Amazon pulling right back through that 200 as of right now, but the market is super strong here. Softy still pushing for fresh highs. Alphabet as well. Nvidia's holding some of its prior day levels here as well. 126 is that end of day kind of dip low that we had in the last 15 to 30 minutes there. Yeah, Amazon's still teetering in and around this 200. So I'm gonna be a little patient to kind of let that come in effectively there. What do we do with that 200? There is some acceleration here on Tesla, pushing all the way up 246s and some change. So it just slaps all the way up, almost into VWAP here. VWAP being at 247.93 that I have, and I know that 246 was a bit of an interesting level prior day as well when we kind of pushed off of it. End of day, kind of a bit of a resistance area. So let's see what we do in and around here. Level. I'm giving it a wide risk here. More than willing to kind of give it some breathing room, see what it does. If it's going to catch a bit off this level and really accelerate to the upside, that's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to kind of, like I said, throw it out and be like, all right, let's flip over to the other side here. But accelerating nonetheless, extremely strong to the upside. You guys are gonna love this Tesla. What's going on?
Now, first off, like for Tesla, like I'm waiting. Like the level I liked was clearly the 248 to 246. So when it comes back into VWAP, I'm waiting for that level because 248 is that kind of line in the sand. So I'll wait for 47s. But KOSS just did the dirty. So we had the short, we got 15s out on the 70 short. Actually slightly under, it opened up, but just came right back and took out the 15.5, and now you're going into the long. So suddenly, KOSS right back above that halt price. We played the short on that halt, and then Mara trailed out. So Mara was the first short they were in front of that 20 level, but it just held on to 19.5. So we just jumped out of that. Might look for a reload. VWAP can be a reload for trend down. I still like this for a trend down name. We only wanted to be short that. So we're in Tesla off a key price area on Wednesday off that close. If it breaks 248 and holds above, we got to be able to get out. But wow, what price action over there in KOSS. If this reclaims the high, it could get real nasty. That's why you have to have outs for shorts, right? Like take your profit and run. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on XHG here. This one is formerly known as FLJ. This is a small cap currently known as the Exchange Group. This one has run in the past as FLJ. Not seeing any news on this right now, about 35%, but market cap under $4 million. And we do have a short float of about 3.8%. So XHG here topping and trading up about 35%, guys.
XHG. Right. There's always going to be something. Like when one thing gets boring, there's always going to be another new hot one that you can go look at. But you try to stay focused a little bit. I do have KOSS up, and we're pretty locked and loaded on that one. Nvidia, by the way, so Tesla we're in, Nvidia also trending down. So if you're respecting what's going on in Nvidia, it's trending down. I think this could be just as good an opportunity. Maybe off the 27. ARM was the other name we're looking at for a VWAP play. It's there now. Like it just made VWAP. There's a wick above 175, but this looks pretty strong. So usually I want to short the thing that looks weak. If it had failed right at VWAP, I'd probably be in it, but that's strong relative to Nvidia. That's strong relative to the rest of the chip names in there. And so is AMD. So no look for the short on AMD. Apple, are we even getting a shot at Apple? You think we're getting a shot at the Apple long?
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna stick around and kind of stay that strong,
I just canceled my VWAP bid. That was $1.20 ago. Thanks a lot, Apple, for absolutely nothing. But Apple pressing. It's going to get 225 today. No questions. We're going to get 225 on Apple. I think it's pretty much inevitable. So you just got to find a place to join the trend. Every previous high is going to be a dip level for me. That'll be 223.5. And watch out, Tesla wants this 248 as well.
Oh boy.
So we went from short to long, and sorry, long to short, long ideas to short, and it just took out that 248 level. So it takes it out, I'm out. Not messing around with it. We wanted it to 248. It just broke 248. You got to hunt for the next available trade. This market is looking hella strong.
Yeah, this is that's an aggressive bid happening there on Tesla. Really aggressive. So it's like, yeah, I definitely did not have the best idea kind of getting involved that early there on the short. Did kind of piece in a little bit there, but that 249 coming in real hot, 240, 250 well within kind of there, the range there. So looking at all the moving averages that have broken, it is aggressive to the upside here, wicking very strong. So the bid definitely did catch off of that 242 and some change there. What was that low? 242.46 is being the day low as of right now here on Tesla. So very aggressive bid. Now look at the market as well. I got to be paying attention to that. 20,500 ripping through straight through that level there. So we were testing some of those levels earlier on this week, and we finally made it past that 20,500 here on the NQ. 200 still holding very well here on the Amazon. So not really. I'm going to give that one some more time there. VWAP on Tesla is 247.91, and we are pushing into this VWAP area here as of right now. Taking a little bit of a pullback off of that 250. What else do I got here? There is that what is it? 200 period moving average here on a shorter time frame. We're rejecting some of that as well. So gonna be a little bit more patient to really push into this Tesla move. Again, if it's going to prove me wrong, it'll be somewhere in and around some of these prices here. So I'll I guess pack my patience for that one. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading off of the open there. Very aggressive and aggressive volatility. AMD. Apple, Softy, AMD, Google, all super strong on the day today.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Apple's super strong, but AMD's right back up, retesting those highs. So, hey, you know what? Good thing we didn't short this one. I think if you stood in front of that at VWAP, you've just been blown away. So let's look for a high of the day break. Maybe pull right back into VWAP. I just want to double check Apple here. That's still, wow, we might have 225 before we get a dip buy on Apple. Amazon, what else is going on for Amazon? Amazon, maybe a bounce off VWAP, but that's failing that $200 level. Do not like it nearly as much. Mara could be right back in the pocket for me. We got out at 1955, but it's coming right back into that top. So got to be patient. We're shorting it on a curl of $20, so we wait for it to get a little bit tighter to that $20 level, and then we'd look for a short. I see in the chat a lot of people have mentioned that Micron has not been very good. Wow, like this is easily the weakest of the chip names, down 3%. But as the market's catching a bid, I think even this, you wait for it if you want to short. Probably this would have been a better short to pop than some of the others because you've got a pretty clean level which you can reject. Like where it broke out on Wednesday, 133, 133 half, you're only getting back to that now. So it's lagging everything else on this bounce, which would make it a better short opportunity, I do think. And Tesla's next level is 250. I guess maybe we wait till 250 to take another shot on Tesla. But Micron's suddenly looking like the better opportunity if we find any kind of a curl. So remember, Mara 20, we're not there yet. Just waiting for it to get back there. That was an early win off 20. We'd see if we can get it again. Let's go to Adara. It's 10 o'clock. What's happening now? Oh, when's the read?
Market's pushing higher here. We do have these 15-minute chart here on the S&P 500. No economic data coming out today at 10, but earlier today at 8:30 a.m., we did get some data, non-farm payrolls, and unemployment rate coming higher than expected. Unemployment rate notably 4.1% compared to the previous and estimate of 4%. So interesting look there for unemployment and some of this other employment and labor-related data here. So really the only major economic data we're going to be getting throughout the day here. Some stocks on watch include Nvidia, NVDA rejecting off VWAP here, getting a downgrade to neutral from New Street Research with $135 price target. We also have Macy's, this one up about 10% right now. Wall Street Journal reporting that Arkhouse and Brigade increased their previous offer. Initially, they were looking for Macy's at $24 a share. Now, reportedly interested at $24.80 a share. So nice look for M. Last but not least here, Coinbase and some of these other crypto-related names. This one I have up here, COIN. Pushing higher after initially falling to the downside. We did have Bitcoin hitting a 4-month low around that 54,000 level. So keep an eye on these crypto-related stocks and what's been a pretty interesting Friday, guys.
Oh, it's been an interesting Friday, and here comes HOD on AMD. Ideally, I want this thing to fail break the top, pull right back in there, maybe trap, and then get a bit of a dip buy, and we can get a better price. 224.50 now on Apple, so we're still looking for that push into 225. We are back into Mara. I feel like we're almost even a little bit early on Mara, as there is no curl. Like it just wicked above. If we make a fresh high, just make sure my stop is still in there. On Mara, oh, that's right, it's not because I trailed out of the last one, so we'll get it back in there. If we break this high on Mara, you got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. It's a similar story to what happened in Tesla. Like Tesla failed at that 248 level. We shorted it to VWAP. It failed there. Now you're pressing the 250. You got to take the medicine. If we fail 250, that can be a separate trade a couple of dollars later. But here comes 225 on Apple. I'm expecting there to be size on the offer, and we maybe look at a potential breakout. And don't want to lose sight of KOSS altogether. KOSS still trending to the upside, or at least attempting to, putting in a higher low, but no breakout of the top just yet in KOSS. I think that is going to be incoming. Okay, here's Tesla testing that 250. It just tagged it almost exactly. I didn't see a break of 250. That's 99.95. Wow, really?
Yeah, it kind of like popped up into it. I was like, all right, well, 250, that was my mark to be like, if we're aggressive into 250, I don't necessarily want to stick around anymore. Stopped out, which seems like near the high as of right now, but we are kind of flipping that trend, that morning flush, definitely reversing off of that 245 reclaim there as of right now. So yeah, I was definitely wrong on that trade. What's the next trade? I'm asking. Let's see what we do in and around some of this 250 level. 100 still coming in here on 200 still coming in here on Amazon. So gonna be a little patient for that one. ARM pushing ARM actually went, Neil. ARM is at 181, so fresh highs on ARM. Wow, definitely not looking at some of the best names as of right now in terms of the longs here. ARM pushing extremely aggressively past some of its all-time highs there. 181 testing right now. AMD 169 as well on AMD. So yeah, market is very, very strong here. Apple, Microsoft, and Google being some of the strongest names. What's going on?
It's not dumbfounded, but we talk about this all the time. Sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you don't make, right? Like this morning, KOSS was pretty solid. Obviously, like MAR has been okay, and then AMD was all right, but you lose on Tesla. But I could have lost pretty darn big on ARM. We were looking for a VWAP short, but it just never gives you an entry. It never showed any kind of a setup for a lower high to short. So you don't take the trade. And now it's screaming to the upside. Thank goodness we did not take that. Oh, maybe we're not going to get 225 yet. Yet is the key word on Apple. I don't think it's not over just yet. I mean, you can always go another lower high and trend back up. So let's look to see if we can catch any kind of a bid here on Apple into 225. See if we can get the long, something in front of 224 into the 225 level. Then we can go long, scalp it, and then the 225 breakout can be its own beast. I just want to double check on AMD. AMD already broken. Wow, AMD is just flying. Hasn't been a dip buy to get in on this move. Previous high, 168.5 or so. Let's look to see if we can get that as we go to Adair at the desk. Just back to us for a quick little second there. So we still like Apple on the bid, still like AMD to go for a dip buy as well. And looking over at Tesla, Tesla's still failing the 250. I did not get in on that wick. We could have jumped right back into the short and taken the next level. There's still plenty of room. It's making lower highs, but I'd like to get it above 249 and have a tighter stop than we had before. Let's go back up to Adara.
Part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro paid for itself on day one. That's a real review from a real trader using Benzinga Pro. Thanks to Benzinga Pro's exclusive news alerts, real-time market insights, and community of over 6,000 dedicated traders, it's the fastest way to trade the news. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our July 4th sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description box and join Benzinga Pro today.
Wow, AMD. Wow. That's all I got to say. 170 just broke. Still looking for the first dip buy. Oh, we were just able to get a little bit more of MAR, so we've got to go over to what we're actually in. So MAR wicked the 20 level again. So there's your wick at 20. We just caught a little bit at 1997. We're gonna get this out some in front of VWAP because the way this market is going, when I look at this on a higher look, like you got a double top in here. You did a false break of the pre-market low, which can be bullish, and then you could put in a higher low. You've got to respect that move. So yes, the short on Mara is working into VWAP again. I'm actually going to take another leg out here if I can, right in front of VWAP. We'll hold for the bottom again, but if it puts in a higher low, this is not a go for it the third time. This is a recovery play, and you could be absolutely rallying into a breakout. So there won't be a third short, not if the market is screaming the way that it is at this point. So we'll see what happens there, but thankful that we're able to get a good level at that 20 on MARA, and here comes AMD back into 69. I like this to the previous high. I just grab some at 22s, but we'd like to be getting some underneath 69 and maybe into that previous high, then worry about VWAP a little bit later. What a screamer. It could be failing that 170, but the other way I like to look at this is these even dollar levels recently. The first break, meh. The second break can be gangbusters. If this gets back above 170 again, there's no limit to where you could go. Remember the other side of this equation for AMD. You've got this long channel that it's been in is broken. Once this is broken, I'm no longer thinking short on AMD. The short is when it's not failing this, when it is failing this channel. Now it's just a long till it's back underneath, and that's like 166. So I got to favor long opportunities as long as it's doing this. Like look at that 166. That's the bottom of the channel on the daily chart, and that's exactly where it turned. If we're not under there, I'm looking dip buy to here, I'm looking dip buy at VWAP, I'm looking dip buy at 166, and if I lose when it breaks a channel like that, fair enough. because the explosive upside is insane. Like 175 is the top, the next resistance level. It's a long way from here. So I want to give it every chance to get there. And Apple doesn't care that I want a 225 break. Apple's just taking its patient time. I'm trying to get a dip in front of 224, but Apple doesn't seem to care what I want.
Look at the markets come in here, Neil. Absolutely crazy. This like wick and wash. That we've been, yeah, it's like we wick up high, we bid right back up, wash all the way back down. Exactly, wax on, wax off. We are waxing both ways here, especially on the ES, the NQ pulling right back through that 20,500. Look at that 200 failure to follow through as of right now here on Amazon. 99's coming in, and it seems like I got out, again, very predatory action. I got out into that test of 250. I'm like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to get involved. If we push past that 250, and oh boy, does it come right back in. We're trading below VWAP right now, breaking right back through some of this this trend, that trend reversal. So again, put in players offside on both ways, it would seem. Again, I got to do better with getting this aggressive on the push right back here, but I do like that I got right back involved. Maybe not with the same kind of size here, but I'm looking to build potentially more into this if we're going to continue to push down to the downside. Now again, stocks can only go one of three ways, up, down, or sideways, and if we're going to pick one of those directions here, I'm curious to know which it will be. But as of right now, it seems like we're picking sideways. We flushed down heavy down to 243s. We pulled right back up to 250s. Now we're pulling right back in. So that 250 seems quite interesting, and we know that 246 right here has been quite interesting as well over the past couple of days. So that 246, I'm going to continue to watch how much of a bid can we get off of this level. The hourly chart looking good, the 30-minute chart looking good, the 15-minute chart looking interesting here as the futures come tumbling down, especially the ES to the downside here. So I got to stay a little bit patient here. And again, a little too aggressive, a little too early on some of these. Well, especially this one right here on these shorts. But in and around that 250 seems like an interesting area. Let's see if we can kind of claw our way back here on the day today. Spider pushing for fresh lows as well. Yeah, looking like the ES. Let's see if that low of pre-market consolidation on the Spider gets taken out. 551 I have as that price on the SPY. So let's see, what is AMD up to? ARM, wow, what's the high on ARM? 181.88. All right, so still kind of the same high that we were observing earlier there. SMH to the downside. AMD is the only one who is really exhibiting some strength other than ARM here in the chip basket here on the day. GME pushing. KOSS still kind of within its opening range there, Neil.
I'd say KOSS is turning into a nothing burger. And we're just, but I wouldn't get too deflated when it comes to KOSS, because you can make a late rally. Like on Wednesday, I keep wanting to say yesterday or Friday, but on Wednesday, you really had to wait that one out. Like it had a consolidation, and then the really big move happened a little bit later in the session. I just want to quickly show Rivian in here. Rivian, there's lower highs. If we continue this trend, I want to look for shorts on this. It was a flat bottom break at 14.5. It was a fail of the 200 period moving average. So we didn't get the flat bottom break, but now we're into it in front of that 1450. So if we break that trend, we got to be able to dump out. But as long as it's underneath, I think we want to give this one a chance. Apple, we finally got a dip buy on Apple. Let's get out of the 15-minute and go back to the 3 for you guys. Bounced off 224 and a 224.5, looking good. But AMD is defying all attempts here. We're pulling back into VWAP. I feel like I'm just getting in too early on these. Like you're still holding an upward trend. Instead of waiting for it to bounce off the trend, I'm just getting in out in front of it. So if you go to the pre-market low, which I don't really like, you're talking 167. It's only made one bottom, and I'm not letting it make a second, which can be a mistake. It's like let it make a second bottom and then maybe load into it. So VWAP can be a thing here at that 168, but as the market pulls back, Apple's looking stronger than AMD. It's still out in front of VWAP and looking okay, but the thing that would concern me on the chips is look at Nvidia. Nvidia is breaking the lows, breaking 126.5, not the low of the day just yet, but continuing to trend downside. So Nvidia weak, AMD still holding VWAP for now, but if all the chips go the same way, you got to be careful of that long. I still want to play strength for strength and keep it in the pocket that way, but it's 10:13. Usually you want to revisit your ideas and say what's actually happening on the stock. Well, Nvidia, that's a trend down. That's a clean rejection of Wednesday's top, a lower high at VWAP, and retesting the lows. So I can't do anything but think Nvidia is weak. AMD holds VWAP, we continue with that long. And then Mara, the other one that we're tracking, yeah, VWAP is definitely looking pretty good on Mara. If I was flat on this stock and not trading it and had no preconceived notions about this, I think I'd be looking long. And if that's the case, I cannot be reloading this a third time at that 20 level. I can hold for the low again, but it's starting to look a little bit strong here on Mara. You got to be able to respect what you see out in front of you. Even if the shorts worked, it's still trending to the upside, right? So be happy that I'm able to get something on it and maybe look for something else that we can fade into.
Yeah, for sure. Chopping in and around some of this VWAP area here as well on Tesla. I have VWAP at 247.94, and we're kind of just chopping in and around some of these prices. Yeah, the ES ripping kind of back up, holding some of these pre-market wick lows. You can see that that 830? Yeah, the 830 number kind of defining. I guess not necessarily defining, but we popped to the upside, we popped to the downside, dropped to the downside, and then you made some significant wicks, and we're holding within that range here on the ES here. NQ, slightly different story. We did break above it, but we're coming right back into it here. 20,500 seems like an interesting area as well. We are holding, I guess, a higher low here at that 246 as of right now on Tesla. So gonna try to see if we kind of come back down and push into that 246 at all once again, or do we just continue back to the upside? Has the bid actually caught on, or are we taking a little bit of a breather here, Neil? Because Friday's a bit of an options day as well, and I'm curious to know how many of those options expiring today are really going to kind of come into fruition for a lot of people trying to hop on the bandwagon of Tesla having such a euphoric and strong move this whole week here.
Apple 225.
Apple 225.
It's got about 300,000 on the op. Nope. It had 300,000 on the offer or so. That just got taken out, but a bit of a fail break. It got up to 08s and now right back into the 80s. I did not add on a break. So we've been talking about these even dollar breaks a little bit later. Sometimes it's the second time it pushes or the dip buy that you want to go off of. So there is your press to 225. I'll look to try to add on a dip buy maybe halfway or back into 224 instead of taking this break. The other side of that equation could be it just consolidates higher, I don't get a dip buy, and we look for the secondary breakout through Apple 225. But I want to hold on to this long as it's looking as strong as it is. The market itself is trying to pull back underneath that 930 top. So, it's not an easy upward trend at this point. Like you still have that big open move, we're up, down, we're around, all that good stuff on the number, and then right at 930, so that's an 830 number, obviously. You make the high here at 2050, then right at 930, we make the high at 2050. So you're getting a battle here at that same price area where we had the economic data, where you had the opening range top. So if we don't punch through it, that would be a place to look for shorts. I like Rivian here short, I like Mara, but I'll be adding to Rivian. But if we punch through this high and start rallying, I got to be looking for places to add to Apple, places to add to AMD, which are both strong. Wish I could tell you add to ARM, but the long arm of the law, Randy, is off to the races and not even stopping. Apple 225. You think Apple's strong? Look at that chart. Whoa. Like ARM was tanking, was 170 to 182. And now trying to pull off VWAP. So it's an absolute beast. Let me double check Nvidia. Nvidia's still kind of, I don't know, Nvidia doesn't look all that great. Nvidia's still looking relatively weak. But the market is resilient today for now. Thanks for the coffee, brother.
Thanks, Randy. I'm still kind of watching this Tesla move here. It's pulling, it's a little bit of resistance when it comes to the VWAP as of right now. So I like that. That's kind of finally getting on a bit of the right side of the move here. 246 coming right back in. We talk about that 246 being a little bit of an interesting area from prior day, and that's where this prior wick is as well. In and around that 246, we are catching a little bit of a bid here, but it would seem seem off of, if you look off of the pre-market, 253 highs, off of the opening range high, 252 and some change, and now we've made a lower high distinctly right at 250. So we failed to follow through at 250 with that aggressive strength that pushed us to the upside there through that VWAP. So definitely, I was like, oh, Euphoria. I love selling Euphoria, and maybe I got a little bit too early into that move. What's that?
Isn't that like a show?
Selling Euphoria?
No, Euphoria.
Oh, maybe.
Is that a show? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. See, I know things that are happening now and not just 1,000 years ago. But the market euphoria is real, and it's spectacular.
Oh,
and apparently, so Ramin is trolling me right now because she was like busting up laughing at something that she says I said to Randy. I don't think I said anything funny to Randy, but you guys let me know. If it was completely unintentional. I was just like, thank you for the coffee and all that good stuff. So here comes the second press on Apple. We've already rang register the $0.50. If it fails again at 225, I'll jump out and look for the dip buy. AMD now pressing 169 again. I want that 170 on AMD. Let's get to the upside. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth when it comes to AMD. If we get to 169.5, I am on the offer, and I will take some out there. But the market is looking strong. You had to find some longs where the market was strong today. And even if it's not part of your plan, like the initial plan called for other things. Like, I wanted Tesla to be a long today. I mean, it is what it is. It just, obviously, Tesla didn't work out, but Apple certainly relatively strong. We'll see if we can hold on to this 225. And as the market presses higher, yeah, if we're losing VWAP on Rivian at this moment, I should take some out here and see if we can get something in the quarter range. So we'll get something out on Rivian because the market is trying to press higher, but that short looking good. The Mara short looking okay. Apple is an absolute rocket ship. Alt Styles says, check out Palantir, Neil. If I don't know where Sean's hat is, and I'm not wearing Sean's hat, but the hat would be on, right? Like the hat would definitely be on. $27 on PLTR, which means we are now within 50 cents of the big break level here. $27.50 on Palantir. Watch out for that. Huge, huge level incoming. As we go to the desk, the screen for the small cap recap. Desk.
IWM very much to the downside here. Near low of days, down almost 1% right now for the Russell 2000 on a day that's been pretty interesting. KOSS, one of the small caps to keep an eye on here. You have a market cap of just under $100 million, float of about 5 million shares. This one up on some speculation of Roaring Kitty's involvement. And Novus Bio also on watch here. ANVS, this one ran on Tuesday with some positive research on its Parkinson's treatment. Today up on what looks like a continuation play. They do an 11% short float. Last but not least, we have XHG. This one is the exchange group, formerly known as FLJ. It has run in the past as FLJ. No news on that stock either, but it is up about 50% with higher lows. Worth noting as well with XHG, it does have a $4 million market cap and a float of about 3.8% short float, guys.
There we go, right. XHG. We just got 169.5 on AMD, so we'll ring the Reggie there. Apple still pressing this 225 level. It's trying to hold above. It just did another break of the local high. It's not at a spot that I really, really want to be adding to it. Like, I just feel the trend is pretty clean at this point. So if it fails 225, a bounce off of like 60s or 70s can be the spot to add. So we're going to look for that pullback here on Apple if we're going to continue trend. I just saw in the chat someone asking what my target was on Mara, low of the day. Like if it's going to hold underneath VWAP, I think low of the day makes a lot of sense in here. So we'll see if we can get that. And I want to try to reload underneath 1440 on Mara as well. But Apple still trying to go as a market right back to that 2050. Right back to that 2050 and underneath. So maybe we're not going to be able to add tomorrow, but we can get that bid one more time. Just going to throw it at the low of the day here because if we bounce off it a second time, I don't want to get missed.
Yeah, this 246 is churning quite a lot of bit of volume here. We attempted some pops up into that VWAP area, 247s. and keep getting kind of pushed right back down again. Again, like I said, we've been bidding up for 3 days straight, and this is the 4th day of price action here on Tesla. That 246 was a little bit was a little bit interesting prior day, and it is kind of holding as of right now on the bid there. Prior wick lows as well, we are consolidating, chopping and churning around that 246. So I guess I did get a little bit aggressive for a push back down. What is the opening price on this name? The opening price is 249 and 249.81, and we are still trading well below that opening price. Day low at 242.46. So 246 prior day. If you want to look left on the chart, you can kind of see prior day we did a bit of consolidation, chop and churn in and around this 246 level, and we've been doing a lot of churn once again on these bounces here, trading back below VWAP here on Tesla. So I'm kind of patiently waiting, watching. 200 is coming right back in on Amazon there, so I've got to keep an eye out for that one as well. 247 is coming right back in, so maybe we are holding this level as of right now. I have no idea, but I gotta keep on observing this. The only thing I'm really observing right now is that there's a lot of, I guess, churn happening at that 246 mark. So I do have to kind of be, like I said before, be a little nimble and see what we have in store off of this 246. Are we going to break down? Are we going to bounce? We are trading a little bit in between this kind of a chop that we've been doing all day here on Tesla. So still no real distinct move one way or the other, kind of a sideways consolidation happening as of right now. So I've got to stay patient for this one to come in potentially. Yeah,
it's making a pretty interesting wedge. Like Tesla's got this like lower highs and higher lows thing going on right in. So, it's going to make a decision at some point really quickly. AMD just broke the 170. If it loses 170, we're going to jump out of this. We got 168.83, kind of like a weird random price, but it is what it is. That's where we grabbed it. If we lose that 170, I'm going to get out. KOSS, I wanted to make sure we're covering KOSS. KOSS had a halt down, held that $13 level. So if you like 13 bucks on KOSS, you got it twice. It tried to break 15 again. Ooh, it would be real nice if it could just break out that 15, get above VWAP, but 13 is where you wanted it to hold. Aftermarket highs on Wednesday there on KOSS. So we'll see if it can make another bounce off 13 even. Apple just pressed again through 225. Yeah, this is not even giving you much of a dip buy at this point. We're getting consolidation at the 225 level. I think we're going to have to respect it. Oh, there goes AMD back through another fail of the high. I'm on Apple here, but I'll show you what just happened on AMD. It just wicked the top again, so I just jammed out of it. We'll go dip buy hunting along the trend on AMD and see if we can get another time there. But, no looking any gift horses in the mouth. You got to ring the register when you can. Failed high break there. A little bit more extreme than what we're seeing on Apple 225. Like Apple at 225, it's holding this, even though it fails 225, it's still holding the upward trend. No big, massive rejection candles just yet. Barry, Chewy is running a short for you. I actually have not looked at Chewy today. So while we're calmly sort of waiting for a dip buy opportunity on AMD next, Chewy 25. Oh, Chewy 25. Yeah, you need to already be in this. Yeah, this is, it's obviously trending to the downside. Previous support at 25, and it looks like it just wicked the top. You know what? If we're being more precise about it, not yet. So it's not 25 even. This high is actually like 25 and a half. So when you zoom in, just zoom in a little bit further. It's so strong into here, you let it get into resistance. I would at least, at minimum, be waiting for that. But there's weaker names out here. I mean, Mara's holding weakness, Rivian's holding trend down. I would even argue the short that you've got going there, Obi, on Tesla. That's looking like it could break channel down as well. So I'm looking at maybe getting back into this. Chewy, fair enough, but I don't know that I want to fight a squeeze name. We've got other things you can short.
Yeah, I think we rebid up into 247s and then insta-slam right back down into 46s. So it's like, all right, well, not insta-slam, but like aggressively, distinctly differently slammed back into 246s. So maybe some more business wanting to be done here at that 246 mark as of right now. We're still holding. We dipped down heavy. We started printing 70s, 245 70s, and then kind of reclaimed that 246 as of right now. But yeah, lower highs and there's some size on the ask right there, 112 lots get taken out in the 20s. So 246 as of right now, holding quite interestingly, or price action in and around this 246, very, very interesting. We talk about it, how it was a little bit of a level yesterday, but it went all the way up to 247s and some change, and then drops right back in. So a trend on the, well, this kind of trend off the 250 rejection. So that's kind of what I want to keep in mind, is that we did reject 250 to the T here as of right now, and we're kind of sandwiched in between that 250 to 246 mark, about a 4-point range here happening on the Tesla. What are the markets doing? The market's catching a little bit of a bid. We've reclaimed that 20,500 as of right now. So a little bit of chop and churn off of some of those levels here. Amazon pulling back in, making a lower high off that 200. Oh boy, okay, all right. Maybe that's starting to set up here. Attempts to push that 200, goes to 200 halves, and then makes a lower high right on top of that 200 on Amazon. So maybe that's I guess giving us a little bit of direction there. We know what it's been trying to do with that 200 over the past week or so. So I'm gonna be a little bit more patient. Let's see if we can get some lower highs there on Amazon for a potential push back down to the downside there. VWAP on Tesla sitting at 247.82s. We're churning on in between both. Like I said, this VWAP and this 246 as of right now on Tesla. Very, very aggressive price action here.
Aggressive.
Both ways.
B, aggressive. You got to be aggressive. So Tesla is I just heard it. Dara just said aggressla, and I almost said it myself, although I guess I just did say it. But I got to think I want to join that, or do I just add to, I'm looking at the charts of Tesla and Rivian and wondering, do I add to Rivian or jump back into Tesla? I know Tesla can give you a better percent move potentially. Actually, no, that's not true. Rivian's down 2 points. We can get just as much out of Rivian. Next short, we'll try to pop that. But 225 just held very well on this last little bid. And now if we lose 225, I jump out and look for a deeper dip buy. But there could be a chance for this to hold on this little dip and then get another long here on Apple, or add to it, I should say. We're already long at 224. But let's get to Adara. We've got the crypto update. And Mara, I need to make a decision. Do I want more of Mara? Let's see what's going on with Bitcoin.
Of course, the big story here with Bitcoin is that massive drop we had at one point, trading at a 4-month low, just above that $54,000 area. Bitcoin also set up for its worst week in over a year if these losses hold. So a lot of this being caused by the fact that the defunct, bankrupt crypto estate here, Mt. Gox, doing some payouts here. Actually, $170 billion wiped off across the cryptocurrency market in 24 hours. Again, some of this is speculated to have to do with the Mt. Gox payout, but quite the look there for BTC. 1, 2, 3, 4 straight days of downside. Low, as I said, we have recovered from the lows of the day here, currently around that $55,500 level. Ethereum also weak here, falling well below the 3,000 level. Actually, this one was at 2,700 earlier. Now we're around 2,900 for ETH, but weak across the board for all of these crypto-related names. Ethereum, BNB, Ripple all down about 5%, Dogecoin down 6.5%, Cardano down 9%. Lots of weakness here for the crypto market as we deal with that $170 billion sell-off, guys.
170. Ooh. So that Mt. Gox being the story, it's a big deal, but I do question how much is going to actually sell. We'll see. It's not a guarantee that just because like a bunch of people get their Bitcoin and it's deep in the money, they're going to dump it all. Like they can make a lot of profits given where it was and how far it's gone by selling portion. I think that's more likely. But there's the fail at 225 temporarily on Apple. So we get the 24 and a 25. Now we'll hunt and look for the next available opportunity here on TSLA. AMD is still on Apple, I should say. How did I just say Tesla? But AMD still trending up. It failed the 170. I want to look for a VWAP retracement or some kind of lower high to be able to play back into the long. The market's strong. It's up 0.5%. It was up on the number initially, pulled back, but now we're kind of trending higher. So looking for some dip buy opportunities, as I was just able to get more Rivian in here at VWAP. It gets doing it. This is a very similar chart to Tesla. A couple of spikes at the open, and then a very steep trend. Higher lows and higher highs forming a wedge. If there's going to be a failure in the EVs to follow through, I think either one of these are looking pretty darn good. Back over to KOSS quickly. It's already 10:30. KOSS holds 13, no break of 15. So KOSS is still penalty boxing it right now, despite holding a somewhat of a double bottom at the 13 even level. I still think this has a chance to rip some faces off. If you're not failing 13, let alone like the $10 level where we closed, this is still in a nice upward trend. You can just see the clear failure, 16s and 17s. Get above 15 and then we can start maybe jamming to some upside.
Yeah, we're coming into the prior bar low of the 30-minute candle here on Tesla at 245.40s. So I'm kind of just watching that, but that 246, oh boy, is that really kind of chopping and churning? A lot of push, a lot of kind of volatility happening in and around these levels. So a lot of participation nonetheless at 246s, and look at that, rips right back up into 246.70s. So we have been kind of churning. We've kind of, I guess, been quite aggressive there as well. So I do have to kind of be a little patient here. That is very, very strong back to the upside, breaking out 247.50s. Coming in very aggressive. So yeah, that pop, again, we talk about some of this price action being so predatory in and around some of these levels. We've seen like it get super aggressive back towards VWAP and then aggressive all the way back down again. So again, you got to be able to kind of sidestep some of these moves here. Let's see what we do with that 247. Again, we keep having this strength pushing. What's the R2?
I don't know, isn't that sidestep? I don't play Madden, so you tell me. I thought that's
hit the R2. Okay, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I saw this post
I think I'm right
in
about
recent
that.
months where like a trader is using like a joystick, like an Xbox controller to make his decisions and kind of use as trading as his trading keyboard, pretty much, like bidding up, bidding down, buying, selling, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm down with that.
That's very interesting to me. That's like I don't know, talking about professional gaming there, really. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to play with a controller. That's very, very, I guess, different. I'm definitely more of like a KBM type of gamer there.
You got to be more flexible than that.
Yeah,
I think it's important to be able to kind of keep up with the times. You know, not be like.
Maybe it's better. Who knows?
You know, you don't want to be one of those old heads that just sits there using like a 25-year-old keyboard because they're just accustomed to like the way the keys work and they won't even use something modern. Like that would be ridiculous. Like what person would possibly do that?
Yeah, Rivian saying they did that with Ocean Gate. I don't know what that really is.
I can't trade on a normal keyboard.
I have no idea.
Fact.
Old keyboard?
No, like I cannot trade on anything but this old keyboard.
Okay.
Like, yeah, these things are ridiculous. I heard that, Wayne. I heard that, Wayne. I'm not a boomer, okay? Wayne literally just yelled boomer.
Oh, right, right.
Here comes, so we talked about this trend line on Rivian and Tesla. So there's Tesla attempting the break of that trend line. It gave some overfills, resistance at 8, shorted into 8, take out into 46 is going to be the game plan. Oh, and Apple is pulling back now. So that Apple out, now you're pulling back. I'm not saying it's breaking trend yet, but there is a chance you can break this trend in here and then pull all the way back into VWAP. If we lose this, then I think we could see VWAP there. Neil uses the Power Glove. B-Bot 5,000. I wish I had the Power Glove. My household was a Sega Genesis household, so the Nintendo Power Glove was not something I ever got to use. There was a kid in the neighborhood that had the Power Glove, so I have used it, but yeah, I didn't have that opportunity. You remember that, Sharif? Yes. Sharif is in my age group, so he knows what I'm talking about. So at AMD, looking for a dip buy into support, maybe VWAP. Apple, same thing. The EVs, we are short, and KOSS, the other name that we are looking at here, still not breaking $15. Come on, KOSS, you can do it. Don't be lame. Break 15. Let's go.
Yeah, this again, kind of just watching this crazy chop here in and around, like I said, in and around VWAP on Tesla, getting very aggressive, both to the upside, both to the downside. Like I said, participants at that 246 definitely holding up as of right now. Very aggressive, reclaiming some of that 247 area on Tesla here. 247 halves printing as of right now. So we might be pushing back to the higher end of that range there. I do have to be a little bit wary here. Again, like I said, that 30-minute candle is reclaiming quite aggressively, and I do have to kind of step out of the way there if that's going to be the case. But VWAP here, 247.70. 296s as of right now. We're just knocking on the door of that VWAP. So I do have to kind of, I guess, respect the action there, respect that price action. 246 was a little bit of a level from prior day, and we keep on kind of knocking on the door of that as well. Bit of a sandwich between that VWAP and that 246 level. So it should be interesting to see how we end off on the day today with respect to where we close relative to that 246, 250 as well. Again, another bit of an interesting price action happening there, making a lower high to the T just underneath that 250 mark there. So futures sideways, ES, NQ kind of sideways as of right now. We've calmed down off of the morning session. Same thing with Amazon, man. Amazon still kind of holding and chopping and churning in and around that VWAP mark. So I got to stay patient with that one there. I don't think that really has something for me as of right now, but we'll see. If it makes a distinct move off of those levels, I will be more than willing to kind of participate in that ticker there.
Yeah.
We're watching Tesla.
The chips, by the way, Micron, just ever so close to VWAP and then another dump. So you're seeing a very distinct grouping here, like Micron holding the lows, can't seem to break back out. If you're going to short something, it probably should be that. You look at Nvidia, no breakdown, still lower. It's still holding VWAP, but no break at the bottom here. And then just distinctly different AMD, which is in an upward trend. So like AMD to me is still going to be the long. Tesla is pressing that 248. We might have to give that one up. And I just want to go back over and remember Apple in here, trying to catch something in a 224. So Apple failed at 225. It looks like it's trying to break back into the downside to give us a little bit of the trend. As we go over to the screen, we've got Sector Watch with Adara.
NASDAQ outperforming the S&P 500 right now, and you can basically see that reflected here on the sector board. If you look at technology services, all of the 3 Mag 7 stocks in this sector doing very well today. We also have some strength from Netflix and CRM, so great look there. Electronic technology, a little bit more mixed. We have some chip upside with Qualcomm and AMD. Then we've got names like Micron selling off quite aggressively, Nvidia down as well, Apple strong. So certainly an interesting look here in this tech sector. Retail trade also helping out here, bringing everything to the upside. Amazon, TJX, and Costco all pretty strong here. A lot of the sectors other than that are going to be notably weak. Finance right across the board. We have bank earnings next Friday to kick off earnings season. So keep an eye on JPM here. Producer manufacturing right across the board. Energy, minerals notably weak. Health services, process industries, transportation, industrials, consumer services, all more or less to the downside. Consumer durables here also a little bit weak, with the exception of Tesla, slightly positive on the day, on and off. So keep an eye on TSLA, continuing to try to hold up this sector, guys.
Yeah, Tesla rips right through that 248. So I did stop out right on that 248. I'm like, all right, well, that's kind of the line in the sand. Looking at some of these prior levels, if we distinctly push through that VWAP, 249 came right in for a test there to the T. 249 being the high print on this candle right here. So yeah, we are just chopping and churning sideways. So you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of breather here. Again, attempting the shorts a little bit too aggressively, and then looking for too much as well. We're in the middle of the range here, and we can very well easily go back up to that 250. Again, observing what happened at that 246, I do got to respect that. And if we hold that 246 and then break VWAP at 247.70s and then push even higher, I do kind of I was like, yeah, no, that's a line in the sand for me. Above 248, I'm out of there for now. If we get more opportunities on that, I will continue to kind of stay involved with the Tesla here. But yeah, not really doing too hot on some of these shorts as of right now on Tesla. We are holding, consolidating that 246. So I got to put back into perspective the bigger picture that's been happening. 246 was held quite well yesterday. So let's go in and talk about that. And Neil saying check AMD. So let's take a quick look at AMD. Okay, all right. So very, very strong to the upside. 170s. Is this? Are these are not all-time highs. Okay, so yeah, I know. We went 227s are all-time highs here on AMD. So yeah, very, very aggressive action on the day here. I did have an alert. What is this? What does this say? Indy crossing 154. So yeah, a little bit of a weekly consolidation low, and we held that very well. It seems this week. What do you got going on?
Not the break on AMD, but you're getting a bit of a breakout in the future. I just trailed out of Mara, so one of the last shorts has just come out. Still haven't had a break on Rivian, but that could happen at any second through $14.50. But Mara, we're out of the short, so double top at 20. I feel at this point, maybe I would still take the 20 level again, but it's AMD that I was just going like, wow. So AMD now making another high. We thought dip by, and we didn't get it, but 170, we just tried a 70 level and not gonna get that. I'm gonna stick around on the bid in front of the previous high for a pullback. I don't wanna take a 171 break, but if we can't get a dip by, it's gonna have to be that. Apple's not really doing much of a pullback right now. It's kind of diddling in the middle off 225, so the focus has to be on AMD. We've had a couple of longs here, but it could have been a heck of a lot better because we should have had, when it got back through VWAP, we could have had this. We were long a bit early into 168, but we still want to jump into this long. It's a super big trend, but the bigger story for AMD and why you want to give it a chance to get to 175 is the trend break. Look at this downward channel. AMD's breaking this channel today. It's not insane that AMD could go 7, 8, 9%. Not when it breaks a channel like this. Remember how explosive Tesla got when it broke the channel? I want to give AMD every opportunity to do exactly the same thing. Manuel, absolutely Macy's is strong. And shout out to anyone. I hope some people in the back got this one because one of the first things I did is I messaged the floor manager. And I was like, make sure you look at Macy's 19.5. I wish I did, but I liked other names better. Is what it is, but 19.5 on Macy's. They got the deal raised. That's a good local high break. I think you can get to 20, 30, 20, 40 in here before you run into resistance. Didn't mean to draw a trend line. Let me just get rid of that. So big, strong move over there in Macy's, but I'm hunting for another entry into AMD. And hopefully the third time, we'll have a better long than the first couple. Kind of sloppy in there, getting too much out too early, and then not getting it where it's dipping. Sometimes you look at a line like VWAP and you want to play off of it. Other times you should just play the trend. And the trend here on AMD, now that it's made a couple of higher lows since the open, it's a very steep one. But if you buy back into it, the next stop would be back into the 170 level here on advanced micro devices. An absolute rocket ship to the upside. And breaking fresh highs again.
Yeah, it seems like we're taking a little bit of a slowdown on some of these tickers here, and by some, really? I mean Apple. Apple taking a little bit sideways there, but something that's super strong still is Amazon. Is not, well, maybe a little bit of Amazon, but especially Goggle here. Goggle high a day 190, and it's trading at 189.91. And same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft's just consolidating sideways here. Apple with a little bit of a turn, so definitely gonna be kind of looking at this one for potential opportunities here if we're going to pull right back in. Again, market is super strong, 20,500. It is a Friday, and we are pushing up quite aggressively at the end of the week here. And yeah, 247. So we went to 249, pull back into 247 here on Tesla, and now we are holding. So now my reference, I guess, is going to be this 246. From before. We attempted to push lower. We printed 70s, and then we printed 90s, and we could not get any more lower there. And when I'm in the short like that, I'm just thinking to myself, if I'm in the short and I see something like that at a key level where it's failing to follow through at a 246, I should just get out of the position there. Sellers attempting to push into the bid and pushing into 70s and 90s, and then kind of making incremental higher lows at every push down into the 246. I do have to stay nimble and kind of get out of that one there. Didn't necessarily do that, gave it back to 248. Not the best decision making on my part, but 249 holding as of right now. 250 is a prior high, 249 stepping down on that as well. So I'm gonna be a little bit more patient. If Tesla's gonna go sideways all day, don't necessarily want to hit that range trade as of right now, as the range is compressing. It's not necessarily a clean range here, but Apple looking a little enticing here as it pulls back on the 15-minute, attempting to print a second red candle on the 15-minute here as we pull back down in. Where is VWAP? I'm asking to myself, and VWAP is at 223.96. So 223.96, just shy of that 224 mark. So we're about a half a point away from VWAP here on Apple. Yeah, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be waiting for some of the opportunities to kind of come in. Like I said, my best days are where I'm kind of practicing that patience, waiting for trades to kind of, I guess, fall in, and really be patient for that playbook, for all the criteria to kind of hit there. And Tesla wasn't necessarily doing that well in following some of those rules there for myself, and it's very clear as it shows up in my trading here today. But yeah, let us know what you guys have been trading. We only got about 13 minutes left here until we pass it over to Sharif and Adara for the How to Trade session. But yeah, what do you guys got going on today? MACD support and resistance. Okay, should be interesting stuff. Some
Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy is an oscillating indicator, right? Yes, so yeah, so some good stuff to look at when you're looking at sideways kind of price action there.
All right, here's Apple 224.
Apple 224. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so it's pulling back into view up, but first I got to go to Rivian. Rivian now breaking out. I know it's still down on the day, but we had the short not early, we had the short late. It's now broken the $14.50, so we got to get that you-know-what out of Dodge. Still haven't found a dip buy that I like in AMD, so I'll slap the fail there. But I think it's the bigger fail to not be back in another time on the trend in AMD, right? Like this is still compressing. I want it back into this trend line. Anything in front of that 170 is going to play, but it's so strong, that last press, that we need to calm down. Just one little bit of a pullback, and we get it. PSNY, I was asked, am I into Polestar yet? No. The thing about Polestar is, the high has been pretty much 97, 98 every single day, the last 3 days. And then it's wicked the top, and then you just get in on the back end. When it's going up, you don't touch it, at least I don't anyways. And then when it makes the top, as long as it fails in front of a buck, I look for that curl. You don't have to use a 15-minute chart. Like I can put it up on a 3-minute and do exactly the same thing. Here, like you wait for the wick high. Once it does it, then I get into the short. KOSS stinks. Now it's right back at the low of the day. So no breakout of 15. If we had tried to reshort it, I don't know where I would have got in to try and reshort that one again. But if it cannot hold on to the low of the day, I don't touch this thing until it gets to 10 bucks. It needed to bounce 13 and break out. Instead, you're getting a bit of a dip. It might be worth it if it can hold this low. It might be worth like a low risk, like tight stop long here off of 13. I mean, it's bounced twice in this range. You're only risking about 30 cents here. Let's go to the desk for money talks. KOSS trying to hold the lows, it looks like. No? We're not ready? Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting a stop. I don't want to be in KOSS without a stop order first. So I always put a stop before I get into a long on a stock like this, because if it fails the bottom, the reason you do that, the reason I do that, I shouldn't say you, I'm talking about myself. The reason I would do that on KOSS is I do not want to get into the long, as I'm putting the stop order, it breaks the bottom and then goes into like some kind of crazy candle for a halt. I want my stop to protect me, which means get the stop in first before going long 21s here. I thought I put 22. I like that number a little bit better. But hey, I haven't taken this long the 2 times that it worked, so why not do it the 3rd time, and then we'll see what happens. By the way, Tesla 250 break.
Yeah,
yay or nay?
It's building up into it. So like we made a high at 249.
I'm thinking yay.
Yeah, I think it can definitely go with the way it's behaving right now. We held that 246 mark. We're holding above VWAP. We've reclaimed some of the uptrend on a shorter time frame there, but again, still a little sideways, still well within the opening, I guess, 15-minute range if you want to measure it that way. 15-minute range, we are still well within, kind of chopping and churning in between some of those levels here. Let me just point it out on Tesla. Let me just pull up the chart on this screen here, so you can see 15-minute range quite extensive, 252 down to a low of 242s and change, and we're just chopping sideways in and around those levels. Now going down to a 3-minute, which I like to use. We are holding, kind of orbiting in and around that VWAP here. 249 did break. We did about 50 pennies above that 249, and then we pulled right back in. So it is quite aggressive. Some interesting action nonetheless. Again, at that 246, I guess I did have some shorts here prior day off that 246 for a pullback in, but we're holding some of those levels. Look at that pre-market hold on that, after hour holds on that 246 as well. That level comes in as a little bit of a chop and churn with a lot of volume going through it once again today, pushing back towards that 250. But before that, we're going to go to Money Talks with Adara.
Yeah.
DXY continuing its multi-day losing streak here. We're down at least 8 days to the downside here for the DXY on that daily chart. We did get some economic data here. Unemployment rate for June coming in higher than expected, 4.1% compared to the 4% estimate in the previous print of 4%. Non-farm payrolls also higher than expected, 206,000 versus 191,000 expected, but lower than the prior number still of 272,000. We had some Fed comments this morning, well before market opened here from Fed's Williams, saying that the Fed still has to work to reach its 2% inflation target, but that they're seeing significant progress bringing inflation back to the 2% target rate. So next week, we'll have even more economic data to digest. We have the CPI and PPI prints. We're going to have to see how the market reacts to those. Also next week on Tuesday, we have that semi-annual Senate testimony from Fed Chair Powell. So that's always going to be something to keep an eye on as well. Also, not related to Money Talks, but just seeing this headline come in here from the information. Google apparently struggling to lessen its reliance on Apple Safari because Apple's cut represents 36% of Google's total ad revenue from searches through the iPhone Safari browser. So the remaining 64% means that Google gets around a quarter of all its search revenues. So Google having some potential revenue issues with its search for GOOGL is reported by the information and circulating around here now, guys.
Information. Thank you very much there, Adara. With only about 5 or 6 minutes to go, yeah, KOSS just put another lower high. It got up to the 3-quarter mark, like 1375 or so, and ran into sellers. I think that's, scalpers. If you're looking at what's happening with the stock, here, let's just draw something like this. Like you have a pretty distinct trend. So, lower highs all the way through into a flat bottom. So when it gets up to that line, very creatively, everyone's just selling when it gets there. It needs to punch through. If it can punch through, that's looking like 13.5, 1360. Consolidate a higher low, and then I'd look for a break into 15. I'm going to get out in front of 15 and look for a break at 15. Tesla, I'm kind of, oh goodness. Sorry, I have like a garbage pail that I'm using to rest my leg on, and every now and then it slips, and that's what just happened. But now Tesla, I'm looking for a 250 break. It feels like it's done its bamboozling, went for a long. Actually, the long actually was probably the best. The short no. Now you're breaking back out. I think a 250 break at this time of day, I don't love it as much as an early break, but I'll still take a 250 break if I can. And AMD. It's not an Nvidia day. We can like Nvidia all we want, but it's not the one today. The one today is AMD. There's no question about it. Micron short, AMD long, ARM has been super strong. I keep trying to get a dip buy back into the trend, and AMD doesn't want to let me in. So it's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive the next time we get an opportunity for a dip buy. If you want to short a chip name, this is the one that you should be short. It's Micron. It's Micron at VWAP, and I don't have it. The one that has worked for the short side that I will now look for an opportunity to get back into was Mara. Mara's holding trend. We shorted 20s into VWAP, which is the 3-quarter mark, and then back into the 50s a couple of times. If we never get 20s again, that would make the VWAP short at 1975 the place to re-enter. And I do see ANVS. This is the Parkinson's drug. It was phase 3. Was it not ANVS?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was phase 3. Good news for them, which is great news for everybody. It's a horrible disease. It sucks, and I hope somebody crushes it 100%. Look what this sucker did. Consolidation, breakout, making the second story up. I don't want to be short this name. I want to be looking for longs. I hope it doesn't fail that high at 1250, but as long as it's underneath that, I think you look for a dip buy trend. If it's not going to be KOSS today, then I want to give ANVS a chance. So KOSS, you got a good scalp trade in there, but it needs to follow through. There's been no follow through yet on KOSS whatsoever. And JP Suede, I'm not trading Intel today because here, look at ARM. ARM is a big one. I think that's worth our look. AMD has been a rocket ship. I want to get back into that. Micron is clear trend down. That would be the other one to look for a short. On Intel, do I see something maybe. Okay, never mind. When I looked at Intel the last time, it did not look interesting. I looked at it when it was trend down and doing nothing. That actually looks pretty good. So Intel is also breaking this channel. Yeah, Intel looks pretty good. If you're in this Intel break, I endorse this if it can hold above 31 It's breaking the high of the day. I'm not chasing a high of the day break at 11, but that is a pretty good looking trend break for Intel. This could be the day. And with this kind of a break, if it gets through 32.30, there's really nothing standing in its way for a relatively decent move on Intel. Now remember, that's Intel. So you're not going to get 5, 6, 7% days on Intel like you will on AMD, but that does look pretty darn good for Intel. I just feel like the break on AMD's channel is going to get you 5, and it could go like 7, 8, 9%. Intel's not going to do that. That's the difference.
Yeah, this is absolutely great. Like I pulled up the AMD chart here, just looking back at it. The prior high being right there underneath that 174.54. So just underneath that 175. Look at that prior kind of level coming in here as well. So a little bit of a chop and churn, a bit of resistance happening here, right underneath that 175 a couple of times there. And I guess, yeah, we attempted to retest that 175 after earnings, but we've only been going a little sideways there in about a 25-point range. 249 is holding as of right now here on Tesla. So it is in the center of the range. I don't want to kind of get chopped up in it anymore there. Like I said, not the best perspective today on Tesla in terms of trying to capture the move there. But Apple holding its VWAP is something that I am kind of turning my head towards, and obviously AMD as well. AMD can't stop, won't stop. Look at this 15-minute chart here. Absolutely beautiful. Just straight greens all the way up, getting higher and higher on 15-minute green candles there. So going down on the 5, you can see how nice and methodic this trend has been. Getting a little bit tighter as we kind of push up towards those 174s, 175 and change on AMD. Same thing with I guess. Let's take a quick look at Apple's chart right here. We have it up here. So 224, 223 and some change was that VWAP mark. And as of right now, look at this beautiful bounce, Neil. 223.86. And what is the low of that candle right here? 223.83. So only about a 3 penny difference in between where the VWAP on Apple is sitting and where we caught a little bit of a bounce there off of that area. So I'm curious to know whether or not we make any lower highs. Do we continue pushing for fresh highs, or do we kind of start to revert the move a little bit here? We are doing in and around one times the relative volume here, but the market is super strong. Do have to keep that in mind and respect that when we're trading some of these large caps like the Mag 7. If we have a strong market tailwind, you can definitely see that sentiment kind of coming in to some of these tickers here as well. ARM taking a little bit of a pullback back down to 176s.
Holy crap!
And it is 11 o'clock. Okay.
Before we go, KOSS just lost the bid, so the dip buy. We had good timing on it, but no follow through on KOSS, unfortunately. But I think the interest has gone to ANVS, which just made another fresh high, and BENF. So BENF just halted upside here. It's not as much volume, but its float is super tiny. Only 1.5 million on the float. Second halt of the day. I think this is going to be a gap-to-gap halt play, BENF, but ANVS certainly taking the wind out of the sails, I think, of KOSS, as that's the low float runner starting to go. So we tried KOSS. It bounced a little bit for us, gave us like a 50-cent move, and then could not hold that low of the day. We'll look for an entry into AMD on this dip, which is incoming in the market. But hey, it's time to talk a little MACD.
Oh, yeah.
With the Mac Daddy and the Daddy Mac. Sharif and Adara, go get him.
Thank you. Don't.
I love that intro. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to roll on over, make their way from the other chat. We already have, Bears versus Bulls. That's all we got. We got Pitchbull. I'm lying. We got Adara. We got Monty. Buenos dias to you as well. Mahash Mahat. One day you got to tell me how to pronounce it properly, Mahat, because Mahesh Mahat. I just had Ram tell me in my ear, and now I go with that. Matthew Booth, hold my beer. Atif Tibet, I know how to pronounce that. I bet you he's Egyptian. Starving Like 2, Lino Martinez, Big Boy. We got Ed George. We got Brandon Townsend, as well as Enrag Ronaldo. You play today, don't you? I think, aren't you supposed to be at the game? We got Dottie Zimbabwe. Yeah, we got the Piper, 2 New York Cents, as well as Sebastian and Donkey Trader. I had something lined up for that, but I won't do it. We got the Sankofa. Oh, we got a new square called Sankofa Square, do we not?
Do we?
Remember Dundas Square?
Oh, I
renamed
didn't know they were renaming
Square.
that.
Let's go, Adara. We got Amelie, we got Wadad, Shamoun, and Mohammed Al-Sab. I should have said that better. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this fine morning? How was your pre-weekend? Your pre-weekend?
Oh, it was good. That's what you said to me this morning. I had no
I've been
idea what
calling
you
it
were
the
saying. I was
pre-ken.
still half asleep.
Yeah,
it was
I know.
decent.
I was putting this morning, and she was like, "I can't right now," and then walked away because the coffee had not come in yet.
No.
I'm joking. I knew it wasn't. Yeah, I'm just joking.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I
I knew
was
you
like-
were. I was also tired, so I feel.
I
Like
got a case of sunstroke yesterday from beaching too much, so I was like, I was way too tired. But these markets for sure are not tired today. What a move up for the Mag 7 today. Let's take a quick look at what is making moves, and then I'll show you that small cap gapper that Neil alluded to right before the end of their show. So Meta looking like an absolute monster. It has not touched the 10 exponential yet on the day. Up and to the right it goes. No touches on that 10 exponential, showing you how strong it really is. Every other one has had some sort of retracement, and one of the moving averages that I follow. You got Goggles that right now just broke the 10 period, looking to weasel its way down to the 20 period. Likewise with the soft one, breaking the 10 and the 20 on the way down to VWAP, it looks like. And then there's been a love affair here between Amazon and the 20 exponential, and it's doing the dance right now at that 20 exponential. I had a quick trade here off VWAP on Apple. I'll let you guys know about that one in a hot second, but it does seem to be finding some resistance at that $0.50. 224.5 topping tail candles, 2 double tops right there right now, but let's not put too much stock into that. We'll keep watching to see what it does. The same way that Amazon has had a love affair with the 20 exponential, I would submit to you that Tesla loves the 50. Look at how many rejections we've gotten on the 5-minute time frame here on the 50 exponential with TSLA. You have had wicks that have breached that level. So if you put tight stops, you probably got bamboozled. The other side of that coin is while it keeps rejecting off the 50 exponential on the 5, these successively higher lows may be hinting at something, may be foreshadowing what we would call a flat top break, which we don't have an animation for, which I did reach for there, but it was a flat bottom break, alas. This area top over here at 249 to 249.5 makes sense given this area trough in the pre at around 7 a.m. We did find support there before moving up and breaking 250. On our way to that pre-market high of 253 and a third, and now we're having trouble with that exact same area that we bounced off in the pre-market. So right now, support becoming resistance, at least for the moment here on TSLA. Is there anything that you've got your eye on that you want to share before we start the lesson?
Also Tesla, I want to take that 248 bounce, was not able to be aggressive enough. Also, may I say, we had both Neil and Obi saying that Tesla was aggressive a lot. Aggressive is right there. That's all I'm saying. Also, I heard Tesla pressing. No one said Presla, you know. No, shout out to Obi and Neil killing it on that desk. I am just being, salty with my puns. That's not the point. The point is, I like Tesla here. We cannot get above that 248.60 though in the book. So if that's the case, I'll short it to 248s. We also have higher lows though, so I'm trying to be cognizant of that. I'm willing to go either direction with TSLA. You know what I mean? Like I will scalp this thing, the high heavens. I'm going to try to take more size as well because I've noticed sometimes that holds me back because I don't have enough size for the type of scalping I like to do with small risk. I already did have a trade in Chipotle. I did get a little bit, chopped up in Chipotle with that, slice and diced guacamole there a little bit. I only risked 5 pennies. I knew that this was going to be a bit of a dicey.
Oh.
Like onions? Diced? Okay.
She pushed back her
That was
chair.
an accident. It was going to be a bit of a dicier trade just with how little I was risking, but I basically saw the 90 MA bounce. I did want that smoke. We got below 85s. I got involved at 90s. I had to get out. It's all good. Next time I would definitely risk a little bit more given the spread, but, right now that this guacamole spread sent me out of CMG, but I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. KOSS, I see you too, girl. How are you doing?
All right, I'm just going to cover the trade that I had on Apple super quick. Then we're going to start the lesson du jour. So this one was the one Neil still kept yelling about all morning, the VWAP retracement on the dead one Apple, and it jived with another level that I was looking at. So I got in at 88, 223.88, but there was this area trough over here, this big red candle. Once we breached that 224 mid-90s, we huadoomed. We, for whatever reason, dropped $1 there, but we ended up holding that general 224 level. So I said to myself, look, you've got that 224 area trough. You've got the VWAP in and around that area. Put a resting order for VWAP and come what may, and that's exactly what happened. We were able to wet our beak on a nice 40-penny winner. Alas, it continued to move up. So is it really a good trade? Is it? Is it? If you didn't really catch as much as you should have. So I'll keep my eye on AAPL. Very strong on the day. I did not expect this, but yeah, it looks like some people are front running that super cycle if it comes. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, guys, let's get to the lesson du jour. Welcome, traders. Today's lesson explores combining moving average, convergence, divergence, MACD for short, these MACD signals with support and resistance levels for more confident trading decisions. So let's get right to it. So what MACD on its own, we already know that MACD crossovers and divergences, both the crossovers and the divergences, we talked about both of them this week. If you didn't watch, go back and have a quick look at said lesson. Both these crossovers and divergences can be helpful for identifying potential entries and exit points. But sometimes the signals can be a bit fuzzy. There can be some fugays with that kind of stuff. So enter support and resistance. Well, just as we always do, what is support and resistance for those newer traders? Support and resistance are key concepts in technical analysis. Support represents these price levels where buying pressure tends to be strong, potentially halting or reversing a downtrend. So once the price comes into that level, 165 on Apple, go ahead and have a look at that daily chart on Apple. Every time it dips into there seems to be a buyer. Conversely, resistance represents price levels where selling pressure tends to be strong, potentially halting or reversing an uptrend. Up until $200 was broken on AAPL, go back and have a look at that chart. It kept moving into 200, rejecting, and it ranged between 165 to 200. But then, all good things come to an end, even these support and resistance levels. Here it is depicted on the chart, Adara. Umpteen amount of times we came into that 51.25 on whatever stock this is. It doesn't really matter. And it found support at that area. What does that tell you? That means somebody with big boy money likes this price, or there is people with big boy money who like that price, who chime in, who are in it at that price every time it does come back into that level. And you shouldn't want to fight with those people because you are a market observer. You are not a market influencer unless you got big boy money. I don't. I'm just speaking for myself. This is technical resistance over here. Same thing. It comes into that 38 and 90 level, 38.75. And every time it does come into that level, it acts as a technical area of resistance. So the power of combining support and resistance and MACD. So imagine the MACD is indicating a bullish crossover, and that's when the MACD line crosses above the signal line. We talked about that on Tuesday. And it's suggesting to you a potential price increase. But what if the price is hovering right at a resistance level? So you get the crossover on MACD, great, check. But then you're weaseling in to a long-term resistance level. Let's say 200 on Apple, right? The selling pressure at that level could absolutely dampen the upside move, and you need to be cognizant of that. So using MACD with support and resistance, here's how to do it. Here's how to combine MACD with support and resistance for stronger signals. For your bullish confirmation, which is when the MACD crosses over, so a bullish cross near a support and resistance level, let's just say 200 on Apple again, it strengthens the potential for a price bounce, right? Or 165 on Apple, excuse me. The support level adds some confidence that the price may increase and have more momentum. And I'll show you what I mean by that on the chart in a second. But there's also bearish confirmation, and that happens when the MACD crossover happens at near a resistance level. That strengthens the potential for a price decline, despite the fact that you got a crossover. The resistance level adds some confidence that downtrend may continue. So here's what we're talking about right over here. So we come down, we're in a downward channel, no question about that. You can see lower highs, lower lows. We keep rejecting off, we keep making, lower successive crests and lower successive troughs. And then lo and behold, you get this MACD crossover. And what ends up happening, you bounce off that support level. So you had 2 check marks there beside your name. You came into that support level that had held in the past. In addition to that, you got a MACD bullish crossover when the MACD line crosses above the signal line from south to north, from down to top, okay? This is the exact opposite of that. This is bearish confirmation. Look at this. You get into that 84.25 level on whatever stock this is. You already have a double top there. Then, lo and behold, you get the bearish crossover where the MACD line crosses below the signal line from north to south. Lo and behold, you get that rejection yet again at that 84-ish level. So what are you doing here? Like, to be able to spot these MACD support and resistance indicators. So you're going to imagine a stock nearing a support level and the MACD does a bullish crossover or a bearish crossover, depending on which way you're going. This combination suggests a possible buying or selling opportunity, depending on whether you're going long or short, with the support level or resistance level acting as the launch pad for that price increase or decrease. So what I like about these is that you have a general area to know. If the price breaks above this level, if the price breaks below this level, I'm wrong and I'll just get out. So you have the MACD sign, but you also have the support and resistance line to kind of help guide you to know, well, I'm right if it holds above this, I'm wrong if it breaks below that. To me, that makes things a little bit easier, and that's kind of what I look for, okay? But remember, guys, support and resistance, MACD, it's not risk-free. Oh, no, right. False signals absolutely do and will occur, even with support and resistance. There's no guarantee the price will respect the signal. Always practice good risk management, and fake outs are a part of the game. That's just the way this works. Sometimes the price might briefly break through that support or break through that resistance before reversing and flipping the switch on you. Be cautious of chasing these breakouts and be on the basics, guys. There's a couple of things here that we didn't cover because of time constraints, but the strength of the levels also a very important factor to consider here. The stronger the support and resistance level based on historical price action, they can provide more confidence in the combined signal. So here's what I mean by that. I don't know if you guys remember, but when Adair was first started trading, I would always tell her the more times a support level gets touched, the more times resistance level gets rejected off, the more valid, the more real it becomes. So the longer it's been hanging out, the more, and it finally breaks, the more valid that break is. So keep that in mind. So the strength of the levels, important as well, but multiple time frame analysis here is absolutely important as well. You got to analyze the MACD and the support and resistance on multiple time frames. If you're looking on the 5, if you're looking at the 15, what's the hour telling you? What's the 4 hour telling you? Is it converging or is it diverging from your analysis? You need to make sure that your analysis jives on multiple time frames. Otherwise, other traders who may not use your time frame may not be seeing what you're seeing, and they're not going to participate in it if they don't see it. So the final word here is combining MACD with support and resistance adds another layer of confirmation to your trading decisions. By understanding how these tools work together, you can improve your ability to identify those potential entry and exit points we all want with greater confidence, or confidence, as Adair likes to say. Remember, practice with a paper trading account before ever using real money on the line, because why not? It's there. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, Sharif. Also, the whole confidence reminded me of the buttons we have, which reminds you guys need to vote. Vote for the tickers you fancy,
yes.
Whatever tickers you're fancy. Get involved there. I need to get my stream deck up. Get involved and do what you must to make sure, as Sharif says, campaign, organize. Make sure that whatever ticker you're interested in is getting involved there. Nvidia, I am no longer interested in you. You need to get your life together there. NVDA. Basically what happened here with this Nvidia. Also, yeah, make sure you guys vote though. In the chat right now, ! Join space, $, whatever ticker you're interested in. Maybe it's Apple, maybe it's AMD. Maybe it's Meta. I don't know. Get involved there. Nvidia, I want to talk about this.
Get it.
I wanted to short this with the 90 EMA rejection. I liked what I saw in the book. Then I got out. I was going to risk into 126.90s. We kept rejecting that. perfectly. I was like, cool, 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 cool. But then I got out because I was seeing higher lows in the book, had to leave. Then I was like, Adara, as long as you stay above that level that you know we couldn't get below and you were short, take it as a long. That also did not work out. I am down at Nvidia, but you know what I'm not down on? Positivity.
Bang.
And looking for new opportunities. I've been hiding the P&L, which has done wonders for my life choices, I have to say.
So good.
'Cause you're just like, you're not trading off P&L if you can't see it, right? You're trading on ideas you like. Nvidia, to be fair, still making higher lows. I was gunning for 126.40 in my short, and we did not get anywhere near it. So I'm really interested here. I'm still actually kind of interested in Nvidia long, so we're gonna try to get back in here. I'm gonna risk into 40s, that makes more sense. We're gonna try to get involved at 54s. And Nvidia's like, oh, cool, Adara, I do not care. I will continue to push higher. So that's fair, Nvidia, I understand. But what else? Tesla here, just doing a little bit of a snake to the upside. Oh, Tesla.
She pushed back her chair.
Off 9 EMA. Oh, and we're bouncing at that 248.60 area, which if you may recall, was an area I liked as resistance on the book. So resistance to support flips. Don't mind if I do, Tesla. I will not be getting involved in you unless I'm watching you fastidiously, which right now I have my eyes on your Meg 7 cousin Nvidia, but hey, Tesla, you're a much better look for me. I'd be considering getting long here at 249.25s, risking into 248.60s with the potential to add, and you know what? I'm canceling my Nvidia order because I actually like this better. So Nvidia, I have my eyes on you still, mind you, but I'm never gonna get my fill where I want it. Tesla, I'm not gonna say you're bestla, but I think my reads on you are a little bit better maybe than what I've seen with your cousin, Nvidia. I don't know why they're cousins, but they're both in the Meg 7. Also, AMD breaking below the 9 EMA. That is not a bad scalp short for me either. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. I just want to let anybody know who's counting. We've already had 2 chair pushbacks so far today. No, but seriously, guys, Meta just printed all-time highs, 533.57. We've never been this high on Meta. It was at 531, 530-ish line in the sand before the earnings report that we huadunked off and dropped to 400 ever so briefly. We are right back where we left off pre-earnings, 533.57 HOD. We're doing the fight right now to stay above that whole dollar at double threes. So we'll see there. Another one that just printed all-time high. Goggles, $190.10. Would it be petty if I messaged Brendo right now while he was on vacation, told him, I told you not to sell?
It's not petty. It's not
yes,
petty.
Everybody answered to the right over here.
Not
Adara was
petty.
trying to be politically correct and I guess nice to
I think
my
politically
feelings.
correct.
These ones,
Yeah.
these guys over here, they know no such thing. They're like, yes, it would be petty. All right, but yeah, no, seriously, well, I tell him that every day, Ram. I promise you I tell him that every day. Ram's like, I'm going to tell Brendo that Sharif said don't sell. I tell him every day. 190.10 Ram, HOD on GOOGL. What a retrace, what a move up here. There was a brief break of that 10 exponential. It did actually front run the 20 exponential, so I wouldn't have had a read on this one. I wouldn't have had it either way. I would have been trying to get in on the 10 or the 20, and neither one came in. So fantastic day for goggles as it continues to pamp into all-time highs. I don't know if we got into all-time highs on the soft one today. 467.07. Let's do a quick daily check over here. It is all-time highs on the soft one. I missed you, Microsoft. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you out of the all-time high, gang.
I think it'll forgive you.
Yeah, it's okay, right? MSFT Adara, 467.07, all-time high. Obviously, it goes out saying Apple printed all-time highs as well. So that is 4 all-time highs on the Mag 7. We didn't quite print all-time highs on AMZN. We had been a little bit above where we were today, $200.55. High a day on the Zon. Nvidia not participating, and that's okay because Nvidia is up a 1.5% year to date, so it can take a breather on the day. But what I'm looking for here is weakness continued. It seems as if the outlying retracements, these crests are all coming into the 50-period exponential on the 5. So I'm going to be looking for that 127.25 to 127.33 for a possible short here on Nvidia.
Yeah, okay, so Tesla. That's not really transition. I'm in Tesla. I like where I got involved. Then I was kind of like, maybe where I got involved was a bit of resistance on the tape. Because I get there, and we keep getting there, and then we keep dropping lower. We were bouncing off 249, so I was like, Adara, stay in this. And like I said, my plan was really to leave at 248. If we break below 248.60s, we have not done that. We've gotten to 72s and bounced beautifully. Now, maybe a trader that is not myself would have added, arguably I should have added, but I still see resistance at 249. Until we can clear that 249 nicely, what's the point in adding? That's just too, all I'd be adding is Tesla to my position. And it wouldn't make sense. So, because I said to myself, I said, Derek, you can add, but you're only adding after you've gotten some out. I'm not getting some out here. So I know I am risking a little bit more than I normally risk, but A, it's Tesla, and B, I want to make more. I'm trying to make like 75 pennies with that first out. So if I'm like trying to make 75 pennies, I have no qualms. I am qualmless about risking like 65 pennies. You know what I mean? Like I said, my risk to reward ratios are less like perfectly mathed out and more as long as, I need to work on the risk reward ratios, but the point remains, Tesla, if you want to keep reject-ing this 249, things might get dicey for me. Like I said, I always have my levels at which I'll leave, but if I see stuff on the book that I distrust before that point, I have no qualms, again, about leaving early. I need to stop saying qualms, but it's a really fun word. So yeah, right now, all I'm doing is staring at Tesla like it stole my lunch money, which it didn't as far as I know, but maybe it will. We'll see, because we are trading at lunch. All weird Tesla jokes aside, KOSS as well is also on my radar here. We have lower highs, but man, what we're doing here, I was talking to Sharif pre-market. I love that $14 level as a base. If we come back to 14 and we reject like we did earlier, someone's going to take this short, no matter what it costs. Also, yeah, Tesla here breaking way below, so we're gonna have to pop here out of the Cybertruck. Risk management, this definitely could have been better. I guess it cost me to look at KOSS while I was in Tesla. So there we go. I definitely, like I said, need to work on my stops. That is not the vibe of anyone's life right now. So we're gonna have to see how that goes. Got out of Tesla where I wanted to, and now it decides to bounce. I feel like I have this tendency of risking into stocks where the actual entry levels should be. I might get back in if we keep holding 70s. How are you doing?
I'm good. I want to talk about these small cap gappers. I know you mentioned KOSS. I won't go over that. It's doing the dance right now at 13. I've got nothing to add to that. BENF. This is the one that Neil mentioned before the morning show ended. It was halted at the time. He mentioned it. It's up a sweet 115% volume, 7.14 million share market cap is a hottie, nice $19.5 million, and the float is 1.7 million shares. Let's bring in trade ideas and look at the short float, if any. 2.47, so about 2.5% of the 1.7 million shares is shorted, so nothing really to write home about. I don't actually have, I'm just looking to make sure that I'm not wrong on this. Here it is. Beneficent announces rescheduled fourth quarter and full year fiscal 2024 earnings release and webcast. So that, I guess, is the reason. And it's going to be, for anybody who's interested, July 9th, Tuesday, July 9th, 2024, before the market open. So they are going to report before the market open on Tuesday of next week. And I guess that has the market in a frenzy, because here we go as it pushes into today's highs, 512 HOD. Let's flip to the 1 minute here so we can get a better look at how this bad boy is moving. Clearly a bit of a seller at this, 510, 512, because we did reject initially there, 1122, now rejecting again. Now a new candle forming. Definitely some issues with 5. All the closing prints on the 1 minute have been below 5. So despite the fact 512 HOD, there's definitely shorts pushing this bad boy down at $5. We'll have to see which one wins out. Now, how do you weasel your way into this? Well, there's a couple of ways. One, you can use these moving averages to see which one it's respecting on the day. Right now, on the 1, I don't see any respect for any moving averages. So let's look at the 5. The 5, sure, okay. The 10 exponential did seem to come in as a level of support on occasion. At that 3 2/3 general area, it did hold up there. But I got to tell you, I'm not really feeling the moving averages on this. What are the halt levels telling us? Well, halt levels oftentimes can be areas of support and resistance as well. The latest up halt over here at 453. So 450 general area could be a level of support if we make it down there. You also have the closing prints of these candles over here from 1105 to 1110, all of which did actually close below 450 despite the fact that it wicked up. There it goes again, 5.25 HOD. This thing is on its way up 140% as we yap right now. I'm going to look for something off 450. I'm not punching it at highs. I don't want the 5 dip. I want nothing but that 450. This looks really good with the halt level and with these topping tail candles over here. I'll have to pack my patience to see if BENF NF wants to weasel its way down there. But before I send it back to you, Big Spile Burdette was telling me earlier about Bitcoin and BTC and how it was possibly here time to short micro strategies. I forget what Big Kyle said. Let me see if I can get that quick. He tagged me there earlier. No, it's gone. Oh, no, here it is. BTC testing the 200 daily from the downside. Time to think about shorting a name like MicroStrategies. Shout out to Big Spile. I mean, I don't really have a read on the price action of Bitcoin, but here's the daily chart on Bitcoin. Obvious resistance in that 70,000 general area, despite the fact that we got a little bit above it. My only concern is this looks awfully close to a double top, and the neckline was that 56,000 area. That took us back to April 30th and May 1st, and now we broke that. We didn't break it on a closing basis, and that's the thing. Look at the wick candle. It comes down into VWAP and then quickly got bought up to correspond to that double bottom that we put in that M neckline on the end of April, early May there. So, yeah, I don't know, Big Kyle. I don't know if I'm going to short anything to do with Bitcoin at these levels. I just don't feel like I have the right read on BTC. But, yeah, let me know how it goes. But, yeah, definitely big down day for Bitcoin as a result of that Mount Gox.
Yeah, that one
debacle.
falling off that mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Clearly.
Bitcoin fell to the downside there on that. Also, thank you, Kyle Burdette, for the super chat. Remember, use exclamation point gift at Kyle Burdette all to help me defeat Ponzi Fonzie. So some fun chat wars going on there. Thank you very much to Kyle Burdette for that super chat. Also, I want to talk about Tesla. I know it was shocking. I'm looking at Tesla. Yeah, no. All jokes aside, I had the right call in the short, and I executed it poorly, which is frustrating. But you know what? I'm going to use that to motivate me.
Nice.
Keep going. We're still seeing lower highs in this, and this is another issue of me using areas that I should have been using as my entry point as my stop. Adara, stop doing this. This is, a thing I do a lot. So, hey, but look at this. We're still rejecting that 248.60 here in the book. So I am going to get back in this. I'm going to take a smaller position, and I'm going to add if we get to 249s. Why? Because that's the area that is more interesting. So smaller position, willing to add if we get to 249s there. If we get to that 249.25s, that's definitely the top. That's where I'll have to get out. And Tesla's like, oh yeah, I'm really gonna Tesla your patience here and your stamina on this. It's all good, but see, we get to 249s, we reject. I'm like, okay, Tesla, okay, I see you. Now what I wanna see is you go back to the lower 249 or 248s, and then I'll be pleased as punch with that. We're gonna try to get out 25s. Again, just things I've seen on the book here on TSLA. I keep forgetting Tesla's so bamboozling, and I'm not giving it enough room to do its weird Tesla thing. So, though it is Teslaing my patience, if I still see levels I like, I do think I owe it to myself to be trying to get involved. So there we go. We're not going to add till we take some out, especially because I think right now Tesla's trying to Tesla the waters here in this area. Eddie R saying it's fun wondering what new hair color you might bring each week. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit darker right now, but yeah, please, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, I liked it. Spiced it up a little bit, why not? Why does market keep going up, saying Rivian millionaire? Yeah, good ad. That's a question for the market, Rivian millionaire.
Yeah, I know.
We have no clue there. Your name is reminding me, actually, I am an EV name, but your name is reminding me of Rivian, which had, wow.
What a retracement, eh?
This thing bounces at 1410, pops up here, a little bit of a VWAP, loop-de-doop, then it pushes higher. Now it's coming to that 90 MA. This could be an interesting level, kind of near that pre-market top of that area at 1460. But man, if you had a long off that 1410, you are nicely in the money there in Rivian. Tesla, I'm not going to call it Bestla yet, but right now we're trying to push lower. For whatever reason, finding some support at a very random level, 248.40. So Tesla might be trying to form a long here. I'll get out if it's wrong, I'll get out. I have no qualms. I'm qualmless. Trying to be cautious of not revenge trading because I did have that short earlier. But what are you looking at?
No.
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Yes.
Yeah. So Tesla here, I'm not always good at it.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. That's my bad. So Tesla, you're making lower highs though, because last time we got to 248.9s. Now we're here 248.80s. I'm like, Tesla, what are you doing? And as I say that, Tesla's trying to push higher. So that's all good. They're trying to keep my sanity in Tesla, which can certainly, again, Tesla your patience. I'm going to add a little bit here at 86s. And then I'm going to be trying to take out some earlier than intended. We're going to try to go for 49s. But right now, we're going to go for an ad read.
All right, Benzinga Pro. paid for itself on day one. Sorry, that's real review from a real trader using Benzinga Pro. Ram. Thanks to Benzinga Pro's exclusive news alerts, real-time market insights, and a community of over 6,000 dedicated traders, it's the fastest way to trade the news. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our 4th of July sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description box and join Benzinga Pro today. And I got to tell you, I've been using Benzinga on and off for the last 4 years. I know Adara uses it every day, and she uses the Pro, and I'm pretty sure, I don't want to speak for her, but you're a fan?
I'm a fan. Yeah.
She's a fan. There you go. Endorsement, unpaid endorsement right there vis-a-vis Adara LePage. Let's look at AAPL Ram because it's on the way back up to 225. It looks like I sold way too quick there off that 223.88 dip. It's about $1.10, a little bit higher than where I got in. We know for a fact, though, that 225 has been a bit of a tough level to achieve, to break, to hold above, whatever you want to say there. Unsurprising, you know, these $5, $10 level, especially the $25 level because of its, you know, the quarter. Going to be an interesting break or reject here. We'll have to wait and see what the rest of the day brings, but great hold above VWAP. And then you had a couple of hammer candles on the 5-minute chart that bounced off the 20 exponential. So if you missed that initial VWAP dip, which is the white line on my chart, you could have had this yellow line dip. The yellow line dip is a 20 exponential moving average, and those wicks dipped into the 20. But most notably, look at this. The closing prints all hold above the 10 exponential. Why is that important? Well, because to me, it's signaling that there's possible algo. Well, there's not possible algo. We know that there's algos here. It's just what the algos are doing, right? One day the algo might be using the 50 or whatever algo is present on Apple on that day or is dominant on Apple. There's probably multiple algos running on this buying and selling this stock. But the point is, you want to see which one is the dominant player on the day using. And right now, I got to tell you, it looks like it's a 20 exponential on the 5. So that's what I'm trying to base my trades off here, and we'll see if we can get a bit of a better entry. Meta finally coming back down after printing all-time highs at 535 and 2/3. The 10 exponentials hanging out at that 531. 530 and 2/3 area. You know, we're talking about big ranges today on Meta, guys. The closing print from, what day did we leave? Wednesday? Was 510 on Meta. Guys, we moved up a nice $25 in one day on this name. So that gives you an idea what kind of strength this has. So I don't want to stand in front of it and try to guess the tops. I'd rather get in on retracements and move up with the continued strength. So 531 general area, I'll be looking there.
Yeah, I am very proud here to say I'm still in Tesla. And Tesla, like I said, was Tesla-ing my patience. Was it ever? Yes, it was, Tesla. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Tesla. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is here, basically what I'm doing is I'm getting in and out, scalping in and out. As I say that, we just made a slightly lower low here, which is perfect. I would love to see us crack below 248s. I don't know if we have that in us in Tesla, but I love that I'm speaking as Tesla now, But no, I'm joking. It's all good here. Basically, I almost panic sold when we were getting that 249. I said, Adara, you were going to give it to 249.25. Stick with that. So I did. So there we are. Again, this still could go against me. This still could go up. Now I'm risking 249s because I've seen enough lower highs that if we break decisively above 249, I will see that as distinctly different. Shout out to Obi there. But yeah, right now, I mean, I think we are having a little bit of a move down here in that Cybertruck, and it's something I want to take advantage of. What I've been doing is adding, subtracting. As we get into the 50s and 40s area, that's where I take out. But right now, I don't want to add any more right now until I get a little bit more out. I'm ready to thin out this position, call that herd, throw that rock at that Cybertruck window, as they did in that demo in 2019 that went awry, to put it lightly. So yeah, I just want to, until I have a little bit more kind of confidence that Tesla is continuing to go to the downside, I don't want to add too much here. That being said, I saw us get to 39s. If we can get to 39s again, I'll take out 2/3 of the remainder of my position, and then I'll add back in, because that's what you got to do. You got to trust yourself. That's my issue sometimes, is I'll see something in the book and then I don't trust it because I'm like, Adara, you don't know better than the order book. In what world, Adara? So trust the book. more, you trust yourself and you read on the book, but don't trust yourself more than whatever the book's telling you. Tesla breaking lower here. If we crack below 248, I'll get out here. I am qualmless. I have zero qualms. This is a really small position now, but I mean, that's again, okay, yeah, there we go. We pop higher here. I'll get out. Please just punch. Got out 248, 29s. I needed this in my life. This is the type of scalping and trading I would like to be doing more of. Nvidia, which I had my eyes on earlier and which I traded to questionable effect, is now also, isn't it great when you get out of longs at the lowest they've been since then? Look at me.
Oh,
just
that's
good times.
Yeah,
Right? It's part of being a trader.
Exactly.
I feel honored, but no. All jokes aside, Nvidia coming up here. I had 127.40 written down on my little version of a trade journal, which I call my tickers to look at document. So I do have Nvidia 127.40 written down here, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Also, though, I remembered I had there was another a coin. I had Coinbase on there. So Coinbase, okay, I had Coin 214. Coin's currently at 221. So I have no basis for Coin right now. But yeah, if I get a Coin basis for this trade later, I'll keep an eye on it. But great move to the upside for Coin. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm short Nvidia at these levels, and I'm looking for a VWAP 50 exponential rejection. My line in the sand is going to be that $0.50 because we have a couple of crests at that $0.50. So if we continue to make those highs, I don't mind DCAing right in front of that $0.50. But then if it crosses it to the north side, that's where I'm going to end the trade. Let me show you what I'm seeing on the 5. I could have wet my beak there for a 20-penny winner, but I was a little bit too stubborn, and I want to hold this one for a bit of a winner here. So here's what I'm seeing. The 10 o'clock spike into the 50, reject. Another 10:30 spike, double top into the 50, reject. And here we go, coming right back into it now. So it doesn't have to reject at this level. It doesn't have to do anything. But, you know, if it does, I want to wet my beak. And I think it just came down, and I did get filled. All right, pamp it. Let's go, or damp it in this particular instance. So let's see if we can get a little bit more here on the monster NVDA. We're short 25s. It's printing 01s now. Decent look. Let's see if we can break down from 127. We can print a little bit more. This DCA I'm probably is no longer valid because we did reject off the level. Now it's going to be whether or not this is a scalp trade or whether I can hold it a little bit more on the way down, maybe possibly to test that 125.5. I know last time we came into that 40 penny level and we held. Seems to be a buyer at 5. It's not reflected on the book. You don't see the size at 5, but we keep bouncing off it. So what does that mean to me? It means there's an iceberg likely hanging around that 5 penny area. Don't know what kind of size though. We have to hang out at that level for me to have an educated guess. Here comes 6s again. Let's see if we can get down into 5 so we can scope this one a little bit more. Yeah, doing the dance a little bit above 5, a little bit. Here is 5 again, and see, it's not drop. There we go. Now 5 gives way, so then we bounce up again. So I'm trying to, you know, maybe hold it a little bit here for a bit of a down move, but it looks like the market. Well, we're at highs on the NQ June contract. So June contract, get it together, Sharif. It's September contract.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just unsure what to do here, to cover it or just to hold. I think I'm going to hold it, come what may. Apple right above 225 again, but it's having trouble with it as we expected because we knew that the majority of the closing prints for AAPL were south of 225. We're back testing it right now. We're going to have to decide what we're going to do here because Apple, very strong, 1.5% in the clear.
Yeah, what a day here. I'm just trying to let Tesla let me out of this year's Cybertruck. No, it's all good. I would like Tesla to let me. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
We're out of Tesla. And this is one of those frustrating times. And I know I've said this before, sometimes I'm a winning trade, then I try to replicate it and it goes against me. In this case, though, I felt very strongly about the Tesla short again because we had these lower highs in the book. Lower high, lower high, lower high, like by pennies. I was like, this is great. This is a good look. This usually, from what I found in the past, manifests in a nice trade, either if it's long or short. But now that if Tesla wants to bounce off 249, like you guys know how I feel. I will switch the style up. And if they hate, let them hate and watch the money pile up. I'm going long 249s, risking into 248.60s. But yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say here is that, sorry, I got lost.
You're good.
I got lost literally in the Tesla sauce over here. No, the reason that I like the short is because we had these lower highs to the point where I didn't even think I'd get filled. I literally did not think I'd be able to get short. I was like, oh, this thing's gonna go without me. Ended up going to the wrong side with me in it, but it's all good there. Like I said, hiding that P&L because I'm really trying to work on the progress and the learning over the profit and the loss. And I think through building my progress and my process, hopefully that will help the P&L in and of itself. And Tesla, now apparently, like, Tesla, what are you doing? Asking for a friend. But yeah, if Tesla bounces here off that 248.60s, like I said, the levels I really like in Tesla are going to be that 248.60 and the 249, and then also 248.25 on the short side. But let's see here. Right now we're trying to bounce off 75. I do like this look. I got involved at 249s because I saw us break above it and then test it and bounce. So that was the level I liked. I do want to be taking some profit as we get into 250s, if I'm even allowed to stay in the Cybertruck that long. But you know, Tesla, I'd love for you to take me on this cyber Uber to the upside. Was that a weird analogy? Sure it was. But yeah, the plan is, as I usually like to do in my trades, add, subtract, add, subtract. We're going to take some off here at 25s. Then I'm going to add if we come back down to 249s, because I want to be able to get a nice little position going. Like I said, trying to take more size. That doesn't always work out on that last short. But it's about trying. It's about finding new things to do. You never know until you try.
All gas, no brakes. The future isn't. What'd you say, Fabian? Great show. 20,587.75. Goes without saying, all-time highs, even though this is a futures contract. I didn't look at the NQ. I didn't look at the composite to see if that's accurate. I'm just guessing it is because I don't think we've ever been up here. Fantastic look on the day, up 0.86%. And I see you guys in the chat. I respect everything you're saying. The market is too strong to short today. But I got to tell you, Nvidia, I don't know, it's taken a day off. So I've moved down my stop. I've moved it down look, it was at the $0.50. I've moved it now into 40 pennies. So if we get that 127 break, here we go again with 127. I'm sitting at 88s for the fill for a nice 30 some odd penny winner, but we are getting support at the whole dollar, unsurprising, given the strength of the market. So I may be wrong. I may be foolish not to wet my beak here with some profits, but I'm just kind of a stubborn person by design. So I'm just going to let this one go. And if it breaks down, it breaks down. It stops me out, it stops me out. The other trade I want to let you know about, the strongest Mag 7 name on the day goes by the name META, 4% in the clear right now, but there is a gnarly retracement down. It's $5 worth of a retracement, topping tail candle into 535 and 2/3. And here we are doing the dance with the 10 exponential on the 5, trying to hold above that $10 level at 530. It's been 5 uninterrupted red 5-minute candles in a row. But the first time, though, like I said, I mentioned this earlier, that meta is actually touching the 10 exponential on the 5. So I want to see what we do here. And I don't have to be first. Shout out to Greg, man. He always said you don't have to be first. You just got to get involved, participate, don't anticipate. I want to see this one get in on the back end, as Neil likes to call it, basically showing you proof that, yes, this is the support level, and now the buyers have overwhelmed sellers at this particular price during this particular time, and I'm going to participate in that. So keeping an eye on meta here as it bounces off the 10 exponential on the 5. It did dip briefly into that 530, exactly the low of this hammer candle here, 530.33, so it holds up exactly at that $0.50. And now the body of the candle is above the 10 exponential, so if it does close this way, it will have held said 10 exponential. Down we go again below 127 on the monster Nvidia. Alas, I still have not printed. I'm still waiting at 88s. Maybe I go unfilled here, Adara, I don't know.
Hopefully Nvidia fills, that'd be nice. You got a little fill there in Nvidia.
I wouldn't mind.
Also, I was seeing some questions in the chat there earlier. Yeah, I do not know what's going on with Meta news-wise. I was looking, could not find anything because some people were asking, what is Meta's deal? Yeah, it's just, I guess, a zucky day for a lucky, it's their lucky day if you're a Meta long. Tesla!
Bang.
Tesla. Okay, so Tesla, I say Tesla and then it drops. Tesla's having a hard time with getting above 249.30s in a way that is in any way meaningful. Like Tesla, I don't know what this issue is with your level. Maybe it hurt you in the past. Like I don't really, to be fair, we did reject a little bit earlier because I used that as my entry for the long and then ended up flipping. So that's definitely something worth noting here. I do like this TSLA. I have no reason to leave the long right now, but I did de-risk some of it when I realized, hey, Adara, this might not be the vibe, but I'm not adding more until I see something way stronger. I want to see higher. I don't want to just see us bounce off 249. I want to see us make higher lows. I'm okay with averaging up if I want to build this position. I have no reason to leave yet. Would I feel more confident if we get a decisive break up into that 249.30? Yes, I would. But right now, I will stay. I do not want to leave. I will survive. Shout out to Gloria Gaynor. So yeah, I want to stay in this trade for right now. Yeah, as Neil said on when we did the market recap on Wednesday, Neil was like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you can average up if there's things you want to build onto. So I'm definitely interested in that. But Tesla, like, I have to trust myself and my read on the book in the same way. Like, you can't have hope if the hope is unfounded. That's what hopium is, right? So I want to see what we do here. I would like to see us decisively push above these 30s. I want to see a push into 40s. If we keep seeing these higher lows, then I'll have more reason to add more confluence. I will still scap out if I need to, but Tesla's kind of making me want to stay. How are you doing?
Good, fantastic. We covered that short on the monster Nvidia nicely there at my price, 88. So I did get what I wanted there. Happy with this trade. Again, nothing super fancy about this trade, but Nvidia had shown me on the day its intentions, its propensity, whatever word you want to use, to reject off the 50 exponential on the 5. I don't have to guess if it's respecting the 50. It's already showed me that. Whether the question remains, whether it still respects that. I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor. That's all I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to be Sharif Tadamis or anything like that. But the point is, I'm really trying to look at what situations give me the best possibility. And I felt this one was the most respectful on the day with exponential moving averages. That's why we got in here. Wet my beak. But this one still showing you. It's, by this one, I'm talking about Nvidia. It's showing you that it's not really giving up the ghost as quickly at that 127 level as you may have hoped, or I may have hoped. And that probably has a lot to do with the fact that we're almost at 20,600 on the NQ September contract. We are 4 points away from that. Get it, Neil. What a move up today on the future. I didn't anticipate this for a shortened week. I got to tell you the truth. I thought this would be super dead. Brendo kept telling us that the volume would be low, that, it would be like kind of tough trading. I don't know, man. There's something different in these here markets, man, because everything is up and to the dang right. Well, not everything. Max 7 names and some of these chips for sure. So packing my patience here. I'm still keeping an eye on Meta because I'm still very interested in this 10 exponential on the 5, this general 530 area hold. I still haven't seen that green candle come in. It's now 6 uninterrupted red candles in a row on the 5-minute chart on META, and it's a nice $5 off the top there. So if I do get in, and we weasel our way back up into high day, that could be a multiple dollar winner. Knowing myself, though, I probably won't hold it, but that's really not your problem. That's more my problem. But anyway, keeping an eye to see if this 530 holds. I don't have to be first, despite what this individual there in the chat says. Let me go find it real quick. He's like, if you're not first, you're last, bruh. And I was like, what? I was like, that ain't true. Yeah, Neil likes that too. I can't find the individual who said that right now, but roasting Brendan, Eddie, I'm not roasting Brendan at all. Trust me, I'm not roasting Brendan. No, that's not you didn't take the right thing that I was trying to say there. Anurag and Sharif Adira, monster day for the football world, 2 in 50 minutes. Don't I know it, baby? I'm going to have to miss that game, but that's the beautiful thing about being at this prop firm here. I got 4 monitors. You can only see one, right?
He does watch the, yeah, I can
yes,
confirm.
I got 4 monitors, baby, and you can only see one of them. So I will be running it on the side over here. And I'll update you guys, obviously, if there's anything interesting. Obviously, big games today. Portugal, France, Germany, and who's? Portugal, France, and Germany, and Germany and somebody.
Oh, look, it showed all our monitors. That was cool.
Oh yeah. I'll have
you can see all my cups, all my drinks.
I know. These guys, Germany and Spain. Sorry, guys. That's the one starting in 10 minutes. Germany, Spain. Right now, odds makers seeing it down the middle. 2.65 to 2.75. Germany with a slight underdog here. Portugal, 3.4. France, 2.35. So definitely France the favorites. Unsurprising there. Can't wait to see it. I love to see Mbappe and Ronaldo on the same field because Mbappe, idolized Ronaldo.
I know you talk a lot about that guy.
Yeah. Well, Kylian.
Kylian.
Kylian Mbappe. All right. Guys, Meta did find support at 530 here, Ram. There we go. The first candle on the 5-minute chart to go green in about half an hour, essentially. 6 candles there on the 5-minute look. So on the way to 532, good hold up here at 530 for META.
Yeah, I mean, Hold up, Tesla, where's the hold up with
up.
like getting to levels that make sense? This thing has been, I keep forgetting Tesla is Tesla apparently. Like you do have to just stay calm, breathe through your nose like you're on a plane and it's like crashing. No, I'm joking. But Tesla's not crashing, it's behaving in a way that is deeply frustrating in that every time it looks like we're doing what we need to do and we're getting to levels, Tesla does not want to actually behave, which is kind of frustrating for me. I'm gonna get out here. We broke below 60s. I had to. That's really frustrating. We did lose on that trade. You guys always know I stay positive, but unfortunately, you can't get shut down either. So that was, I'm not gonna lie, a bit frustrating here. I think Tesla might just be a range. I was trying to play it that way, the 248.60 to 249.30s, but alas, it's all good there. You know what though? I'm always looking for new opportunities, new trades. As Obi always says, where's the next trade? Let's find out where. Yes, Eddie R. Alanis Morissette is Canadian. That is very random, but you ought to know that she is a Canadian icon.
No.
Remember
we were like comparing her breakup album with Olivia Rodrigo.
We were
a little bit.
we were a little bit. We were
a little bit different. Obviously, Alanis got more of like an alternative twist to her, right? Hey. Oh,
really?
Neil's wife is going to Alanis in Canada. Is it in Toronto? Okay, yeah, it's coming up in a week, he says. Yeah, I hope she enjoys her time.
That's
Obviously, a lot of nostalgic memories there, because that album in 95 was a big album. 95, 96, anybody who remembers that probably don't want to disclose your age. But yeah, here's a look. Guys, double top possibly coming in on the dead one here, AAPL. It keeps coming into this 225.25, and it does find a wall of selling. I didn't see it on the book, but I see it reflected there on the chart. Let's keep an eye on this one, because if this tanks, it could be a big short to the downside. I know Big Spile Burdett will be salivating over said opportunity because he'll be looking probably to take that market short. But 225.25 on AAPL seems to be a bit of a local resistance area. I mean, I wouldn't be able to, you can't really call the double top until that 224 or 223.75 middle area of the M breaks, that kind of the V neck there. The bottom end of the V in between the M. Once that level breaks, then you can kind of say, okay, the double top is manifesting. You're not going to just get it off a quick rejection at a key level there. So keep an eye on that. Amazon back above 200, and Meta is holding that 530. So everything really strong unless you're Tesla, unless you're Nvidia. The other names all participating to the high side without question. It behooves us to look at some other names too, because we already know the MAX-7 are super strong. So let's weasel in the watch list over here and look at some of the other names that are moving on the day. So here is my big tech watch list. Microchips, you can see a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag. Like you got, for example, AMD and Intel very strong on the day. Micron and Nvidia not really participating, and then the other names are kind of just sort of in between. KOSS, obviously, you guys know that one for the memes, up big on the day as a result of the Kathmandu releasing whatever picture of a microphone and a flag, this, that, and the other. Polestar up again, 95 pennies, 7.5%. This one looks like it wants to take $1 organically to get back in the good books of NASDAQ. This one has been doing well as of late. Go back and have a look at the chart, but obviously year to date, it has gotten shellacked. 57 2/3% to the downside year to date on Polestar. Moving down the list here, as you can see, Chinese EVs destroyed as well as a result of the European Union coming out with more tariffs. You got XPeng down 10%. Li Auto not going to get hurt that much by that because they don't export cars. They're more of a domestic market only for China. But you can see Zeekr and NIO, both of which like to export cars, shellacked as well, 7.4 for NIO, 9.86 for Zeekr. So really bad look for all of them. But BYD exports cars. Why is it up 1/3%? Explain that to me. I have no idea. Bitcoin continuing to recover back into the 56.5 off that 54 double bottom. It was hanging out at 55s in the pre today. And some of these cybersecurity names, a mixed bag as well as cloud computing. So nothing really standing out too much here unless you're part of the MAX-7 or some of these small cap gappers are there.
Yeah, I have to say, again, I think there are times where my whole piecing in and out strategy can work. There are times where it didn't. Tesla, for the most part today, that did not work out for me. But then I took a quick short scalp, took 23 pennies, and I was like, Adara, it's scalp season, baby. I'm clearly, to be clear, still very much down on the day. But man, I'm always bullish positivity. I'm ready to keep making things work. I think why things worked on Tesla on Wednesday, because Wednesday was the best day I've had in a little bit. That was because thank you, I appreciate that. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm just saying it because what worked that day, that's what I need to remember. Why was that a good day? And that day worked for me because I was just in and out of things like I was not staying in trades long. I had levels I liked on Tesla, and I was just scalping them to the high heavens, trusting myself, trusting my read on the book. That is what I need to be doing. And right now, my trading is not on cloud 9, let me tell you. Like I said, not looking at PNL unless I need to make sure like things are all good, like stop loss wise, which we are. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is you just have to figure out what works. If sometimes things will work one day. Like there's some days with Tesla you can do that strategy I like using. Today is absolutely not one of those days. So I want to be cognizant of that. Tesla making lower highs in the book. This could be a short, but also if you pull out a little bit, there is a bit of a range here, 248.20s up to 249s. I want to be deeply cognizant of that. Thank you, Neil, for giving me those cost shorts. I'm not going to hop into this right away, but I want to be aware of the fact that I can.
If you don't mind my asking.
I don't even know. I just got the short.
Were they pricey, Neil, or no? They're super cheap. Okay, good.
And low cost.
Oh, 63 pennies for 100 shares.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Thank you for letting me know.
That's part of the benefit. I mean, a real benefit of being at Real Trading, because I can't even short this on my platform. There are no shorts available for sale on IBK or for borrow on IBKR. Just goes to show you the benefits of being with Real Trading. Guys, I'm keeping an eye here on Apple because it's right back into that high again. So this 225 business that I kept talking about, that may have just been, a moment in time, because here we go again, 225 and a third. And if we close like this, that'll be the highest close on the candle, because you saw over here at 1025 when we printed those 44s, it was a quick wick, and then we dropped right back down below 225 and a quarter. We're almost back at high of day, 1 3/4 now on AAPL, and it's been a take your pick, a 20 or a 10. Exponential retracement, take your pick for real. The deeper retracements have gone into the 20, the shallow have gone into the 10. So weasel your way into the trade, I guess, based on that. That's how I do it anyway. Keeping an eye on that. The trade I missed, though, is Meta. I mean, I'm just an idiot for this. I've traded Meta in the past with widespread, so that's not an excuse for me. And this candle dipped, 530.10. The subsequent candle, 530.22. So you didn't even have a break of 530. So if you got in, say, at $0.25 and you gave yourself to the break of the whole dollar, you didn't get stopped out. You didn't have a wick below that. So that's a clean dip trade that I absolutely missed, and that's all on me. 4.5% here for Meta, looking to go higher. It's already bounced to almost $3 off that bottom at 530. It's on its way into 533. 535.67 though is the high of day. Let's flip back into some of these small cap gappers. We really haven't been saying a whole lot about them. KOSS, as Adair mentioned, obviously weak on the day, south of VWAP at the moment. VWAP is at 15 bucks. It's trading at 14 1/3. We'll have to see if it's able to weasel its way back above that volume weighted average price. BENF, that's the monster that halted when the show was starting. As the big boys ended the morning show, this bad boy was halted at 443. Since that time, it printed a 627 HOD. But right now, though, wow, that got super rangy, super quick. $4.50 to the low side, $5 to the high side. It's been ranging for the better part now of 10 minutes on the 1 minute chart. BENF stuck here a little bit below VWAP, a little bit above. This is untradeable for me. I don't want to trade a range on these small cap gappers because the bottom can drop off at any time, or the top can come off at any time. And it's not like range trading a Mag 7 name. At least that's how I see it. So BENF looking to get above VWAP. This is the 5 minute look at VWAP right now. You can tell the last 10 minutes have all been $5 rejections, as evidenced by these topping tail candles over here. We'll have to see if we can take it on a closing basis. I'm looking at my side screen, and the game is almost underway. Germany going to kick off, and it is now official, kicked off. We'll see as soon as somebody scores. I will let you guys know.
Yeah, I just got involved in the Tesla short. You might be like, Adara, Tesla at VWAP. This is a time to get short. Yeah, I know, but I really liked what I saw in the book here. One initially, okay, we're going to get out here. Sorry, guys, about that. That was, I wasn't prepared for that.
Intense. Yeah,
that thing dropped
great.
Like
that was great.
35 pennies in 2 seconds.
That's a great trade. That's a great trade.
Thank you so much.
But that was a greater reaction, I'm going to have to say. It was a good trade.
That.
Very good trade. but it was a hell of a reaction.
The reaction, thanks to you as well. But no, thank you. I want to explain why I took this though, because I know this is a look. I initially was interested in a long bounce off VWAP. That's why I was looking at this. I wanted the 248 short. When I didn't get that, I said, Adara, look, you guys know I love flipping directions. I know I'm generally short biased, but I'll flip directions when I can. And I saw this VWAP bounce. Tesla, we saw Wednesday and Tuesday and Monday, the VWAP bounces were strong. So I thought that was something I had potential for, right? I watched the VWAP bounce. We don't get it. And I'm like, Adara, we break below. So VWAP at the time, 247.60. It gets 247.50. We do some top and share, and I said, Adara, take this short. If we break above 70s, get out. I get short, and it pops a little bit. I'm like, we pop into 60s. I'm like, Adara, breathe. Then we get that breakdown. We broke 246 like that. I said, Adara, get out here. So in the end, risking like up to 20 pennies to make almost more than 60 pennies. I'm pleased as punch with that. I'm going to keep watching Tesla. This is the type of scalping you need to do. Sometimes you just need to remember what type of trading we're comfortable with. Thank you, Sharif. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Soccer players look like they're like fighting.
Dirty.
I don't know how soccer works. But great look for Tesla. What else are people looking at here? KOSS here on watch. You know, yeah, I'm still have KOSS on my side chart. KOSS nudging its little head near 1480, which is another level I liked. So this is also VWAP. This is a level I liked at the pre, but now it's also VWAP. Get a pushback.
Number 3.
This is number 3. I don't want to. I have shorts. I don't want to be too frivolous with the shorts, but man, this KOSS 1480 rejection. I have my eyes on that. I don't know if I have 5 on it, but I have something on it.
Hey, I wanted to point out that Tesla and Nvidia rocketed one up, one down at the exact same time. You got to wonder if someone was basket order trading these in the inverse. Here's the look. Tesla tanked below VWAP coming into yesterday's closing print, 246.5. Watch out for support at the $0.50. And then simultaneously, Nvidia breaks the 50 exponential. At least it looks that way on a closing basis right now, 127.5-ish. It's trying to break and hold above that level. Fantastic inverse trade there. I hope somebody had that. I certainly did it, but I saw them happen in real time. Great look there. And shout out to Adara for that great short off, on TSLA. Look, Meta looked like it was going to reverse a little bit here after putting a couple of green candles off that 530 double bottom, looking to go through 533. And then it was looking it was going to break the 10 exponential. But there you go, a bottoming tail candle. The buyer saying, no, you don't. And it pushing it right back up again. So I won't take anything short or long on Meta until I can figure out exactly where it wants to weasel its way to. But right now, we are finding that support, at least for the moment, right now at that $0.50 level on TSLA, which is where we closed out on Friday. I can't believe the move on Tesla. Guys, in case you're wondering, if you haven't been with us in a few days, this is the half-an-hour chart on Tesla. We had been ranging, let's just say, between 185 and 175 for the better part of a couple of months. And then all the smoke came, and it came pretty damn quick. And you can see the move up with the volume. The volume follows the price action. You got to love that. So we break out well above that, and we just printed, I think, at the highs there this morning. We got up into 253.78. So yeah, definitely above that 250 level, having trouble with it on the day. Unsurprising there. And you can see on the 30-minute time frame that we got multiple topping tail candles through that 250 area, denoting the trouble with which we're having to break through that $50 area. But you know, if it keeps going this way, it's just a matter of time before that level gets taken. I got to tell you, I didn't really anticipate this kind of.
You didn't anticipate it?
I didn't anticipate this kind of strength on Tesla, but it doesn't really matter why I anticipated, because Neil's ready.
Yeah, we're Tesla Pate with Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. And you know what? I'm going to talk a little bit about Tesla, but it's not the trade in Tesla. It's what we learned from Tesla that should inform a pretty simple idea. Now, I'll make some notes. I'll have like, this is what I want to cover, blah, blah. Today, I actually turned over. I know exactly what the lesson of the day is going to be. We didn't zoom out on a certain stock, and we missed a huge opportunity. Now, Tesla wasn't that opportunity, but everything comes from learning in this market. See the channel that Tesla's been in? Look at the bounces off the lower highs. So the big channel that it broke, there's the powerful move it had on Wednesday when it broke that channel. But you also had this tight consolidation with lower highs that we've been in for a while. And when you see something like this, the stock which is generally trending down, it bounced off some support levels, but then you had this tight channel that it was in. Look at when it broke out of that channel. There is your breakout, the acceleration. When a stock coils up, think of it like a sprinter in the blocks. When you're coiled up like that, and you get a catalyst or whatever it is, and you break out of that channel, those are the trades that turn quickly from just like a normal breakout to an A+ setup. That's what Tesla was before today. The last couple of sessions, probably everybody, their top stock was going long on Tesla as a day trader. Fast forward to today. And the first example of that is going to be AMD. Now, AMD, very, very similar, tight channel. You see lower highs, lower lows, just hugging the 50-period moving average on the daily. It's been doing this dance for a while now, and then today you get the break. And we've been acknowledging there's not been many levels to look at for AMD. Look at this thing up in the high 167, 166 and a half. That's been a short area. Thank goodness it never actually set up a short, or I would have lost on the stock. Is what it is. We got lucky that it never curled there and trapped me into a short. But the breakout, it hasn't been clean for me. And the problem with that is sometimes you just got to zoom out. Now, as I'm trading it off the 3 and the 15, I'm not always remembering how big of a deal it is. It's a breakout trade, follow the trend to the upside. But when you zoom it out and you see that this is day one of a break of this trend, you should want it even more. And I'm going to double down for you and show you what happened the last time AMD was in a channel like this. It was different in that the channel started with the high. In this case, it started with a lower high, so it was a bit more bearish this time. But look at how long this channel was. When it broke, it took its time, consolidating and going higher. So it is what it is. But when it's a bearish stock, sometimes the explosion can be big. When this happened last time, you were just favoring the longs as it continued to go up. It wasn't always parabolic, but it was a heck of a trend. When you get this trend break, you've got to have a little bit more confidence in that long. It doesn't mean you're going to win for sure, but you should like it all that much more. And I'm going to go to one other one here because I was asked a question in the middle of the day or in the middle of the morning show, what do you think about Intel? And my first thought was Intel's not doing anything. Intel's still in the same channel. It's not going anywhere. Oh, right. In the moment that I was asked a question and it glanced at it and glanced back, Intel was breaking out. Now this is even more bearish, but look at the converging channel on this daily chart for Intel. It's an even tighter band on this chart than it was for AMD. Higher highs, higher lows, lower highs into this convergence, and then finally breaking it out. Now it was a bit of a trap. It broke out. I'm going to zoom it out so you guys can see. It took out this local high close to 31.5 at the open and pulled back in. So when I was asked, that's the first thing I saw. I looked at it, like, oh, it failed to break. It's not going. But look at what happens when it takes out that top. Acceleration, sprinter coiled in the blocks, and then liftoff. Absolute moonshot. Intel's not going to do 3% on a normal day. Unless it's earnings, it doesn't really do big moves. But the reason here for Intel and AMD, simply coiling up and running. Now, all of a sudden, I'm favoring longs on Intel until we get to the next resistance level. Maybe it's 35, 36. Maybe it's a 200-period moving average. Maybe it's the previous channel from before, which I'll leave up there. But I'm favoring the longs unless we're breaking back underneath 31.25. I can tell you that much. So when you get these big, well, sometimes it's a big stock, sometimes it's Intel. But when you get these big, long channels that a stock has been in for quite some time, you can find a local breakout. Anybody can look at a 15-minute and say, hey, look, Intel's breaking through the top here. But when it fails that break, if you haven't zoomed out, you don't know how big a deal it is if it gets back above. Because that was a huge channel it was in. We saw it with Tesla. We know what it can do for you in your trades. And now all of a sudden AMD wants to do it too? It's off to the races here. I mean, I'll tell you right now, when we do our ideas of next week, well, something breaking a channel like this has got to be front of my mind for continuation for next week, and then just look for the continuation long. It's coiled up, and it was trending down, and it's just coil, breakout, got to grab it. You saw Tesla for multiple days was an absolute moonshot. AMD, Intel doing exactly the same thing in here. So the idea is when in doubt, zoom out. Sometimes a local breakout goes from being a good trade to a great opportunity or an A+ idea because you zoom out, see the channel that it's breaking on the daily, and off to the races. Oh, I forgot one more I wanted to give to you. And this is an older one, but it's just as good. I wanted to mention Micron did something similar, but it wasn't. Just to give you an idea what it looks like when you have an up channel that gets broken instead of a downward channel, this is Micron. Boring, boring stock for a very long time on that daily. But in an upward channel, it breaks that channel, bounces right off the previous bottom, and goes bat you know what crazy, and goes from slight up move to parabolic up move. This is why we like big breaks on daily and weekly charts, because everyone's looking at them. Shorts are scared when they break out, and the longs are like, oh yeah, we're going now. Let's pile into it for some swing ideas. So when in doubt, zoom out. I like trend lines. You don't have to draw them, but if you're not aware of a big trend breaking, you're going to miss those A+ opportunities. AMD gave you one today. Intel gave you one today. Tesla just recently gave you one. So zoom out, find those big trend breaks. When you held that channel for a while, it's just all the better when it finally breaks out. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day, dropping hot lines on Neil's lesson today, right around that noon time. So make sure to catch that. All right, while Neil was dropping said hot lines, I did weasel into a meta retracement level over here in the mid 80s. It's for a 20 exponential hold. I'm gonna get out if it breaks a $0.50. I don't like my exit. My exit should be below the candle of this low right here, which is at 532.13. Alas, I don't want to give it to that much. So we're gonna wait and see if I can weasel my way into, guys, it shows Neil and Obi's position on the position board. So if I can weasel into some profits there at 530.25, I'll wet my beak in and around there on META. Stops in place, beak wetters in place, come what may. Apple at day's high currently right now, it just printed 41's high days 44. So this one continuing to stair step is AAPL. You did get 20 exponential retracements on a lot of names here, all at one time. So if this one breaks here, the 50 penny area, I'm talking about Meta, I'm out. But look, you got a 20 exponential on Meta there. You got it on Amazon right there as well. And you got it on goggles, GOGL, also coming into the 20 exponential. Now, I don't know if the winds of change have come. Yes, I did get stopped out of my Meta long there. So we take that as a loser. I'll look to see if it does respect that level. We'll look to get back in because I knew that the stop was wrong. I had to give it to this level over here, which is 13s. But hey, you win some, you lose some. I knew that was making a mistake, but that's all good. Keeping an eye on that. Now, NVDA really changing its tune here. So all the levels that we have been looking at on NVDA, the 50 exponential, these areas over here at 127.5, even this 127 2/3, all have been broken. NVDA recovering quite aggressively here, 127.25 to go green. It's got to break above 128.25. So we're like less than 50 pennies now from going green on NVDA. It was much lower to start the day, but a great rounded bottom kind of shape here looking on NVDA. But I'm not looking to go long. In fact, I'll try to play it short if it comes into the IB high area, or I want to see what it does at that 128.25, because that is not yesterday's, but the last trading day's closing printed there.
Yeah. What? Pardon?
Say it again, Neil. AMD.
Yeah, AMD is on something else over there. IWM, I'll talk. I have some stuff I want to talk about. First, I want to talk about this IWM because I'm in it. Look at these lower highs. We flop on a break at VWAP. Then we come back up and nudge our little head at VWAP. That is a short to me. So I took the short here. I'm risking very little. I'm risking into this little top of these little baby areas here around 82s, risking 10 pennies. I have my beak wetter set for 17 pennies, and then I want to save a piece for the dream. So I have no qualms with this trade. Let's keep going here. About 1 penny in the money, just a cool whole penny there. Now I'm flat. All good. I have no reason to leave. We haven't gone more than 2 cents against me since I've gone in, so pretty subdued trade. Tesla. We had 247 reject, then we got lower, but then we made a higher low. I was going to take the long into 247. Did not work out, unfortunately. I have noticed, for whatever reason, I think my scalp instincts are better at shorts. I don't know why that is, but it's something I want to be cognizant of. I'm aware I think sometimes things can be a bias, but they can also be like an edge. You know what I mean? Like I can scalp a short, I can't scalp a long maybe, something to be aware of. So I did lose a little bit on that. But it's all good. They're really happy with that scalp I took off VWAP, and then the secondary scalp I took again off 246.50s. The other name I'm looking at is KOSS. I said to Sharif, I was heartbroken. I missed my VWAP projection. I have no one to blame for that but myself. I didn't have the Tesla trade, so I can't be too upset. But you know, hey, KOSS, that means that when I see you next, I will be going at you with a viciousness, with a vigor. I almost took this short off the 90 MA rejection, and I was like, Adara, like, we're kind of seeing this as support, which we kind of were, so I stand by that. But if I see any kind of change in the tides here, another 14 rejection, 14 was a massive area of support. If you want to flip, I'll flip right with you, KOSS, and I'll be flipping out with excitement. IWM dropping lower, I'm happy.
Very nice. Yeah. Pasang Sherpa saying cost, like Costco, not KOSS. All-time highs. Yeah, I'm not really surprised there. Every time we look at Costco, it's printing new all-time highs. So we'll have to see whether it can actually, you know, print anything different than all-time highs. All right, I'm back in Meta. We're doing well here. 30 pennies in the money or so, 20 pennies, excuse me, in the money. I'm looking for a way bigger move up here. I'm looking for maybe 532.5. I'm really going to try and pack my patience because I'm already negative on it, so I don't want to take anything out here and continue to be negative on it. We're going to have to hold this one. 532.5. We had a bit of a double top. I'll probably take it out a little bit before that. This is what I'm looking at here on Meta. It's a 20 exponential hold. This is why I'm in the trade. It's going to have to hold this level. I've readjusted my stop so that it's a break of this candle over here, which is where I should have had it initially. So we'll see what we get with Meta, and we will not get upset. Apple, right, man, unbelievable strength today on Apple. It's not retracing like some of these other ones. Like you didn't have a 20 exponential retracement at the time, but you're definitely having resistance at this 225.44. To me, it's really the $0.50 here rather than 44 pennies. We'll keep an eye on it, but you know, it hasn't touched the 10 exponential since 1120. So going on an hour here of strength for AAPL. Well, great day for it today. Finding a little bit of resistance, though, as we move up there. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers, see what they're up to. BENF, yeah, definitely held 4. So that dip down off that 627 HOD does bounce off 4 right into 4 2/3 we go. But most notably, we're still below that 4 3/4-ish area, which is where the volume weighted average price is. I can't take a trade on this one as a breakout unless it reclaims and holds above that area. ZAPP kind of selling off here. This one was a good small cap gapper for the last couple of days. It had a good morning as well, but the bell rung and it has been printing lower highs and lower lows since that time. So nothing for me to trade here on ZAPP unless it's a short, really. And we'll have to figure out exactly where to get short, but there was a whole lot of support at the 50 exponential or that $4. I wonder if $4 flips into resistance if it makes its way back up to $4. So we'll keep an eye on ZAPP. Adair?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Wow, yeah, I missed that. Also, guys, make sure you don't miss the opportunity to vote. Go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's Nvidia, maybe it's Apple, maybe it's GME, maybe it's AMD, maybe it's KOSS. I don't know. It doesn't cost you guys anything to vote. So get involved in there. And exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. I'm getting out of this Tesla here. I should have scalped the whole thing out. Instead, I scalped out 2/3. Basically, what was I doing here? You may ask. I wanted the long here into 247. So we had higher lows in the book, so I thought we'd get a little bit more. We didn't. I got out. I think more or less flat in that position, so that's fine. IWM, can you make up your mind, please? Make up your IW mind. I'll be a couple pennies in the money, and then I'll be a couple pennies out of the money. So I have no reason to leave until we break above 80s. I know I'm risking like 8 pennies to 10 pennies, but this is a stock that I don't want to risk too much on. I don't like how we seem, like we're rejecting VWAP still, to be clear. But we have this bottoming tail candle, and now we're trying to bounce off the 90 MA. I do not like that SIM.
Ooh.
I do not like that IWM. I do not like that in a pen. I do not like that on a Friday. I don't know what I'm saying. Shout out to green eggs and ham for some reason. But would you eat green eggs? As an egg enthusiast, would you eat green eggs and ham?
I don't know, Adira. I don't know. I've eaten some weird really colored eggs before that.
Really?
Like those free run ones. They're really dark.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is good. Patty got me a whole bunch from his buddy who has like farm or whatever, and I ate.
Not connections.
Yeah, Patty, clearly. He's not here today. Guys, Big move here for Nvidia. Like we were talking about, this rounded bottom that's coming in to that area of resistance, 128.25. That's where we closed out on, what the hell day was it? Wednesday. I keep losing track of the week, but the IB high most notably takes us into that 128.85. So I'm watching how it trades in and around this area, this 128.25. But if it weasels its way up into that $0.75, then you got to start, putting resting orders in and around there, because we could definitely take a turn down here. Now, look, we touched this 129, 128.85. There was a bunch of touches there. Earlier in the pre-market around 4:15. Don't know why I got a bump into there. But again, we touched it at 8 a.m. Those institutional prints came into that level. That 8:30 NFP number also bounced into 128 2/3, and the IB high, 128.85. So I'm very interested in this level here on NVDA, but it's going to have to make its way up. And it's not far away right now. Just touched about 128.5, doing the dance with no pants with $0.33 right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm still in this meta trade. It's still holding the 20 exponential. It still hasn't got me out because it hasn't broken the low end of this candle over here. The low end of that candle is 13s. I put my stop out at 12s. We're in the money right now, but I'm nowhere near taking profits. I want to take profits in the 531, nearer to 532. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I will not be taking profits early on this name. I don't care. Let what happen. Keeping an eye on all these names. So I don't really have anything else to look at the moment. Oh, Nvidia. Here we go, Ram. It just put in a topping tail right at that level, but I'm hesitant to want to take it here initially. I want to see how this candle closes, because you could get a bit of an inter-candle tug of war between buyers and sellers. So you get a little bit above, it looks bearish, and then it flips to bullish, flips back to bearish. So I want to see how it closes, and then we'll make our decision based on that. So yeah, Nvidia at a critical level here, at least in my books, and I want to see how it resolves. The other one that's at a critical level as well, not a critical level, but off, a level that we kind of identified, this 225.5, 225, low 40s and level of resistance on AAPL, and it just broke the 10 exponential. Now, it hasn't touched the 20 since 1050. You had these bottoming wicks over here, but neither of them touched the 20. And here we go. We're breaking through 225 to the downside, and we're awfully close to getting into that 20 exponential, which on my chart is 224 mid-80s. So keep an eye here on AAPL. Obviously, very strong, 1.5% in the clear, but definitely encountering some midday resistance. So keep tabs on that. I'm watching the game, guys. I've got it. España 0, Alemania 0, 23.09 in the first half as we speak.
Nice. Yeah. How long does the Euro Cup go on for? Because it feels like
July
it
15th.
does not end.
We're in the knockout stages now.
Oh,
Adara.
okay. So it's getting like...
We're in the quarterfinals now.
Oh.
So the last 8 are in.
Yeah.
We were in the round of 16. We finished up that. Now we're in the round of 8 called quarterfinals. So this is the first game of the quarterfinals.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah. I remember FIFA too. I know FIFA's pretty long as well. I had my
the World Cup, you mean?
Yeah, FIFA World Cup. Yeah, I
yeah.
remember there were people, I worked with some girls who were like, oh, we got to go to the back to watch the soccer. So they'd be like back there watching. Yeah, shout out
they're intense.
to FIFA. But yeah, Tesla, lower highs. I took another scalp short. Nice. That is what I will continue to do. I will be honest, I panicked a little bit and got out earlier than I should have. But no more panic. No more panic in Tesla. If I keep seeing stuff I like, I will just short it to that. Well, I'll do long scalps as well. But like I said, my read on longs is a lot iffier for whatever reason. So I think that's where kind of the short bias comes from, because I'm not really good at finding longs. But yeah, that meta, I hope you print on that meta. That's a tasty little meta. Look, best of Zuck as always.
Yeah, I mean, we're 20 pennies in the money, but it's not doing anything here. I mean, I need it to go up a lot higher. So I'm going to pack my patience on that, but we've got a lesson. Du jour. So let's get to that. We are talking about moving average, convergence, divergence all week long, baby. And today, no different. We get a little bit more nuance. Today, we talk about moving average, convergence, divergence in the context of support and resistance. So let's get right to business. Welcome, traders. Today's lesson explores combining MACD signals with support and resistance levels for more confident trading decisions, as we always do. Let's talk a little bit about the basics. MACD on its own. We know the MACD crossovers can be good signals for both longs and shorts. We know there's a bullish crossover and a bearish crossover. We also talked about divergence, looking at price action, MACD divergence. We know that works well as well. But sometimes the signals can be a bit fuzzy, and that's where we get into a little bit of trouble. So let's talk about how support and resistance helps unfuzz that fuzz. So support represents, just so you guys know, support represents price levels where buying pressure tends to be strong, potentially halting or reversing the downtrend. Conversely, resistance is kind of the opposite of that. Resistance represents price levels where selling pressure tends to be strong, potentially halting or reversing an uptrend. And this is exactly how support is depicted on the chart. You typically see these area troughs come into a general area. It doesn't have to be an exact price, but a general area. In this case, it's about 51.25, 51, and it seems to be met with buying every time it dips into that level, right? So that's how it's represented on the chart. Very much the same for resistance. It keeps bumping in, cresting at a specific price level or specific price area, and then seems to find sellers around there as well. I'm keeping my eye on Meta because we just got into 531, right back down below into 530.75. So I'm packing my patience with that one. My out is going to be the break of 530.10. So the power of combining them. So imagine the MACD is indicating a bullish crossover, suggesting a potential price increase. But what if the price is hovering right at a key resistance level, right? The selling pressure at that level could dampen the upside move. So using MACD with support and resistance, here's how to combine both for better signals. Your bullish confirmation is the first one we're going to talk about here. A bullish MACD crossover, and I'll show you what it looks like on the chart in a second. A bullish MACD crossover near a support level, so you get a crossover of the MACD line above the signal line at where the price is near support, that strengthens the potential for a price bounce. The support level adds some confidence that the price increase might have more momentum. Conversely, the bearish confirmation, the same thing but in the contrapositive. A bearish MACD crossover near resistance levels strengthens the potential for a price decline. The resistance level adds some confidence, oh, I hit that wrong, that the downtrend might continue.
Confidence and confidence.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll work off it. So this is what it looks like here. You can see on this particular stock, we have lower highs and lower lows, and then the price action weasels its way down into that lower support level, that trend line that we drew at the bottom end of the channel. But look what happens once the price reaches said support level. You get a MACD crossover, which is when the MACD line down here crosses above the signal line from south to north. That is indicating to you potentially that the trend is reversing. So when you add that MACD has crossed, you add that price support has bounced, you're adding two check marks. Again, it's a balance of the evidence, a balance of the probabilities. You're looking to see which way the market is showing or leaning to, and then you take a trade based on that. The opposite, bearish confirmation. You get into this 84.25 resistance area that we had been at before, and we hadn't broken. But look, lo and behold, once we get into that area, look what the MACD does. You get a bearish confirmation, meaning that the MACD is crossing below the signal line from north to south. All the while, you're getting that rejection on the price at that area that you typically expected because you should have charted and known it had been previously resistance. So taking a look at the chart, what you're going to look for is a stock nearing a support level or a resistance level, and then you're going to look for the MACD to show you a bullish crossover indication or a bearish crossover indication. So you're looking at price and you're looking at MACD. This combination suggests a possible buying or selling opportunity with support or resistance potentially acting as a launch pad for a price increase or decrease. Again, it works both ways, whether you're going long or short. And remember, guys, it's not risk-free, right? Just because the MACD and the price action seem to be jiving, it's by no means risk-free. False signals do and will occur. Even with support and resistance, there's no guarantee the price will respect the signal Always practice good risk management. That includes stops as well as position sizing. And fake outs are a part of the game. You just got to get used to them. Sometimes price might briefly break out or below support and resistance before reversing back up or down, depending if you're long or short. You gotta be cautious and make sure you're not chasing these breakouts. You're looking for confirmation first. And beyond the basics, guys, one thing we didn't get to today that I maybe will get to in a future lesson is the strength of the levels. It's also quite indicative. Stronger support and resistance levels, meaning that they've been in place for longer, have been tested more times. If they get breached, it strengthens the signal. For example, the level I gave earlier was 165 support on Apple, 200 resistance on Apple, obviously, before it got broken. Those were tried and true levels. Every time you dipped into that 165 area, you got bought up. Every time you weaseled your way up to 200, you sold off. So the more times a support or resistance level has been in place and has been tested over and over and over, the stronger the signal is once it's broken on a decisive basis. Always keep that in mind. And you should also be doing your charting on multiple time frame. You got to do multiple time frame analysis. You got to analyze the MACD and the support and resistance look that you think that you see. You got to analyze it on different time frames. Is the daily showing you what you need to see? Is the hourly? What do you chart on typically? 5? All right, so jump up to 15. Is it showing you the same thing? How about the hour? How about the half an hour? So you need as much confluence as you can get between these multiple time frame confirmations. And just the final word here, guys, combining moving average, convergence, divergence with support and resistance most certainly adds another layer of confirmation to your trading decisions. By understanding how these tools work together, you can certainly improve your ability to identify potential entry and exit points with greater confidence, Adira. Bang.
Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for, as always, for preparing those lessons. Yeah, I think what you said as well, the more times you see support and resistance, the more that they come in to play and the more likely it is to be interesting. That's what I tried. I have something I want to talk about with that in mind, and it's this Tesla breakdown. I took 5 pennies on this, and it dropped $1. So the takeaway from this is like, why did this happen? What was I doing with my life? Well, basically what happened was I should have risked more earlier, because then by the time that happened,
I'm just happy. Yeah?
Oh, nice.
Killed it on Meta. Took $1.50 on Meta.
Oh, nice. I thought you were doing it for soccer. Okay, that's amazing. I'm so please a sponge.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the trade?
No. No, I just want to celebrate.
I'm happy for you. Shout out to you. Yeah, I wish I could hit that dollar club for Tesla, but what happened was it went down $1. I took 5 cents because I wasn't feeling as confident in the breakdown. I didn't have as much to risk. I was like wiffle waffling. I was like, so I get out. The second my order fills, this thing drops another 50 pennies, and then it ends up dropping $1. That was frustrating, but you know what, Tesla? I will continue to watch you for a scalp. I'm still watching these $half and whole dollar levels. Obviously, that's disappointing, but I'm going to use that disappointment to push myself harder, because that's what you got to do. Sharif is dancing with his tongue out. I am so happy for your trade. How are you doing?
Good. I want to sing that song, but nobody knew when I sang it last time, From White Men Can't Jump. Only Neil knew it. So, you know, anyway. All right, the whole point of getting into this was a 20 exponential retracement on the 5. We made that very clear. We also talked about that 530 general area holding. It did hold as a general area. So here's the look on the trade. Let me zoom in a little bit. We got cut up on it initially, but I weaseled my way back in for a much bigger winner than I had a loser. So initially got in at 530.80, got out everything at 529, I got in at 529.80 and got out at 529.20. So we lost 60 pennies there. But then I weaseled my way right back in at that same price, 529.80, and we covered everything at 531.20. So I'm very pleased with this trade. It did give me a bit more of a bump up into 531.5, but I did use a flatten key, so that it sucks to be me. But keeping my eye on this level, I also want to mention that this meta trade was probably best for a scalp. That is until, of course, the lower highs pattern that we're seeing on the 5-minute look here gets broken. So it's been crest, and yet another lower crest. Now, how does that change once we break through this double top at 533 on a closing basis? I know it looks a little bit skewed, so this looks a little bit better. So decent bounce off the 20 exponential at that general 530 area, but the trend is still to the downside despite the 4% plus move on the day. That is until we break and hold above 533. At least that's my look right now on it. 35th minute, still 0-0 in the game. I've been watching, and I got to tell you, very even so far between these teams. I wasn't surprised, though, because they're very, very evenly matched, España and then Alemania.
Nice.
Do you notice how we're saying a lot of these, I don't know, you haven't been watching the tournament, but like Czech Republic is not called Czech Republic anymore, it's Czechia.
Oh.
Right? You're calling the name of the country by how they say it
That's
locally.
cool, like Italia.
And Turquia, right?
Yeah.
You don't say Turkey anymore, you're saying Turquia, right?
Yeah.
Which is how it's said in Arabic, which is funny enough. But how come we're not saying Almania? How come we're saying Germany? Because they don't say Germany in Germany.
Same with, yeah.
I need to know, I need answers.
A lot of those countries there's different names for different things. That's interesting. Also, yeah, I didn't talk about this. I'm 30 pennies in the money in IWM, which I know, it's so funny. I was getting all depressed about my Tesla, but it's like, IWM's still going fine, Adara. You're going to find the silver lining. As Obi says, where's the next trade? For me, the next trade, admittedly, will probably still be a Tesla scalp, but it's going to be a Tesla scalp that I manage better and do not panic sell 5 pennies in the money instead of a possible $1. There you go. Progress, growth. But anyways, this IWM, like I said, I took out half that lower low. I was down to add, but I haven't had a good place to add yet, so I don't want to add as of right now. If we break decisively into 60s, I'll get out. I'll take my 12 pennies. Right now, though, I'm just interested in seeing these continued lower highs, lower lows. I almost bumped you on my elbow, Trenda. Shout out to Trenda.
Aww.
But yeah,
You got to be nicer to Trenda.
I need to be nicer to Trenda. I also need to you just got to be confident. You got to believe in yourself and your trades, because no one else is going to believe in your trades for you. No one's else going to believe in you.
I haven't heard anything from the Katina man lately. Usually he like enters the chat super early on to make sure everybody's good.
I think he did maybe on Monday or Friday.
Yeah, he did.
I haven't
seen him. Yeah. I remember that. I haven't seen him lately.
Yeah, I've not seen him either. Apparently Czechia is just the name of the country now, says Ritz. I did not know that. AMD curling back to the downside, says Zach Bobek. Let's keep an eye on AMD. Let's see how AMD is doing. I just put Tesla AMD. Wow, Adara, come on, man. AMD is,
Deutschland.
Yeah, that was a pushback.
Oh, that's number 4, by the way,
that topping
guys.
tail candle.
We got to have an odds, what is it called?
Above, over under?
Over under on chair pushbacks on the day.
I'm scalping AMD here.
Get it.
It got my pushback. So now it has my heart, it has my mind, it has me on it. If we break here, I'm not gonna get filled. But I want to see a stable of you up if we get, 90 EMA, if we get to 70s, I'll get out. But I really do like these types of shorting the pop type moment. Obviously, this isn't really a pop, it's kind of the opposite. But it's the popposite, I don't know.
Oh.
But I really want to see what we do here. I, again, highly doubt I'll get filled, but I like this 172.50s. I like the fact that we had this topping tail candle. I am absolutely not getting filled on this, but man, I will keep an eye on it. AMD, if you want to keep rejecting here, I have no qualms. I am qualmless, and I will short. I need to stop saying qualmless.
She lacks qualms.
I do have no qualms, Shuri.
She
I am lacking. All the qualms are sold out. Out for the week, maybe next week. Maybe we'll see tomorrow.
Oh, baby.
But I'm seeing lower highs on AMD on the books, so we're going to have to solve. Oh, okay, no, and as I say that, we pop up happy I didn't get that short. It's all good. But AMD, if you want to bounce off 172.50, I'll take you long then too. As I said, I am qualmless. There we go. IWM still chopping and churning. Tesla at 247s. I'll have to keep an eye on that. What a fun day. I love trading.
Yeah. It's been a good day. Gorev, you were right about Nvidia and Tesla are moving in opposite to each other today. Nvidia retracing and Tesla trying to bounce. We'll have to see if it continues to do that. But I mean, just because it did it in a moment in time doesn't mean it continues to do it throughout the day. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Gorev. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Ram, Poet, P-O-E-T, moving, doing things here. Decent look and a great looking chart, unabated to the high side. Started out its life today at 295. Best it could do on the day so far. 379 up, a cool, nice, a decent 24.33%, hugging the 10 exponential on the 5, but it has had its moments when the retracements have gotten a little deeper. I'm hesitant to say that this was a 20-period exponential retracement right here between 1120 to 1130. I'd rather look at it as a VWAP hold. Why? Because it showed you its propensity to respect VWAP initially. So I don't want to say, oh yeah, it's just randomly respecting the 20 exponential. No, you got a 10 a.m. bounce off VWAP, another one at 10:05, and then a third, an OB Trice one right there at 10:10. It moves up. What's going on? She okay? What's going on over there, Ram?
We will never
I don't know, but Ray Rab's having a good old time over there. And then 11:20, 11:25, and 11:30, it bounces off VWAP. This looks awfully strong. There have been times when it's wicked below the 10 exponential on the 5, but most of the time it is holding up there. So Poet, decent look. Let me give you the deets. It's a bigger company. It's about a quarter of $1 billion, $225 million. It's done 2.75 million shares on the day, and the float on this bad boy is 60.5 million shares. Let's find out what the short float is on it, and shout out to NOS Boss and his crew. Shout out to Michael Noss for coming through today and doing his little analysis on the, what's it called? The presidential election cycle. Thank you, Adair. So the short float, negligible. Of that 60.5 million shares, only 0.91 of the float is shorted, so quite negligible there. Don't look for a short squeeze on this name, at least quite yet. But what I'll be looking for is something around that $3.50. So much do I like that level, I will now use my alerts to let me know when this weasels its way, if it weasels its way back down to that $0.50, because I do want the smoke. By the way, Anthony Taylor is the referee for the Germany-Spain game, and I think he's one of the top referees in the Prem. So this one is going to be a decently officiated match.
I always wonder how you become a referee. Do you have to go to referee school? Like
so usually they have other jobs. They've got like their gig on the weekend or the weekday.
Okay.
They referee once or twice a week. So they're a fourth official, which means they're on the sideline and the referee. So they do dual duties usually, right? Like,
that's interesting.
It's like a once a week gig, so you can be anything else. Some of them, like, they're lawyers or doctors. They do other
so it's
things.
like your side gig.
Yeah,
that's
but
really
they get
cool.
paid. It's a quite lucrative side gig there, Adira.
Same word. Share push back for the same word.
There you go, baby.
But yeah, no, we love words on how to trade. We love real words. We love fake words. We enjoy them. I'm curling back down. I want to talk about my Tesla scalp short. I see Tesla rejecting that 9 EMA. I say, Derek, take it short. Took like 17 pennies with the first 2/3 of the position. Got the rest of the half. Sorry, I will move less. I apologize there. I apologize. Perhaps. But so Tesla here. Interested in this to see that.
How's that sound?
What's going on? Well, while we deal with some technical difficulties, I'm kind of just what are we doing, Neil? Here, do you want to? I'm kind of waiting. I'm having some of my lunch, some pasta here. Yeah, go for it.
So the only thing I'm still in is Rivian, but the rocket ship that is AMD might be pulling back, and I see a bit of a pattern here. Can you do my chart for a second? Although it's really awkward to hold this and try to manipulate my charts, I'm not going to be able to. But if you look at what's happened on AMD, so you have previous high, and then you break and dip into it. There's the next top, and then you dip into that one. That's the last trade I've had in AMD, which is 170. Then you had this top get taken out and consolidate for a bit, and then dip back into it. So the stair step would look like a 172 bounce, just going with the trend, obviously. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is in the chat, I was asked about Mara, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm not going to short Mara at 20 this time. No, that wouldn't be any good." And right again, you get a false break through 20. Try to take out those highs and right back down. But you know what? You're holding trend up. You're holding VWAP. So I do feel like at some point, if we take out 2010, this could be a breakout trade on MARA. Just something that we're watching. But AMD was the rocket ship. I think it continues to be. I do want to. Let me see if I can make one more. We're going to type it in. Goodness.
Yeah,
typing with one hand stinks. Apple is still trying to hold trend as well, but it lost 225. So I was in that dip buy. I'm waiting for VWAP here. That's been the best entry price, is like 224 and VWAP. But looks like Sharif is back at the desk, so let's throw it on back to the midday.
My bad, guys. I didn't know that Adira's mic would have a moment, but let's look at what is doing well at the moment here, Ram. Right back down we go on META below 530. Happy I did not overstay my welcome because we kept yapping about how the trend was still to the downside vis-a-vis these lower highs. Now we're looking for a possible flat bottom break. You don't say. It's a descending wedge here with 529, 530 general area as the level, but you're not getting that bottom break. And I don't anticipate you're going to get that vigorous break like you may on a small cap gapper. You may weasel your way down. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. The level off which I had my stop based on the long was this candle over here. So the low there is 532. Sorry. The low of this candle is 528.77. So we're still well above that candle at the moment on META. So we are, though, breaking down now, not on a closing basis quite yet, but below the 20. So there's really nothing to save us price action-wise, indicator-wise, until VWAP, essentially. That 526.5, 527 is really where I see the next level of support on META. Look, it was a monster. It was up over 5% of the highs, breaking down now about 3.8% as it comes off the highs. Now, let's keep an eye on the other Mag 7 names because that's not the only one that's retracing. AMZN as well, coming down now below the volume-weighted average price. However, I want to bring your attention to these incrementally higher lows. First trough, 1010. Second trough, 1120. And if you want to call this thing that we're currently in right now at 1245 a trough, sure, you can call one. Just keep your eye on that 199 and a quarter, 199 and a third. Why? Because that's the area low that we printed at 1120. So if we get another low below that, this could be an interesting possible retracement, at least maybe into the IB high. The IB high.
Sorry, I'm just
You're good? Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, Adira's just setting up her mic, so we'll give her a second there. No, it's not your fault. What do you? You can't do anything about that. Anyway, it bounced off the 50 exponential right now on the 5. So I'm keeping my eye on these retracements, man. I think they're going to give us opportunities. It's just about waiting for your moments and getting in on the right area. Look for what the instrument that you're looking to trade is respecting on the day. Don't guess, hey, you know, the 20's coming in. Let me take one off the 20. If it hasn't taken anything off the 20 that day, I'd be suspicious.
Thank you so much, guys. I apologize for the wait and the issues there. Thank you to Opie and Neil with their Opie Confidence and Neilage coming in there and covering for that. And thank you, Sharif, for those words as well. Also, the soccer players are still soccering on the side.
No,
there.
they're walking off.
Oh, well,
it's halftime. They got to break it,
I clearly do not understand soccer. I watched Ted Lasso. But anyways, and that's not the point. You know what is the point, though? Voting.
Yes.
If you want to hear Obi and Neil chat about some stocks and have Sharif gesticulate wildly and move vigorously on the green screen.
That isn't what I do.
I'm joking because you said I said you stood and then you said I outstand. And now I'm overcompensating. But seriously, yeah, if you want to hear some insights on stock, go in the chat right now. Okay, we joke. It's all, we roast each other from a place
100%.
of enjoyment. So go in there in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, what, Ramin roasts us to bully, but go in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy, Tesla, KOSS.
I need to cover this.
Whatever you have covered.
IVP is moving here, guys. I have no idea what's going on here. 3.25% IVP flying to the high side, about 45% move here. This is a tiny stock. Be very careful with this name, okay? It's $1.96 million market cap. It's done 3.33 million shares, and the float is 914,000 shares. So sub 1 million. That tells you all you need to know about that. Let's find out if it has a short float of note. IVP, yes, it does. 12.75% of the float is short, according to Trade Ideas. So we could get some parabolic action here if the shorts start getting squeezed. I'm looking at my news blotter, and I don't see anything for this name. So right away, I start thinking in sympathy with something else. So what is it? What does the thing do? They inspire veterinary partners, owns and operates veterinary hospitals throughout the United States. Okay, so is there a vet catalyst here of some sort?
IVP.
IVP. Thank you. So this is a former runner. As you can see on the daily chart, it has these outlying days with topping tail candles. That is quite indicative of a stock that squeezes and then retraces either same day or next day. For example, look at this day here on the 4th of January this year, the second trading day. We have a decent day. From top to bottom, we moved up 64% that day. Then the next day, we move down about 55%. So we give back the entire move and we make a newer low. So look for this one to retrace. It did have an outlying day on the 3rd. So this one did get into the 50 exponential about 316 and reject. But look at the body. The body is non-existent. That's telling you that this is a day trade only stock. What you have, the entire candle is composed of a wick, both top and bottom, and there is nary a body to be had there. That just tells you all you need to know about the equilibrium of this name. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. $2, an interesting area here to see if we can hold above it on a closing basis. If we do get into 250, I'll be looking for resistance that owes to the high that we put in on June 27th. And then if we really clear above there, I'll be looking to the Wednesday's, I was about to say yesterday, $3 or that 50 exponential on the daily IVP. Now let's switch to the 5-minute here and see what the levels are. So we're getting well extended off the 10 exponential on the 5. The 10 exponential is hanging at $1.75, and we just printed 214 HOD on this name. IVP, Adara, small cap gapper showing up midday at highs.
Yeah, IVP I feel like runs every once in a while. The dogs start barking there to the upside. Yeah, I added to my IWM short. Because we came to that 200.50 area, so I added a little bit. Did average down, but sometimes you have to add to the position while you're in the money, so I didn't mind that. Tesla, though, woo! I need to stop making weird sounds every time Tesla does things. Baby pushback. Yeah, TSLA, I got involved in 246s. I knew this could kind of go either way. Right? Because 246 was an area, it was a bit of a bottom, so I said if we break below, which we have done, I thought that'd be a nice little breakdown. And then I got involved in 246, I said, Adara, if you see something distinctly different, shout out to a certain individual who you'll be seeing on the show in just over an hour. I was like, get out, right? But honestly, I want to show this out as well, because you don't really realize the importance of the distinctly different, like as a saying, until you read the tape in the book more.
Is that your chart or Sean's chart?
Oh, that was a joke. I thought you'd be serious for a second. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not all of these worked out, mind you, but this is my favorite type of trading, when I can just get in and out and scalp like crazy. So I did add to my position 246 at 18s because I didn't see anything distinctly different to make me leave. When I say distinctly different, I mean like, how Opie says it, right? If there's something in the tape or the book that is awry, that is not in trend, that is different from what you were seeing earlier, that's when you leave. Speaking of which, IWM trying to curl back up here, question mark. So I'm gonna have to go. I'll leave Stressla cook for a second here because we were seeing lower highs in the book. And IWM breaking above the 90 MA. No, you don't. I am leaving that. But I'm pleased as punch with the journey there. Did take profit on some of it. Maybe I shouldn't have added, but I liked it at the time. So it's all good. And IWM, you want to bounce off IME? That was not English. If you'd like to bounce off the 90 MA, I will take you long as well. I should consult one of my 2 cups of coffee or caffeine here and take a look at Tesla. How are you doing?
I'm good. I almost fell off my chair the other day when I heard Olivia Chow, the mayor of Toronto, say distinctly different.
She did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she stole it off OB.
Yeah, she
definitely. Yeah, well, we're going to have to talk to her about that because that's not acceptable. But yeah, Nvidia, guys, I mean, this was a trade that I missed this one. We were yapping about this area being, that good area for the short, despite the fact that it was able to break above VWAP. But here's the thing, guys. Adara took profit. Sorry. Love it. It's intense today. It's intense. Now, here's the thing. Look at this area, general area resistance that we had in the morning. That 127.25, 127.50. We clear it. We clear it by some distance. We get into 128.50. Lo and behold, though, we come back and we're holding 2 different areas. Yes, that that area top, as well as the volume weighted average price. So I do like a possible entry here on NVDA. And what I like even better are the wicks are not breaching the volume weighted average price, at least for the moment. So if you're able to get in, you can put a stop to the south side of VWAP with some, confidence that it may not get triggered. However, you need to keep an eye on these lower lows and look for the making of newer highs here to get that trend confirmation reversal from down to up. So I'm keeping my eye here on Nvidia. Could weasel my way into into the name, I'd say 127 and a quarter general area. I could get it in here with a stop on the south side, risk about 20 pennies. Bless you, Jag, off that 127.50, like 127 mid 40s, and then put a stop maybe for the break of a $0.25. So you risk about 20 pennies. I just don't want to get in if I'm still seeing lower highs, right? These lower highs are still all coming into play, even though the bottom is still holding. I'd rather get it, as Neil says, on the back end. Prove to me with a couple of green candles here that you're going to start retracing to the high side, and I'll definitely weasel my way in. Nvidia definitely not participating in the market strength that we've had on the day, but it is up like a zillion % year to date. So you got to put that into context. Meta, it did break down, but right back above. Again, Meta's a bamboozler. The thing about this one is we still have lower highs on this one. We still haven't broken the trend. So is this switching to a range trade now? What's happening here with Meta? The lower highs, that kind of descending wedge that we've had looking for a flat bottom break through 529, not coming, because we're right back above 531 here on META. So good strength for this name. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole bunch. What are you guys looking at? Let me see what the chat is up to here. I haven't really been in the chat too much today. Burbs says Nvidia. I just give you my idea there on Nvidia. OT is asking if there's an issue with Thinkorswim. So anybody using TS, let OT know if you're having that same issues. Jeremy Newman saying KOSS trying to pop again. Not KOSS. Let's have a look over here, Ram at KOSS. And Adara still accurate in her assessment. It's still been a below the VWAP kind of trade, and this is what she was talking about there at 12 o'clock. It did come right into the volume weighted average price at 490. I believe the high of this candle is 1488 exactly. 1490, not 490. 1488 was the high, and we broke down, but it very much looks like a range. I got to tell you here, after being obviously a breakout trade, it is now looking like it's a $13 hold with maybe a 14.5 general area. We'll have to see if that ends up holding out. Let's see what else the chat is up to there. Rivian, Millionaire, ASTS. Let's look at Astis. I remember this one from a couple of days ago. I had a good time saying Astis. And here it is. It's a decent day again for Astis. Let's pull up it on the side chart here so we can get a great look. 6 2/3 right now is the move on the day, but look at this. This was interesting because it did nothing, very sideways from 9:30 until the breakout there at 11:20. Did anything come in on this name at 11:20? I'm looking and I don't see anything on my news blotter. So we don't really need a catalyst for this. We already had it from a few days ago. As you can see, the price action has been a little bit up, a little bit down. This looks like an inverse head and shoulders possibly over here on the 5-minute from that drop that we had, I believe that was Tuesday. There was a bad day Tuesday, recovered Wednesday, recovering today. 1235 high. We do have the high from the 1st, July 1st on Canada Day. We got into 1260. That was Monday. We didn't print anything higher than that, and it was a quick wick there at the IB high at 940. So we're not quite there yet. Actually coming back down into the 10 exponential. I'd be interested, Rivian Millionaire, in something possibly off 12, 1195. Look at this area over here where we crested, dropped, held the 10, cleared it. If we come back down into this 12, 1195 area, I think it'll encounter the 20 exponential as well as this area crest. So I would be absolutely persuaded to weasel my way into a trade on Astis at $12.
Nice. Yeah, Astis. Yeah, it's a fun one to say.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Tesla. Less fun one here. I tried to take this short here off the 240 550s. We got below, held it. Would have worked for half a second. Didn't end up working out here. I should have been more cognizant of that. Tried to get out earlier. Was not able to get out. All good. Took a smaller position. Really pleased this punch though, because I was able, again, trying to focus less on P&L, more on the progress and the learnings. That's been good. But also Tesla, you want to make these lower highs here. You want to reject off the 90 EMAs. Pardon?
Is that number 5? I think that's a record.
It's been a lot of pushbacks today.
That's a record.
I sure you're saying there's a new record for pushbacks, but I mean, hey, Tesla, you want to do a record, have me short you again? It's not gonna. I've traded Tesla a lot. That's not the point. The point is Tesla making lower highs here with that 90 EMA rejection. We're gonna get short 20s. We're gonna risk into 50s, and I want literally all of the smoke I can muster. I want that Cybertruck to fly to the downside.
Down.
I want that Roadster 0 to 100 real quick. real quick. Shout out to Drake. But yeah, so right now we're basically flat on that position that I just got into here on T to the S, the L to the A, trying to have more of that confidence because it can be hard to have, but you really do need it for trading. You need to believe. Obviously, you know, and Sean was like, well, it's not just him, right? It's everything. But I think why I like calling it confidence is because Sean just embodies that ability to just get in and out of trades, feel good with what he's seeing. That's what I'm trying to do more of. Tesla, please stop bouncing off 246, asking for a friend or telling for a friend. I don't know. But we'll see how this goes. I still feel good about the short for now, but I'll feel better about the short if we break below 246, especially with that big old green candle. How are you doing?
Jeez. I'm keeping an eye on the match, and I wanted to remind everybody that there's 2 tournaments in the soccer world right now. There is the Euro, and there is the Copa America. And Canada, for the first time in its history, is in the knockout stages of Copa America. Tonight at 8 p.m., we will be taking on Venezuela. And I'm going to be cheering for Canada, man. I'm going to hit that one more time. I can't wait for Canada to advance. If they advance, guys, it's going to be to the semifinals. Look, I don't think they have the best team out there, but it's my country, and I'm damn proud of them. So I'm going to continue to cheer for Canada. So today, 8 p.m., Canada versus Venezuela. It's not just all about the Euros. Keep an eye on that. And obviously, yesterday was the first game of the quarterfinals. Argentina beating Ecuador in penalty kicks. And if you don't know the rules about soccer, typically after 90 minutes, if you're tied, you got to play another half an hour of 2 halves of 15 and then penalties. No, not in the Copa. The Copa, you go from regular time, 90 minutes, right into penalties. I kind of like that. I'm not going to lie. Ends the match a bit quicker. And Argentina ended up beating Ecuador yesterday 4-2 on penalties. But chapeau, hats off to Ecuador, man. They played the world champions, and they ended up doing pretty damn good. So chapeau to Ecuador, and they scored in the last minute, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm setting up a dip trade here at 12:01 on Astis. I will want the smoke at this level, but if it breaks down below 1190, we're not going to want any more there.
I have a question. What's the best soccer match you've ever watched? Like, do you have like one that like stands out to you that you're like, this was like crazy? Like,
oh, that's a tough question.
I don't know. So I kind of put you on the spot there, but I'm curious.
I don't.
You know, I
don't
like
know.
asking random questions. One of my favorite things.
Asking for a friend. No. Well, look, that was a good one because, okay, Ram said Saudi Arabia versus Argentina. I'm not going to say that's the best one ever, but it was definitely one of the most like ones ever because nobody I don't want to say nobody, but very few people expect that result. All right, I'm long Astis now at 12, so now we're going to have to put in the stop below that 1190 area. I will give it about 10 pennies here. It's going to have to hold this level. Otherwise, we don't want any smoke. So the stop's in place, and we're going to have to see if this one can weasel its way back up. It's got a high of 1235. It's going to have to hold this general area over here. The level I really liked was 1195, but you know that $12 level could come in and prevent it from dipping a little bit. So I did want to get in at 12. We'll see what comes from this area. I like what people are saying in the chat over here. 2 New York cents. It's a better team than USA or Mexico, but let's go Argentina. One more for Messi, and that goalie is legit. He's talking about Emiliano Martinez, a former Arsenal player. One of the biggest mistakes Arsenal has ever done was selling that guy to a rival in Aston Villa. What are you doing selling him in the country? He's got to leave the country. You don't sell him within the country.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Usually that's a thing with Premier League teams. They don't like to sell to each other because they don't want to face each other and have their secrets.
I know loans as well. I know about loans.
Yeah,
is that a thing
of course.
as well in the Premier when you
Absolutely.
loan people?
That's very unique to soccer. They don't do that in North American sports. Yeah. Well, they do it in MLS, but they don't do it in other North American sports, typically in North American sports. But yeah, so that was a hell of a game there. Let's see what else. Argentina goal is a legend, says James Dell. Yeah, he's interesting, I'll tell you that. He got in some trouble there from FIFA. We all know why. Gestures. Yeah.
I can guess.
Lots of gestures. Jude Bellingham in trouble for that as well. He just got suspended. He's not going to actually have a suspended game, but his suspension was suspended.
Oh.
Yeah.
Double negative.
Yeah, and the other guy from Turkey, he's going to serve a 2-game ban, so a lot being made about that, how one guy actually has to serve the suspension, the other guy doesn't. That's neither here nor there. What's your look?
Yeah, also, just because this is probably the only time we were talking about like Major League Soccer. So you know how like there's the Canadian Soccer League? So one time I was on a flight and the entire Hamilton soccer team, which is placed in Ontario, was like all sitting near me. I was in between two of them and it was a really weird experience. They were passing like, sour cherry blasters over my head and I didn't know what they were, and then I looked it up and they were the Hamilton soccer team.
You're
so
kidding.
Shout out to those people. I think their name is Forge. But anyways, that was a couple of years ago. I don't know if that's the same team. But Nvidia, I'm taking a VWAP short. Why am I taking this VWAP short? You may ask. Could it bounce off VWAP? It certainly could. Adara, what are you doing? I'll tell you. Well, I liked that we had this was the same level I think you liked earlier as a short as well, that 127.20s. Yeah. Right? Because that was a huge, like, look at this this was such an area of resistance. I know we're at VWAP, and I know resistance and support can flip. I'm very cognizant of those levels. I think I could have gotten a better price in it as well. But I do like these failed wicks here. I like that we're below the 9 EMA. I think if this breaks down, it can do so quickly and furiously and with a viciousness. And as I say that, it pops up. So, like, Nvidia, way to make me look great. Thanks, bro. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I took this with a little bit more size, which maybe was not the vibe. Not like a massive position or anything. It's very doable. But yeah, I just want to wait and see what we do here. I'll add if we reject these 40s, but I want to be cognizant. Tesla, though, I was really proud of this. Took some more scalps here off that 246 rejections. Added, subtracted. Nice. We broke down. I got out. But let's see what we do with 245.50s. Tesla, I have no qualms about trading you again. I really should have been more involved in you than your Mag 7 cousin, Nvidia. We're going to get that last lesson started post-haste. I'm just going to let Nvidia do its thing. But also, you know what you guys can do? Your thing, 21. Oh, you.
That was quick,
Yeah, Sharif was fast with the button there.
Quick.
Go in that chat right now. Exclamation point join. Shift 1. Space. $, shift 4. Whatever ticker you like. Microsoft, Amazon, Astasystis, Meta. Maybe you want to hear about Sharif's awesome meta trade. I know I do. Get involved in there. KOSS, Tesla, AMD, Amazon, SPY. Maybe you want to hear the Amazonians take on Amazon. Whatever you guys want. I mean, I think that'd be great to hear. Get involved in there. Get in that chat. Type those things and see what happens next. Please, guys, do vote. We love having an audience participation segment. We're just talking about the election cycle with Michael Noss this morning. And this is the election cycle on Trader TV. Is every single day. It's a really expedited process.
It certainly is.
Yeah, so there you go. Also, always remember to be confident. Again, no one should have given me this button. Really, I am a menace with this button. Nvidia seems to be using my level as a short entry, as an area of support. So we might have to leave the short if it shows a support. But yeah, right now we're just kind of, fiddling around here. Diddling is in the middle, as is sometimes said. No reason to leave. But I really want to hear about the poetry that you're making over in this.
Remember we said we put in an alert. I know you set up for a pun. I know you're proud of yourself there. But I put in an alert on my platform for Poet because if it came in to the volume weighted average price, I want to know about it. I'm long at VWAP on POET. It's up 20%. However, the volume is really starting to drop off. So I'm going to look to scalp this. It's not going to be a hold, a hold and pray. We're long at 53s. I'm looking to wet my beak at 60s. There is a bit of a resistance level there at 60s. So I may want to move that down into 59s. We're in the money on one, and we're out of the money on another. We're out of the money by 5 pennies on ASTS, ASTS. But if this breaks down below 90s, that's it. Now we're break even on it as it weasels its way back into 12. So a couple of trades on right now, both small cap gappers. And I love my small cap gappers. I also love the Mag 7, but I love my small cap gappers. No question about that. So looking to wet my beak on some profits on Astis at 12.10 if we get it. Also looking, there it is on Poet. Nice. Literally got that super quick on POET, dips into VWAP, right back into 360 it goes, and we wet our beak there. So good trade on POE. Use your alerts, guys, because sometimes, you can't have eyes on everything, right? Well, maybe you can, but I can't. So now that we're holding a little bit here and we've de-risked, I want to hold a little bit more on Poet. Let's see if we can weasel our way out at 69s, because what's life without whimsy? We're going to put a next beak wetter at 69s. It's 9 pennies or 8 pennies now, because we're printing 61s on the ask. And they're 61.5 on the ask. Okay, mid-print, I see you. Decent look there on Poet. Astis, though, lulling me to sleep, and there is definitely a seller on the other side of 12. We keep topping tail. All right, now we're overwhelming the seller. Here comes 7s. I'm waiting at 10s on Astis. Let's see if we can hold this general area support and wet our beak on some profits. I'd be pleased to punch you there.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy with my Nvidia short. I'm really proud of this. I got out half at 127s. Then I said I want a piece of the dream. I ended up getting 30 pennies, 126.92s, and I'm really happy. I get that 92 print. We pop up above 127. We have not been below 127 again since then. This is the type of trading I need to be doing more.
Bang.
I need to feel like I'm on the edge of my seat. I need to feel like there could be a pushback or a weird gasp.
Multiple pushbacks.
Any moment. You're right, multiple pushbacks. I want trades. I was saying this to Stream on camera. I want trades that make me do that sound I did in that Tesla short. That's what I need to be looking for. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, I hope the poetry goes well. I hope you become a regular Maya Angelou in that poet trade. Yeah, I'll stop now. But you know what we won't stop is learning. We also won't stop believing. Hold on.
1-0, España, 1-0, and it is, who's this guy? Sorry to interrupt you, Adera. It is 1-0 Spain now, I believe in the 52nd minute or so. Can't show you, obviously, for copyright reasons, but Spain ahead of Germany, 1-0 to start the second half, and it was that Olmo guy, O-L-M-O. Don't know how to say his name. Not really sure how to... Olmo, yeah, Olmo. A guy, he plays in La Liga. I don't know too much about him. Sorry to interrupt you.
I like their kits in Germany. I like the German team's kits. I'm using the proper Spanish terminology, or not Spanish, the soccer terminology, but I do like the German team's kits.
Yeah, they always wear like that white, and they wear white, and then they have their flags colors on it. Right?
I like this. Yeah, that's what I like. I like the sleeves, the colors of the sleeves. But yeah, that's not important. Right now, we're going to be talking about. I mean, it is, but it's not for the lesson.
Got it.
Let's talk about the lesson. Today's lesson is going to be talking about combining MACD signals with the support and resistance for more confident trading decisions. Because we know what MACD is on its own, right? We've talked about the MACD crossovers and divergences and how they can be helpful for identifying potential entry and exit points, but sometimes the signals get a little bit fuzzy. They can get a little bit hazy. The signals can get their wires crossed. So how do we find more confluence, more ways to get involved in the trade? Let's talk about support and resistance. These are really key concepts in technical analysis. Support will represent a price level where the buying pressure tends to be a little bit stronger and potentially halting or reversing a downtrend. Then, conversely, resistance is going to be representing a price level where the selling pressure tends to be a bit stronger, which can potentially halt or reverse an uptrend. If you use support and resistance, clear defined support and resistance in either direction, sometimes you can get a good old range. It just ping-pongs between these levels all day. So there are lots of different ways to read this. Here's one example of technical support in the chart, right? Notice we're at like 5140s. Every time we get there, the price bounces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces here, then we push higher. I would also argue there's a bit of resistance here around 5450. So here's a good example of support and resistance happening on a chart in the real world. Let's talk as well about technical resistance, because this is pretty clear resistance here. We get to this 39 level, shoop, down. We get it again, shoop. Then, this is what's really cool. We have this gap down here on this Amazon chart back in 2006. Then we pop up beautifully, but the move stops again at 36 or 39. Not 36. The point I'm trying to make is that this is a really cool example of resistance and how it can replicate itself over a strong period of time. But let's talk about, also someone's soup smells amazing. I don't know who has this. Shout out to whoever soup that is. Does anyone else smell this chicken noodle soup? Am I losing my mind? No, there is soup. Okay. Shout out to that soup. Oh my gosh, that took me somewhere else there. Let's talk about the power of combining support and resistance with MACD. Imagine the MACD is indicating a bullish crossover, suggesting a potential price increase. But then what happens when the price is hovering right at a resistance level? The selling pressure at that level can dampen the upside move. So how do you use MACD with support and resistance? We're going to talk about how you combine these signals. Also, oh my gosh, my sense of smell is usually not this good, and I'm smelling so much food right now, and I am like...
Is that Jag? Oh.
I am like on a sensory overload over here with these smells. So bullish, pardon? Okay, so it's just me, cool. So bullish confirmation, like for example, if you have a bullish MACD crossover near a support level, that can strengthen the potential for a price bounce. The support level can add a little bit of confidence or confidence. The price increase might have some more momentum to it. But then we're going to talk about the bearish crossover. So bearish MACD crossover near a resistance level can strengthen the potential for a price decline, and the resistance level can add some more confidence that the downtrend might continue. So here's an example of bullish confirmation. We have our crossover as we're kind of near the support level, and the crossover says, hey, this range might continue. To be clear, it's kind of, we're still in a downtrend, but it does show there's a little bit more potential for upside. Here's our bearish confirmation, though. Look, we get that rejection, not once, but twice, but we'll get it over thrice that we see. But we get it twice, and then we have, oh my gosh, all these smells. We're pushing, I don't know what's going on. Then we have that crossover, and we push lower. So let's take a look at the chart though. So imagine you've got a stock nearing a support level and the MACD shows a bullish crossover. This combination can suggest a potential buying opportunity with the support level potentially acting as a launch pad for a price increase. Fakeouts are also, sorry, that's the wrong slide. Remember as well though, nothing is ever risk-free. You always have to take the good and the bad, the highs, the lows, the ups and downs, should it's a chance the wrapper, and you want to see what everything is together. So false signals are worth noting. You can get these anywhere, but especially of course common when you're doing price analysis and technical analysis. There's never any guarantee that the price will respect the signal. You always want to practice good risk management. And fakeouts are also worth noting here because the price can briefly break through support and resistance and then reverse. So be cautious of chasing these breakouts. Beyond the basics as well, worth noting here as well, you want to look at the strength of the levels. As Sharif said to me when I first started, this is huge. The more you see a support resistance level hold, A, the more confluence and the more strength that level has, and B, when that breaks, it's going to be a big old deal.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's going to be a big old deal. We saw a real life example, Tesla 247 on Tuesday. When that broke,
Bang.
that was wild. That was craziness. So you want to be aware of those levels. Also multiple time frames too, because let's say you see that support resistance coming on, you know, as we said, fractal, right?
Oh.
So Sharif always says fractal. If you see support and resistance on a daily chart versus, you know, an hourly, and it's the same levels. So that's
Absolutely.
You really want that. You want, how much of that smoke do you want?
All of it.
All of it. Think a whole big bag of smoke. You don't sell smoke by the bag. But anyways, yes, you want to analyze MACD with support and resistance on different time frames to get a broader view of the trend. And always make sure you can use this combination of support and resistance with MACD to add another layer of confirmation to your trading decisions. And by understanding how these tools work together, you can improve your ability to identify potential entry and exit points, but always practice with a paper trading account. And also, make sure to consider other technical indicators alongside these indicators for a more comprehensive trading strategy. Also, there was a comment that I saw, Chris C saying I'm more invested in the soup now. I mean, honestly, I don't blame you. This is taking me on an emotional roller coaster. But also, Microsoft, we've got Gaurav Sadchev saying here, Microsoft breaking all-time highs, great pattern it was to play along. Wow! Speaking of support and resistance, look at this.
Insane.
You get long 466.
Boom.
Shout out to you, Gaurav.
It's going.
Hope you print. How are you doing over
It's
here?
It's great. I just want to show them I want to show everybody IVP. And this is what I mean by these kind of small cap gappers that show up all of a sudden on your scanner. They're around for a good time, typically not a long time. There are always exceptions to the rules, but this is what I mean when I say you really need to manage risk. Imagine punching in, you know, several thousand shares at these levels. You know, you may have trouble getting out too. And so 214 HOD. But as you can see, it's a Christmas tree retracement all the way back down, trying to hold that $150 area support that we had in the pre as well as before the breakout. So volume obviously dropping off. So keep your eye on IVP if this is kind of your thing. But yeah, a bit of a tougher look. I'm still in this poet. We're printing 59s. I'm kind of lofty in my ambitions here, which is fine. 69s is what I'm waiting for. We got long at 53, so we'll pack our patience there. The one that's really lulling me to sleep a little bit worse, and I'm starting to suspect that there may be a seller in the mid 12 single digits. I'm talking maybe 1207, 1206, something like that, is ASTS. Like I've been looking to wet my beak at 10s. I'm not asking for too much here. I'm long 1201s, but it seems to find a wall of selling in and around 1205, 1206. So we'll pack our patience with this one. The stop is already in place. If it breaks down below 1190, that's as good as it's going to get for me because we're going to get out. We got into this trade for a VWAP dip as well as this 1195 area. Hold 1195.12. It's a general area. It's not an exact level. Area of previous resistance, looking for it to act as support. Right now, you're not getting that big move to the upside, so we're going to have to pack our patience. And that's really all I'm going to do about that. Keeping an eye on those two names. But the Mag 7, really, it's been all the rave today. Lots of names printing all-time high, new all-time highs. Meta, Microsoft. I don't think Amazon printed all-time highs, but Apple did. Goggles did as well. So 4 out of the 7 names, ATH, baby, and that ain't a band. That's an actual acronym for all-time highs. It's been a great look today for these names. The Future, no exception as well. And I didn't really talk about the Future, but 20,600 got breached, and we're at it again right now. A little bit above, a little bit below. You know, if I had to take a guess, I think we hold above it on the day. So strong have we been, we could still mean revert, but we haven't so far. And we've been in the illiquid time of day for about a couple hours now. So, you know, if we were going to sell off on lack of liquidity, it would have been already, who knows. We'll keep watching. Right above 20,600 we go again. So the strength in the Mag 7 names at least not done for the moment. You know, you haven't breached the all-time high that we put in on AAPL on the day, 225.44 yet, but you're not far away from it. So you could get that breach in the same way that Microsoft just got that breach of that 467 top and printed 50 cents above that. So lots of stuff to keep an eye on, including these small cap gappers. What are you guys looking at though? Gaurav told me about the Microsoft breaking all-time highs. Great pattern. It was to play along. He says more in agreement I could not be with, especially with this long kind of bull flaggish looking to break up above the highs, and most notably you had holds off respected moving averages. I'm talking about the 10 and the 20, all of which held up on retracement. So that's a fantastic look on both these names. Let's flip back to some of the small cap gappers that have got on at the minute. Right back into, well, not break even, 1 penny above my entry we go here on POET, lulling me to sleep. Back into Astis, $12. Again, we're break even on this one. There's definitely something afoot at 12.05, 12.06. I'm going to pack my patience, though, because we could easily breach that. But that's not the important thing. Now the important thing is somebody's got KOSS short.
I'm KOSS long, actually.
Oh, my bad.
I made that face because I don't know how I feel about the position, not because I don't feel, not because I'm like, oh, sure, no, but thank you.
I looked at it too quick. I should have been more thorough.
It's okay. I don't know. I should have also maybe been more thorough. I do not like the spread on KOSS. I do not like the spread.
What is that?
It's like 12 pennies. I mean, I know I've done worse because Miss
Miss
Lily, Mademoiselle. Oof. But basically, I got KOSS long. We had these bottoming tail candles. I was like, oh, we're in a range. And then KOSS was like, oh yeah. The second I get involved, KOSS is like, okay, I'm gonna fall a little bit. I was like, KOSS, who told you to do that? And why are you doing that? And can you not do that? I want to see what we do here at 1350s. We're basically there. So thanks, KOSS. This is a smaller position because I was like, you know, if I make a mistake, I don't really want it to cost me too much here. So this is really bamboozling because we're below my area of interest on the one side and then we're above on the other. So I'm like, KOSS, what is going on and can it stop? So yeah, I think we're gonna have to get out of this. It's just I am clearly not mentally prepared for KOSS. It's okay. It's not gonna be a big old thing. I just need to. I don't think I was mentally ready for the cost of that trade. But it's all good. I think I might have been rushing into stuff. Of course, the second I get out, then it goes back to what I wanted to do, question mark. So we did lose a little bit on that trade, but again, we're always bullish positivity, always bullish new opportunities, and trying to find new things. I should have taken that KOSS short when I first saw it at VWAP. It's all good there. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens on these trades. All
right, we just got into 69s here on Poet, but the spread is too wide, so we didn't cross above 69. That's why I didn't get triggered on my out, but it did weasel its way up into 69. That's the top wick right now. The bid is at 62. The ask is at 65, and that's not what I want to see, certainly on a $3 name. But there's nothing I can do at this point because to flatten out here would just be useless. So no, I'm not. I'm going to hold it, and if I get stopped out, I get stopped out through the break of 50. So I'd like to get a print at 69. We're long at 53. But that's not really up to me. Keeping an eye on both these, ASTS and Poet. I am a little bit more hopeful, bullish, question mark, I don't know, on Astis as a result of these higher lows. It looks like it's accumulating possibly for a 12.05, 12.06 breach. I mean, the higher lows are indicative of buyer exuberance. Every time the price dips, they buy it up at a little bit higher of a price. That's essentially what we're seeing on the chart manifested there with the higher lows. So I'm waiting at 12.10s. I don't think it's a ridiculous price to want to aim for. So I'm keeping an eye on both those names. Here we go, 12.05 again. Now I want to watch the book here to see where the size shows up. So there's no size right now. So right away, I'm looking at the book and I know that if we're going to be held down, it's going to be by an iceberg. Go, Astis, let's go. 12.07 prints there. We breach that 1205, 1206 on not a closing basis, but we did breach it there. I'm still seeing no size on the book. OH showing 30 some odd lots, maybe about 40 if you add all the gateways together. I'm waiting at 10s. It's going to have to weasel its way up there for me to get triggered on the out. I still haven't wet my beak on anything on this. So we're holding the full position on Astis. Here's 8s, 9s, 10s. Still no big size that I'd say, I probably should get out in front of this one. 08's showing about 50, maybe a bit more lots, maybe about 60 lots or so on the book. That's not obviously the iceberg. So keeping an eye on that, but it's still not printing me, so I'm just going to pack my patience. Back to Astis again in the mid-60s, Poet in the mid-60s, but not printing me at 69s. And again, my concern with Poet is the spread. I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing there on the spread. Guys, there's a lot of stuff happening here. I'm seeing you guys talk about ARM. ARM has been a rinse and repeat trade off VWAP. Can't believe didn't have eyes on this. But let me load up the game. Oh my God. Germany almost scored. All right, let me show you what I'm looking at on ARM. I saw this earlier. I didn't take it. This is the 5 minute on ARM. It has been a rinse and repeat dip trade off the volume weighted average price on this name, and it even looks better on the 1 minute. So we'll flip to the 1 minute over here. Look at this. Look at umpteen amount of bounces, and you didn't have to give it too much room, like where VWAP was hanging versus where it dipped into. It was a respectable range given what you got out of the bounce. So the risk reward was totally in play. The last time you got that near VWAP dip was around 1250 or 10 to 12. It did a bit of a doji bottoming tail candle, and then up to the right it goes. So fantastic look for whoever weaseled their way into ARM. 6 1/5 was up way more, obviously, at that 180, 188 HOD that we printed. Now we're printing 178.75. So it was up well more than that. And by the way, did you hear about SoftBank? All-time highs. Can you imagine why? Look at ARM. They own 90% of it.
That's, yeah,
10%. And you've seen what ARM has done lately since the IPO. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's been like stretching. Yeah, stretching those
It's been flexing, baby.
To the upside. Flexing on the haters.
Right?
Flexing on the shorts is what it's more like.
It's been flexing on the shorts because of
obliterating
yeah,
shorts.
It has such a tiny float, but ARM absolutely huge. By the way, the what's it called? The Nikkei printed all-time high, not all-time, but like 30 or 40-year highs again. Really? With man, the Nikkei is going. Japanese market's very strong right now. Kind of the opposite to the yen. The yen's getting weak. Market's getting strong. Keep an eye on that. All right, back to Poet over here. We printed 67s again, and I didn't get filled. I'm really trying to be patient, but this thing is annoying. Bang on Astis. There we go. We get the fill at 12.11. Still holding a beak wetter. Let's see if we can get up at 12 1/3. Oh, D. Westermeyer. Hi, Sharif and Adara. Have Neil check his email, please. Miss you guys, but having an epic road trip with the family. Over 2,000 miles so far and 4 states. Shout out to the OG, D. Westermeyer, baby. We loved having you around. We miss you. We hope you're doing well. And I will tell Neil to check said email. No problem.
Tell email right now. No, I'm joking.
He's already
thank you so much. I said email and not Neil because wow, my brain.
Walmart's at all-time highs.
Walmart's at all-time highs.
Everybody's
okay, I will take a look at that once I get out of this.
Kill it.
Here's Cybertruck. It's not a good kill it, but yes, basically Tesla. I need to stop doing this. I have a good trade, and then I follow it up with a trade that is of questionable quality. Basically, I stand by the impetus for the Tesla short. We were breaking lower. We were trying to break below that 246.70. 246.70 was a really nice area for shorts earlier. So I thought, that could have repeated itself. Didn't end up working out. I had a really small position. It was fine. But I really want to talk about this long because I'm super proud of this long. Got long right below 246s. Why? Look at that bottoming tail candle. And look at our little... There's words. 90 MA bounce. So I wanted to get that bounce. I was able to get like 90 pennies with a bit of the position, and then I got most of it out here for about 30 pennies. But yeah, please just punch there. Shout out to D. Westermeyer there. Good times. I'll show this photo.
I was about to ask him.
Never
It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, I think he's probably good with that.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you. On this trip, this was the Grand Canyon. Yeah, I'm not going to show because I didn't think about that. But yeah, thank you very much to Mr. Westermeyer for that, sending a couple photos through. Thank you, Neil, for sending those photos. And now Tesla works at the level I wanted to short it. But yeah, it's all good. They're not going to force this unless I have a little bit more confluence on that short. I definitely hopped in a little bit. I need to work on this. I'll have a good trade and then I'll follow it up with a question mark trade. So just try not to take those, living life, learning, laughing, loving, and probably sipping some caffeine. But before I do that, I want to talk about Apple. We had Gaurav here saying, I believe it's Gaurav in the chat, saying Apple looks like it's flat top breaking. I don't disagree with you.
No.
High or low? High or low? Someone earlier in the chat was saying we should think about retiring the name the dead one. At this point, we call Apple the dead one, ironically. It hasn't been dead for quite some time. Oh, we're all good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Westermeyer there. Here we go.
That's a hell of a picture.
Is this the Grand Canyon?
Can you shift or hold control? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Wow.
Is this the Grand Canyon?
I think so.
That's a nice look here.
Unreal.
I wasn't even allowed to go near the Grand Canyon when I went, but it's a great look here. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, no fear, hanging out, having a grand old time there on the Grand Canyon. I would be having a panic attack if I was on that
Can
road.
I tell you, I wouldn't have a panic attack there. I get nervous on buildings, but I don't get nervous on cliffs. I don't know why. I don't get nervous on airplanes either.
Cliffhanger.
I don't get nervous on cliffs. I get nervous on building balconies. I don't know why.
That's odd. Look at building balcony. You think someone would be able to see if there's something going awry around a public building?
I'd rather not say live on the show why my fear of buildings.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrogate you.
No, you're good because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and I respect that. But yeah,
no, because I'm like, this is like, well, that's scary.
There's another one too. Shout out to D. Westermeyer there, man.
He's watching the show on the cliff. That's amazing.
Oh no, he's got the OB, the one. He is the and Randy's there too. Ram, look at this. Randy's in the background there. Let's zoom in on Randy. Ram, go in full screen.
She doesn't want
Ram's got an attitude today, eh? Okay, Ram. And she just doxed me too. Oh, girl. D. Westermeyer, shout. You should show the one where I'm watching the show on the edge. Yeah, we just did, so a little bit delayed there. Shout out to D. Westermeyer. Okay, so back to trading here. I'm waiting at 12:25 for my next beak wetter on Astis. I want to front run the high a day, which is at 12:35. So if we continue putting in these higher lows, I want the smoke. I want everything the smoke has to offer there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. The other one that I'm still waiting on is one that we already de-risked on, but is bothering me. I was about to use a different descriptive term there, but the reason it's bothering me is because it got into my area but didn't cross. I always hate that when you have the right idea, but the spread always, gets you a little bit in trouble there. So those are the ones that I'm watching, but that doesn't really matter. I think we're getting away from the small cap gappers and back into the Mag 7 because the future just is unabated to all-time highs. 20,622 and a quarter, and that has everything pumping here except Tesla and Nvidia. Apple, new all-time highs right now by 2 whole pennies, 225.46. It was 44s before. Definitely having trouble with that $0.50. I wonder, I think it was Gaurav, if we do get that flat top break. We've been getting all the signs. We got the bull flag, we got the higher lows, we got the flat top. It's got everything it needs. Now it just has to do it. We'll wait and see. Does it on the day. It's not really like one of these break up, break down stocks. Apple, it incrementally makes its way up there. It's no Nvidia, that's for sure. I'll tell you that. So AAPL, great look, but Microsoft, wow, 468.20. Man, I remember when this was $225 like a couple of years ago. Not even, and we're all thinking like it was gonna hit 100 something. I remember there was a trade, I think, on the floor when it hit 250.
Really?
Yeah. There was a trade above 250. Wild. Everybody was talking about taking the breakout trade. Goggles, another all-time high. Here we go, 190 and 2/3. This one looks like it's 191 bound, 2.5% in the green now for goggles, and it's been anything you want off the 20 exponential on the 5. There has been no closing print south of the 20 exponential on the 5 on goggles, and it's printing high day as we speak. The strength in the future is the strength in the Mag 7. Just participate in it, guys. I know everybody talks about breadth and this and that, and just participate. What's your look?
I shouldn't have participated there. I loved my long Tesla, 246.70. Why was that my level in Tesla? Because I was resistance earlier. It was like, great long. blah, blah, blah. But then it broke lower. I said to Dara, you can't really break above the 80s. You're seeing lower highs. It could still be a short here. Flipped to the short, and I flipped out because I had to leave. So the long was the right idea. Grr, says I. Definitely doing better than I was earlier today, though I did, unfortunately, lose some of those gains I made back just on some of these more recent trades. Really proud of the best of these trades, but it's really just about like balancing out where are the questionable ideas. To be clear, I don't necessarily regret leaving the long because we were breaking below that 50s area. The timing on this is so upsetting. And I said, I thought it could have been a short. It looked like it was a short. It's fine. I'm not going to continue to belabor the point there, but that is disappointing. I'd be 70 pennies in the money had that long worked out. I'm not.
I know,
but I could
know,
have
but
been.
it
Hey, I
doesn't matter.
appreciate that. Sometimes it's about like the idea for the trade, right? The impetus for the trade. And Tesla, hey, you want to continue to bounce here with VWAP? I'll take you long. I'll take you whatever direction. This is what I mean, though. I feel like my read on the longs is infinitely worse than it is on shorts. And that's wwhy, as much as I say short biased, I think it's less short biased and more just like short able. Thank you to Kyle Burdett for the member chat there. Member for 8 months. Shout out to the SPY. Going $10 in 3 days on falling volume in a half trading day. Stonks. Keller, me confused. Yeah, me too, Kyle Burdett. Tesla just took me for a doozy. Let's take a look at that SPY.
Remember we said that? We anticipated lower trading volume, depressed ranges, and it hasn't been like that way at all.
Yeah, the ranges are not depressed, Sharif. The ranges are so
Germany
happy.
hit the post.
Oh.
Germany hit the post. Yeah.
Germany hit the post. Wow, this SPY here. Look at these bounces here off that 550, 150, pushing higher here. Then we get a little bit lower. We bounce, resistance to support, flippity flop here at 553.20. Then we push even higher. What a great look here for the SPY. Fly me to the moon, says Adrian. I think that's what the SPY is singing right now. Fly me to the moon. Great look for the SPY. Also, KOSS. I will short you here. The long actually wouldn't have worked out, so I apologize for having a little fit over KOSS on that long. It wasn't a fit, I was just annoyed. But KOSS, if your spread is more, if I see a poetic spread on you, I may take you short. But I say that to transition to your trade. How is Poet going?
Oh, it's decent. It's decent. Yeah, it's 10 pennies on the money, but it's not. Sorry, guys. I was concentrating on the game, and then I was not ready for your question.
Oh, I apologize.
That's why I was like, it's not your fault. No, I've been waiting at 69s. I mean, it's lulling me to sleep. I'm long 53s. We already know where I'm long, but it's not giving me the print. This one is doing a little bit better, though. Astis just weaseled its way up to 16. It does have these retracement moments, but what's keeping me excited about this trade is the consecutively higher lows and higher highs. A bit of an upward channel after that 12 1/3 rejection. Here we go down again, 12.05. Everyone's yelling about NEO, Ram. Then we're not going to look at it. No, I'm kidding. We have to look at NEO. Obviously, let's look quickly over here. Obviously, what am I looking at? What am I looking at?
No, Ramin.
It's one guy. Tobbs T.
It's the same person, right?
Ram. No, NEO, obviously, it's a bit of a tougher look today for NEO, guys, but we're on it, so I want to talk about it. The European Union, obviously, looking to place tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. It's not just Chinese branded. It is including Tesla as well as any European, North American vehicles manufactured in China will be subject to a tariff from 17.5% to 37.5%. There will be exemptions. So Tesla, for example, can apply for exemptions. When you do apply for those exemptions, you're going to have to show that you weren't subject to any of those unfair advantages. I'm talking about subsidies from the government as well as other things. If you qualify, they will remove tariffs on your car. We've heard NEO. We've heard XPeng say the opposite. Actually, XPeng saying they're not going to raise prices in response to tariffs. NEO saying, no, in order to maintain margins, they're going to have to pop up prices. So that's going to obviously hurt their competitive edge with respect to some of the European counterparts, as well as some North American vehicles that are also made in Europe. So this is very interesting, right? I mean, you have China complaining to the WTO, saying that this is bogus, that this is not following the rules under the World Trade Organization. You've got America and Europe saying, basically bite the big one, that we have to protect our companies. And so this is going to be a bit of a yin and yang, and we're going to have to see who comes or how they maneuver out of this. But definitely nothing really happening on NEO on the day. But yeah, that's kind of what the look is there. So keep your eye out on that play. Obviously, it stands to benefit some European manufacturers as well as some North American ones if they fall through. Simultaneously, I should probably tell you that the U.S., the Biden administration, not just the U.S., the Biden administration looking at putting 100% tariffs on EVs and solar panels coming from China. They don't want China dumping their products on the American market. Dumping is an economic term. Go Google what that is. It's not, just dumping. It's legitimately a term. So that is the look right now, and we're gonna have to see how this all pans out. But that's why NIO, XPeng, and BYD, and Zeekr, and Lee, and everything was getting shellacked this morning.
Yeah, that's wild. That's something that's really... Yeah, we were talking about this. It's interesting, too. Apparently, China's thinking about retaliating, being like, hey,
yes.
Pork and cognac?
Can you blame them?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Well, I mean, they want to protect their industry, too. I mean, I'm North American, obviously.
We're going to get involved. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Also, Ramin saying she got bamboozled by Tops. Shout out to Ramin. Shout out to our production team always. But also, Ramin was for nicer.
What is happening over here?
Ramin goes in the chat saying Renice or Ramin with a confused
face.
Renice
or Ramin.
Wins awards for that pun. Also the emoji she used. I gotta give snaps to Ramin. We have a great production team here. Shout out to Ramin and Fabian. Ramin making us laugh. If she wants to be more entertaining, she'll let us know. She'll be like, guys, I'm bored. Step it up. I'm so happy to be here. This is a great team, great community.
You want to talk about those trades while I use the bathroom?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I can keep talking. We just added to this Tesla here. I definitely will admit I got a bit chasey with that first ad. Not proud of that. A little bit too Chevy Chase there with that ad. But basically, I want to see us bounce off. Okay, Tesla. I want to see us bounce off 246.70s. That was the real area. I definitely should have waited here. We pushed a little bit higher. I was a little bit intrigued. Yada, yada. I like this look. I'm just trying to make sure I'm good for a risk, but I am there. So we're all good there. Basically, I think we're continuing to push higher in Tesla. Like I said, that 246.70, that was an area earlier for some shorts. And then I tried to go long, got it too early. That didn't go well, flipped short. But so anyways, the timing on this has not always been great. If we keep rejecting 247s, that's not going to be a vibe. But I am happy I am in this short. Again, the first entry, wish I had a better price in it. Happy with the average. The plan, the adding at 247 was a planned ad because that was the area I was interested initially in. But we're going to start getting out here. Let's do 45s. I'm trying to find, yeah, there we go. Come on, Tesla. Give us things. There we go. In that Cybertruck. Also KOSS. I am, a cool flat on this position right now, but I'm happy with this short. I think the spread might get me a little bit on this because I don't know if we're going to be able to get the area I want here in the spread, which is the bottom of this range at, I'm going to change this to 40s because I don't think I'm going to get what I want given the spread on this, but I'm going to only be taking half out. I like these lower highs. I like that we're below the 90 MA. I'm risking into these 75s here, so I'm pleased as punch with how that's going. Tesla, what say you? Oh! Tesla say I almost, okay, Tesla. I like this. I am pleased as punch. Come on, Tesla. Give me that smoke. Not trying to rush you, Tesla, but if you want to get to 247, 45s, I would be pleased as punch there. This Tesla 247 has been a really fun area to play around. I know OB, I think, was involved in this one earlier around that 247 level. Yes. Okay, Tesla. Okay, so we got 40% of the position out. I have 60% of the position left. This is a larger position for me, but man, do I feel comfortable with this. And I will continue to add if we keep bouncing off 247. Okay, Tesla, let's go. Okay, got a little excited there, apologies. But let's see, we're gonna get some more out here at 70. Oh, Tesla, you wanna pop higher? Nah, I'll get the whole thing out here.
Get it, Adara.
And then, yes, okay, we got 80 pennies there. With that position.
That's really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was up, down, all around with Tesla today. My P&L and me mentally also, as I get excited about Tesla. KOSS. Pardon?
No, he's talking to Wayne.
Oh, sorry, I could not hear.
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, so I'm getting out of this KOSS here because as I got excited about Tesla, KOSS went against me, and then it won't even let me get all the way out. So thanks, KOSS. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with that KOSS there. Getting excited about Tesla cost me a little bit on that.
Oh.
Yes, even when I'm down, I can still make puns. But yeah, there we go. That was unfortunate. Definitely, I think that long ended up being the right call on KOSS. So KOSS actually, ironically, my worst name of the day. Not even Tesla, but it's all good. You got to keep going. You got to keep pushing and keep trading and see Nvidia getting kind of rangy. So that might be the next move. Thank you guys for the support. I love this. This is such a fun chat and such a fun community. Come on, Tesla. Let's next left.
All right, I want to mention BENF. Thank you, Monty G, for pointing that out. One that we pointed out earlier, it did break down below VWAP, just did the reclaim of the volume weighted average price, at least so on my chart, but having trouble with that $5 area. So the whole dollar area now acting as that resistance. It's up 130% on the day. So who could want to argue with this one? But, you know, I'm keeping clear of this one because it has to clear VWAP for me to get in. I'm not going to take it on a quick wick or a couple of cent break, especially with $5 acting as a resistance level. ASTS back into 1210. If this doesn't make a new high above 1215, I'm going to cut it. And POET definitely lulling me to sleep. Gave me that bump into 67s, didn't take it, and now it's down into 57s. So this one looking like it might be, you know, short. The trade may be short-lived here. Sorry, I was just looking at Germany almost scored again. All right, Apple did print a new high, so it breaks above that 44. 225.44, it moves up into 225.64. Still holding above the 10 and the 20. The higher lows and the higher highs are still in play. It's not as parabolic as it was, obviously, as it was like in the initial trading hour, but the trend still holding intact. And there's only about 15 minutes left on our show before Obi and Neil take over, so make sure you're voting for the afternoon rundown segment. That's where we cover what you guys want us to cover, whether they're large caps or small caps. The Neil, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, they're going to give you their look. And if they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it. If they didn't, they'll tell you why, and maybe they'll give you their look anyway. Get your vote in now, and make sure you're getting other people to vote your way, because we only take the top 5. So if you vote and you're only one voice, you're only one voice. So let's go get your get the other members in the chat of your friends or whatever to vote your way, and we'll be covering that shortly. Guys, as we move up here on Softy, I want to tell you that 468.35, that's an all-time high, but this 2-candle retracement is still above the 10 exponential at 467.5. Looking to curl back up here. So Softy, uber strong, and definitely giving you dip trades off that 10 exponential, as it gave you the dip trade initially there off the 20 exponential. So great look there for MSFT. Tesla, looks like the winds of change may be coming on this one. I'd still be weary of that 248.50, 248-ish area. We had a lot of consolidation in this area, but if we break above that area, Tesla can absolutely go. And I'm seeing a skewed double bottom here of sorts where we kind of defended that 243, 244 area. So if we can get, you know, closing prints above 249.5, 250, this could really be an interesting day. But, you know, we might leave Tesla for another day. I mean, it doesn't have to break out 10% every day. It's already a good look, up 2/3%, no doubt, for TSLA there.
Yeah, I mean, what am I? We're gonna have to take KOSS off the side chart because it is
all-time highs.
Oddly enough, like we saw, I had some up and down Tesla trades, but KOSS, my only like notably red name here on the day, which I guess is something to be proud of. I don't know, but this KOSS, KOSS. I tried to go. Thank you. Tried to go short again because KOSS 14 was interesting, and KOSS was like, no, Adara, stop doing this. Took a small position too. I never had a big position on this. I am proud of that. I just think clearly I was too distracted in Tesla.
1-1.
1-1 for that game. So go Germany and Spain. Yes? Okay. Also, go sports. Go sports, because I really don't know that much.
Obi.
But yeah, Nvidia here, this long I'm happy with. This is the range play, but it's not, I think, going to give you the full extent of the range. We have a bit of a topping tail candle coming in, which I didn't really realize till I got filled, because it didn't really manifest that way until I got filled. Sometimes it takes a while for you to see like the full breadth of the candle. But this is definitely, as long as we stay above these 20s here on VWAP, I'm going to stay in this trade. I'm just going to piece it in and out, because that's the type of style I like doing when I can. Tesla at that 248 is really interesting to me. This is not one that I want to get involved in here unless I see stuff I like. Really happy, though, as well with some of these Tesla long scalps, because it taught me, Adara, you can scalp long and you're being weird and paranoid to think you can only take short scalps. That was a thing I did feel for whatever reason. Also, now you work, KOSS. Now you work. Now you're...
You let that stock know.
I gotta let him go. Sure, I gotta let KOSS go. I'm spending too much time looking at KOSS. Shout out to Frozen, let it go, because I'm clearly having my mind frozen in this KOSS idea. So I've got to give Obi credit for that pun, because he did that one a couple months ago, like way back, and I don't want to take.
Obi wants everyone to know that Costco and Walmart are continuing to pump. We did mention it earlier that Costco and Walmart both printed all-time highs, but that hasn't stopped. Look at Costco, unreal, dude. Ram. Yeah, somebody. This is a 1 minute chart. Costco has a low of 458 on the day. The high of the day is 858, excuse me. 886.61. A nice $30 move. It didn't touch the, look, this is a 1 minute chart. Let's flip to the 5. It didn't touch the 20 at any point in time. Every single touch off the 10 printed higher. This is just a beautiful range trade. Let's look at Walmart WMT. Let's see what it's doing. Very similar. They're both at all-time highs. Walmart, Costco, take your pick. Shout out to Mark Roberts. I made money on Costco because of him. I broke even on Walmart, but that's not his fault. And I made money on Albertsons. I'll never forget that. That was his call. Inflation became a thing late 2021. We all remember it. Jerome Powell saying not transitory. And that's what he got into these for, because he's like, look, you know, inflation is going to be a thing. The consumer is going to get squeezed. We're going to be looking for where we can save a buck and stretch our dollar. And that's what he chose these for. And you know, I think he's could not be more right, you know, because, you know, they weren't 3-month plays, but they were a couple of year plays here, I guess. So yeah, keep an eye on that. Astis, look, you guys see it on the position board. I'm still long Astis, long Poet, but you know, the fact of the matter is I'm looking to get out here on both of them because we're running low on time, got 10 minutes left on the show, and I don't want to hold these while I can't monitor them when I'm at the big desk. So if we don't get a move in Poet or Astis in the next few minutes, it's going to be all over for my trade there. Exploit Enterprises said, join AMD. My man, Exploit, you mistyped it twice. You got to put the dollar sign. Okay, there you go. You did it better the second time. Join in the dollar sign. Shout out to you, my man. All right. What else are we seeing over here? Darwin says, we winning, playmakers. What's the Costco hot dog trade? Shout out to the play off Ponzi. Those hot dogs are really good.
I do not eat hot dogs, but I've heard good things.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't eat them on my regular basis either.
Mean.
Yeah, I know. Ram's quite judgmental, eh? Like, she has her own standards of what is acceptable and not.
Shout out to Ramin as I put in the chat, she's on fire. She also added in the chat here this chart. I think it was Costco. Looks like Y equals MX plus B. So that was pretty funny there. Someone said, where's the Ram hiding? Ramin's over there.
Y equals MX plus B. Why don't we just talk about the quadratic equation?
I don't know.
Right? Plus or minus B, the square root of...
I got a kick out of it. It was pretty funny.
What in the hell is happening here?
Nvidia popping up here. I still have a third of this position, so I'm literally just letting this ride. I usually don't say pieces for dreams, but this has been holding up pretty well, and it's a really small, I don't know, I said really so many times, position. Also, I have a question for you, because I know what I think, and I'm curious as to what you think on this. So you're an Astis and Poet, which I know you said are both a little frustrating. They're moving a little bit more slowly.
Yeah.
Would you rather be in a trade that is like going against you and is like annoying in that way, or would you rather be in a trade that does a whole lot of nothing for X period of time and just makes you question your life choices?
The one that doesn't go against me, because the one that goes against me, by necessity, I'm losing money.
That's
Who
true.
wants to lose money? I'd rather be lulled to sleep, take a nap, wake up, punch out of the position, rather than having lost money.
That's true. That's true, because that was the IWM, and that was that for me. That was okay. I see what you mean. I see your point.
There you go. Neither says Vin. He doesn't want any of that smoke. I don't blame him.
That's actually a good answer.
If I had to choose, right? Yeah, so guys, by the way, now we're playing 4 minutes of added time on to the regular 90. We're through 350, so there's 10 seconds left now of regulation time unless they add some more. Mueller is on there now. Musiala is on there. Havertz is on there. So they've got a bunch of attackers. And Mueller just almost ended the game. Mueller almost just ended the game, and it is now the end of regulation. We will be going to 15 and 15 on this game. I'm losing it.
If we're talking about stocks, it makes sense you say name.
Hey, whatever. Eddie R, worse, you want Germany to win. Your jokes. All right, there you go. We got Bob S. with the prompt, he wants to see CMG, but Bob, you got to put a space between the word join and the $sign. So retype that bad boy in there, Bob. Otherwise, your vote will not count.
Yeah, I just got bamboozled by Tesla, story of my life. But I got long here. I think we said that we had a bit of a pullback in the future. That's what it was. But got long Tesla. I was waiting to see us bounce at 30s. We didn't bounce at 30s. I got out. And then Tesla comes right back up. 247.50s was an area I liked because I'd been watching that earlier. We had that pop earlier. It's been a little bit like frustrating, some highs and lows. But I have to say I'm proud of most of the trading I did today. Now the real question is just filtering out the trades that don't make sense. You can focus on the trades that you really like. 100%. Hiding the P&L this week has been huge for me. I started that last week and it's been better. Did get shut down on Monday, and it's not like we've had like a great winning trading week. But I think it's more about the mental. It's about getting those mental reps in. And I mean, Tesla, you're gonna bounce again. Tesla, you're gonna bounce again? Okay, I'll take that. I want all that smoke.
Get it.
So there you go. As Ramin was saying the smoke earlier, you actually don't want a whole bunch of smoke, because if you want a bag of smoke, Santa might bring you coal. Which is not something you want. I have to say, I want like a book of Ramin's little like nuggets of wisdom. I think I would probably be endlessly entertained by that, as I suspect would a lot of people. But yeah, shout out to Ramin and Fabian for everything they do. We have a great team over here. Everyone you see, everyone you don't see.
AI is moving, guys. Shout out to Darwin, the OG in the chat, letting me know about AI. I'm talking about the ticker C3AI. The ticker is AI. Nice bump up there. Don't know what this thing is doing. Don't know why it's moving. I don't have anything on the blotter either. So we're getting the price action, and it's breaking through 30. It was flat topish at 29 1/3. Then you see the volume come in spades, 200,000 candles on this one. Or, sorry, 200,000 candles, calm down. 200,000 shares on this candle, 300,000 on this one. It's doing the dance with no pins in front of, on the north side of 30. I don't know why it's moving. I don't have anything on my blotter, but I did get a price spike up notification about a minute ago. And this one, as you can see here, let's flip to the one. When did this one start moving? The big boy volume started coming in at about 10 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago exactly, 146. The volume started coming in, topping tail right now on the one on C3AI off that 320. This is a heavily shorted name. Let me give you the details quickly. 28.28% of the 110 million shares of the float is shorted. Be careful with this one, but keep your eye on that $30. Don't know why it's moving, Adair.
Yeah, it's always frustrating. Oh, okay.
I gotta go. I'll see you guys soon.
See you. Thank you so much, Sharif, there for everything you do for the lesson. Wasn't this like a crazy week? We didn't even think we'd have that much going on this week. Volume was like maybe going to be a bit lighter with it being a holiday week. And Tesla said, what are you talking about? Volume's going to be lighter with the holiday week. I have deliveries, darn it. We will move on my deliveries. So the market kind of understood that, listened to that. Tesla right now making higher lows, which is why I'm still in this trade. We got above 248, then we came back. I'm actually trying to add to this. Higher lows on the book, I say? Yes, I do want to get involved, and I want to have a bit more of this position. I only am in trades during the midday period, so whatever's going on here, I'll be getting out as we leave. But I want to get out at 248s with this position. Why do I want 248s? I don't know. It's a nice round number. Tesla did reject when we got to 248s earlier a couple seconds ago here, so I really want to see what we do at 248s. I would like exactly all of the smoke on this name. Really proud of a lot. Yes, okay. Out of that Tesla long, please just punch. And I'm really proud of myself because I took a lot of nice longs here today, and I don't often take longs, so please just punch with that. Definitely down on the day here, a lot of which has to do with cost, but really proud of the decisions that were made here. Let's see, let's check the blotter here. I don't really check my... it was the only name I was up on was IWM, but it was down in Tesla, down in Nvidia, proud of some decisions with both, and then KOSS definitely cost me a bit here, and now KOSS decided to work on that short, so that was a little bit bamboozling on that end, but it's all good. You got to learn, you got to grow and figure out what's, try to get things working, figure out what type of trader you are. And I think today what I learned is maybe just focus on certain levels on a few names. If I had been a lot more aggressive with the Tesla, there could have been some more opportunities. Thank you, Vicky and Novak. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm still down in the day and the week. It's not been a great start to July P&L wise, but it's not all about the P&L. It's about the progress. It's about the learning. And it's about working hard and seeing what happens there. I don't want to base how I feel about myself and my trading on one set of numbers, right? So you just got to keep going. Thank you, Brandon Townsend. Much appreciated. Really happy with what I did with this Cybertruck for the most part. Nvidia, though, like, hey, what about me? What about me? Hi, I exist. Yeah, Great look here in Nvidia, continuing to ride that 9 EMA to the upside. I want to see what we do here around 60s, because that was, if you can see, we got a couple topping tail candles at Nvidia on that 127 60s. So this could be an interesting level here for NVDA. We also got some topping tail candles in this level earlier today as well, going back a couple times. So let's see what we do here on NVDA. As Rivian Millionaire says, it's all about the NVDA, which, yeah, I don't disagree. NVIDIA has been a really nice name. Lots to look at here on that name for sure. Tesla grinding higher towards 249. What an exciting week here. I hope you guys, but Apple got a big old bite taken out of it there. Apple looking pretty red delicious if you're a short. Look at that. Shout out to Gaurav, who called that flat top break. We got that flat top break here coming around 135. Then we try to continue to chop higher, and Apple gets paired in half like an apple pear, getting cored there. I'm going to stop making Apple puns. But yeah, this is an interesting look here. We'll have to see what we do with the 9 EMA. That was a clear area of support earlier. Let's see if it flips to resistance. But we're definitely not going to resist switching over to the afternoon show, because you got to do that over here. Hope you guys had a fun week in this 3.5-day trading week. I think this was a huge week. Always trying to learn and figure out more every single week in trading as these markets give us more opportunities. But right now, we're going to have an opportunity to see what some of these names that you guys voted for are. So we'll see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow. See you on Monday. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, we have Obi, we have Neil, and we have Sharif at the green screen.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Neil, we got Obi, they're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers that you voted for on the midday show to make sure to join Adira and I and get your vote in every day. As you can see, this is the futures chart. This is a daily chart on the triple Qs. We're at all-time highs. We're at that 496 area, very close to 500. Maybe we see that next week. A lot of participation today from the Mag 7. You had strength in Meta printing all-time highs. Microsoft printed all-time highs. So did Apple. Amazon was on the cusp to do that as well. And Google breaking through that 190 level that had been elusive for so long. But the first ticker, as decided by you guys, and no surprise there, NVDA. But this one really didn't participate in that big up move. In fact, it was a little negative on the day, and it really kept making those lower lows. That is, guys, until the midday came. What's your look on NVIDIA?
Nvidia.
I'll admit, I'm surprised Nvidia made the list today, because it's actually been a very inside day. Like, AMD has gone bat crazy. You know what? It's on the list, which is good. ARM has been spectacular. Micron's been weaker. So even if Nvidia has been a weak stock relative to this blowout market, it's not like it's been the big one. So it's an inside day for Nvidia, and the only way to interpret this is 128.5 is the top, 126 and change is the bottom, and all we've done is go back and forth a couple of times. That's it. At the open, it kind of failed to break out at the top and then failed to break out at the bottom. You've held the same low essentially with the same high, and it's diddling in the middle. Maybe you like a VWAP situation here. I would wager if the market decides it wants to pull back, Nvidia is relatively weak, so you should maybe favor a short with Nvidia. It just doesn't seem to have the oomph that the other names have had. So everything else is broken out, or at least shown its true colors, like a Micron. Like Micron showed and proved it was weak, and it's hanging around the lows. Nvidia is doing exactly nothing inside of the range. So when that's happening, you just play the range. So we either wait for tops or bottoms. I think if we get a market retracement, there's names that are falling from bigger highs, or there are names that are much weaker. There's nothing wrong with Nvidia at VWAP, but wow, it's been, I think it's the biggest nothing burger day relative to the market since the split in some ways. I was expecting a break in either direction was going to give us all kinds of opportunities in Nvidia. I don't have a single execution on it today. And I feel like this is the first time since split that I didn't have a trade on it. So I think that's a good thing, because it wasn't moving. Like, you wanted to go over and join AMD. You wanted to be short a Micron if you could. You wanted to have AMD or ARM long. That's just how it was today. So I'm glad I haven't traded Nvidia yet, but if we do lose that bid, it is relatively weak. There's no question about that. So I would favor looking for shorts, just given the fact there isn't anything else to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. Sideways action there on Nvidia. I'm looking at the 15-minute over here, and I talk about predatory price action. this is a prime example, especially when you're going sideways, right? Because it's like, all right, cool. There are players who like to take that prior day high breakout as well. So right there going into the end of the day, that range high 128.70s or prior day high is right at 128.28s. And then this consolidation day low, yeah, sure. There are certain days where, yeah, I'd be more than willing to kind of take a short for the pullback off of this prior day low right there. Take a look at that, where we wicked basically both of those ends, pre-market consolidation highs as well. Yeah, lows we just talked about, we're holding those as of right now at that 126, but sideways chop action in and around VWAP. So definitely a little bit rangy, but yeah, very, very difficult. I would say I don't have too much in my playbook to kind of capture this. It's not even a clean range to say the least there on Nvidia. But yeah, definitely a little choppy there, but prior day, strong leg, and we're consolidating. So Monday might be interesting for Nvidia here if it continues to do a little bit of a 3-bar type of pattern here. You can see, look at that, very, very strong. And if we can just chop and churn on Nvidia, close as a doji a little bit here. It is not technically an inside doji. The high did break prior day high, but we are still holding, like I mentioned before, some of these pre-market levels. So maybe considering some of that. Didn't mean to do that. But considering some of that, I do like Nvidia next trading day a little more than what it's doing today. Let's use some of these ranges on Monday. That's how I'm looking at it.
Polestar up 10%. That's despite having this headline right here. Yeah, they're recalling 32,000 of their Polestar 2, but we use that term really loosely as we did with Tesla because it's an over-the-air software update. Essentially, some of the software is preventing the image from the rear view camera to show up on the infotainment system, so they're going to fix that vis-a-vis an over-the-air software update. I'll let the big kahunas cover the price action, but this one was briefly above $1 as it looks to get back into the compliance above $1. What's the look, guys, on Polestar?
So the only reason I didn't trade Polestar today was I got up from my desk at probably the exact wrong time. So we finished the morning show. We were waiting for, ooh, there's a fly on my crutches. We were waiting for that top. It's gone 98 every single time into $1. So there's the press into $1. You're like, why wouldn't you short at $1, Neil? Pretty simple. We ended the morning show at 11 o'clock, and shortly after that, I got up from my desk. By the time I got back, you had made the pullback, and that was it. Like, there was your dollar. It got to 101. Look at it hold at 101. If I'm sitting in my seat, I'm short 99.5 here almost every single time, is what it is. There's an opportunity cost of getting up. I didn't want to chase it down around VWAP, and now that it's pressing higher, I would suppose if it gets back to $1, I can try to play it either again or just a breakout. If this stock breaks 101 this afternoon, actually, you know what? Now, what are we even doing here? Let me just get an order in. 1, 5. Here. I'm just putting a stop. I'm just getting a stop order in. If this stock breaks 101 today, I'm going long. That's my order. So if we break a high on Polestar, I'm going long on the break. I just realized why it's at 9. It's past VWAP. It's at 97. I want to have the order out there. So PSNY. Maybe this is the day. But every other day, it's been a failure at 1. However, with higher lows the entire way and kind of higher highs, so we break the top, I get out. I should have been short. It is what it is. But we talk about you don't want to miss opportunities. You got to get up from the desk at some point. But there are situations if a stock is adjacent to your level or really close. Sometimes you just got to stick it out. Like I don't remember the exact price on that one Nvidia breakout. I think it was an Nvidia breakout, where everyone was sitting around waiting for it to happen all afternoon. I think it was a 1,200 level. Yeah, it was 1,200.
It's like 2-hour consolidation.
And I remember it was a 2-hour consolidation.
Yeah.
And I'm not making this up. Like there are a few people I know. Max had I had to go to the bathroom. It didn't matter. Like I just sat there. It's like, will it break? Will it not break? And you didn't get out of your seat until you had a chance to trade the level, and it ended up being worth it. So that's kind of what PSNY could have been, because it fails underneath that buck. You're short 99.5 with a cent and a half stop, and it pulls all the way into 90 cents. Like that's just an easy, and it's done it 3 days in a row, right? Like it's an easy trade for a day trader, but I had to get up, so it is what it is, and I'm not happy about it, but the next trade looks like it's going to be a breakout for Polestar. I'll have it if it happens this afternoon. I'll have it if it happens happens next week. But let's see this one actually go. Not a lot of volume, only 20 million shares. On a penny stock, you'd like to see more than that, but it's too big of a level not to make the trade if it happens.
Yeah, I think definitely a little bit of sideways action, and they had earnings just a couple days ago there. We've just been within that earnings kind of range here. Even today, yeah, sure. If you've kind of identified that multi-day range here, looking decent, but it is seeming like it's winding up into that $1 mark. So nothing too crazy for me here. Yeah, sure, it kind of bounces off of that prior low. And then I know Neil was talking about every time it does get to that one, it does pull back. And look at that 10 penny pullback off of that $1 mark. So for a $1 ticker, $1 tickle, that's a little bit of a move. That 10 penny tickle to the downside there. So PSNY may be poised for a push even further if it's going to wind up underneath this $1 mark.
Had me chuckling. 1 1/3 is Tesla as it continues to benefit from that pump off the deliveries report earlier this week. It was down about 4% year over year, but definitely beating the expectations for Q2 deliveries. Up 1 1/3 right now, knocking on the door of that 250, guys. It broke it momentarily earlier on, but down below we go. OB's long, what's a look?
Yeah, Obi, what's a look?
All right, so I don't know. I've had a couple good looks and some bad looks, but
just
like
tickle it.
I just gotta. I don't know. It's definitely tickling. Doing a little bit more than tickling me here is Tesla on the day. Everyone's cracking up. All right, it's all good. So it's kind of choppy action there. I'm glad I can make you guys laugh. All right. So. But look, definitely tickling the range here. 250s to 244s on the day here, winding up after quite a strong couple of days, or a few days there. 250s a little bit interesting. We're kind of ripping right back up, and yeah, I wasn't too happy with my execution in the morning. But you know what? We kind of reassess, we refocus, and we come back at it, trying to make some better decisions in the later half of the day there. And yeah, Tesla just holding this range here. Let's see what we do with this 250 coming in hot right now. 255 lots sitting on the bid in the 70s. Oh boy, what is this prior high here? 250.57. Can we take some players offside? I have no idea, but we shall see. Thank you, Wayne. Boom, let's go. Let's ride, boys. Let's go. Yeehaw.
I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to add to that, but
thanks, Wayne.
So
look at that, stacked on the offer.
Yeah, 250 stacked on the offer. Let's put it this way: if we break out from here, I tried the 250 break this morning and it was no good. So I'm not going back to that well because I think this is the obvious resistance where it fell apart. So if it pulls back in, I want to be buying the dips. The market's strong. Tesla is now back to strength. So it had to withstand the move. But when I look back and you go level of patience. And we tried this long in here, then shorted off the previous close. And when it was above, I was looking long. So that's at 248. If we're above there, I was looking longs this morning. If we're beneath it, I was looking short. We're above it, I'm looking long. But it's either breaking out this top,
boom,
which it looks like it is right now, or we're buying dips back into 248 and VWAP as Tesla is definitely going. I'm still short Rivian, but that isn't moving as much. Tesla is the one doing volume right now.
Oh boy.
Advanced micro devices over 5% in the day. There's really no specific catalyst for this, but there was this headline over here vis-a-vis Benzinga. They detected unusual options activity, specifically a whale buying calls on AMD, and I'm not surprised given the price above 170, guys. Very interesting. Nvidia and Intel, AMD and Intel up, but some of the main chip players that we always keep an eye on not doing so well today.
No, like AMD, and this is why it was the lesson of the day. It's just pretty simple. Like we've been charting AMD in this downward channel for quite some time. It just broke it out today. You know, and I think a lot of times, like if you're looking at this first, like if you look at the daily chart first, and you observe it breaking these highs, then you're going to say I should just be all over the longs and not really be scalping it. I should be going for the home run longs. So it broke out this top. On the 15-minute, just looks like any other level, just take it station to station, but it wasn't any other level. It was actually breaking a gigantic channel with room all the way to 175, and it got to 174. So sometimes you just got to be a little bit better. And then Intel was exactly the same thing, so we'll group them together. Downward channel, broke it out today. I have a dip buy back into this 3180 level, and we're playing it into the high of the day here. So AMD was the big runner. It wasn't an Nvidia day. It ended up being an AMD day, and we just treated it like a regular day instead of this is the one kind of situation for AMD. So it's strong. I'm still in it off 172 here. If we break highs, 174, I think is a double top that we'll respect because it's resistance on the daily. But if the market decides to continue going, then AMD shouldn't have any trouble. Okay, this flies all over the place. But AMD shouldn't have any trouble trying to get back to those highs. 5.5%, big time trend break there on AM Dizzle.
Yeah, I didn't even notice until Neil kind of pointed it out this morning about the technical breakout that's happening on AMD and Intel as well. Yeah, definitely a very, very strong. Hey yo, let's go! I like that. Yeah. Me and Elon both riding that Tesla train.
You're wearing it better.
Today. But yeah, no, AMD very, very strong off of a technical break, I guess. I don't know if there was any catalyst or anything like that to really push, but again, market tailwind. We talk about the market tailwind being a strong factor, and we've seen what chips have been doing there, and yeah, no, definitely a push to the upside. Now, I just want to take a quick look on the weekly here and see what we're coming into with this strength on AMD, because I know that we are pushing or attempting to push into some prior highs. So look at this, May 28th, so the last week of May right here, we made a high which is at 174.55, and today's high is 174.04, and we're knocking on the door of that pretty much. The weekly about to close maybe somewhere in and around here, or do we take a pullback? Is that resistance still going to act as a resistance here on AMD? I'm curious to know, but look at that bigger picture. Nice little pullback off the 227s, consolidates and holds this year at the 240 for another attempt at a push back up, maybe into these 170s or even the 180s as of right now, but we're knocking on the door of some of those prior highs on AMD.
There it is. You definitely wear it better. There's no question about it. The facial hair, obviously, Elon's got to grow a beard or something to make that work a little bit better. But there's a question in the chat.
I just need a bull to ride.
No, there's a question in the chat. Do you actually drink regular Coors?
I'd rather drink water.
Wow. Well, that's a statement right there, guys. It is, Neil. Dell, next on the list, down 2 1/5. No headline again for this one, but Benzinga also detecting unusual options activity, this time on the put side, not the call side, and you see it down again 2 1/5. This one has done really well this year. It's really kind of taking that SMCI approach to AI. They're building out the server stack as well as helping build out the data centers. Michael Dell also was at the Nvidia event, but not everything goes up to the right, guys.
Ooh. Not everything goes up until, for the record, I will, look, if Coors wanted to sponsor the show, I got no problems. I've drank plenty of Coors Light in my time. I was more of a Coors Light after baseball. When I played in my men's league, that was usually the joint we used to go to. That's what we're rolling pictures of. But, to each their own. I mean, I'd never sit there and be like, I'd rather drink water. You drink water anyways, right? You hydrate for hydration's sake. Sometimes you just want to enjoy a beverage. It's okay, Obi. But Dell stunk today.
Dell?
I don't want to just leave it at that, but if we're talking about things that belong in buckets, we already showed you Micron being not very good, but Dell, it's not the kind of channel that we've been mentioning. Remember the Intel one and the AMD one? The lows are very distinct in a regular slope, but the highs, it's very extreme and steep. And on Wednesday, we failed the steep end of it. And one of the last thing we said when we left on Wednesday about Dell was, failing this steep top, you probably at least retrace to the 50 period, which has been holding, or the bottom of this trend line, which has also been holding. The bottom of the trend line would be 135, seems unlikely today, and then the 50 period in here was 138.5. So that's exactly where it went to. And it's bouncing here, but I don't really see much of a trade. The volume's not the best on it. It's got a nice little wedge forming, lower highs, higher lows, and all that good stuff. I just think if you're trading this afternoon, Tesla's moving, AMD is moving, Apple's moving, Meta's moving, Microsoft's moving, the market's moving. There's probably a small cap in there that I'm forgetting about that's also moving, but Dell's doing nothing, and it's weak. So if the market falls apart, yes, Dell would look like it can retrace to the lows, but I think you got to stay away from this. Observe the trend on the daily. If you're waiting for a spot to get into Dell, the bottom of the trend line says 135 or maybe this 50-period moving average. So that's your trade. And when a stock shows you that, you wait for the bottom. If there's a very distinct bottom and every single time it consolidates there, either wait for a consolidation to show you a different low or wait at the actual bottom of the trend line. So that's the look for Dell. Obviously, if you really, really like it, you could always tickle it at the 50-period if you're so inclined to do so there. Obi, the tickler himself.
The tickler, wow.
Kenobi. I don't know why we're doing this, but
What?
now we're just
All
not
right.
going to stop.
All right, cool, fine.
You got the it's Friday.
Listen.
Look, we used to actually have like beer and pizza sometimes on the show in the afternoon. We just
Gotta
don't
bring
do
it
it
back.
anymore. We got to bring that back.
Come on.
So we could have a Coors Light here or a Coors. You know what else you could have?
Gin
You could
and
have
tonic?
like a Coors banquet.
Okay,
You get that reference?
no.
No one gets the Coors banquet reference? No? Isn't that what the guy drinks in what's the Cobra Kai?
Oh, the show or?
Yes, the show.
I think I've only seen like the part of the first season. I did not want to stop it, but I forget. I think it might have been. I was just watching something else instead.
Good show.
Yeah.
See, like people like
Not
me
too
will
bad.
watch it because the
like 2
nostalgia.
seasons now?
But then it's actually a pretty interesting show. Just I think there's a new season coming out as well, right?
Okay.
Like the next season's coming out pretty soon on Netflix. You guys will tell me in the chat. It's on my list. I'll find it if it does. But more importantly,
Yes.
you have where's your Tesla long? You're out of it.
I got out like that 250 failed to follow through.
Yeah.
Again, my mindset is a slightly different because I spent way too much risk doing degeneracy in the morning. Not the best trading decisions, but now I'm a little bit more in scalp mode, taking what I think are quick, high probability scalps there. And yeah, no, that's just 250 fails to break. I'll get back at it if 250 kind of re-breaks again. But that 250 70s, what was that high there? 250 70s on those candles? 250, 57 I have here as one of the highs. Yeah, 57. So I was like, yeah, 250, 57's coming right in. Can't even get there. Prints like 30s. And I'm like, if we're going to really rip some faces off, that should, well, in my books, that should kind of go almost right away, and it doesn't. So I'm like, all right, well, that's perfectly fine. We've been bidding up all the way here. And talk about decision-making being skewed when you're kind of strapped for risk. I was like, I'm going to hold on. I don't have too much risk left to work with. I'm going to make one decision, and I want that decision to be meaningful. And I wait and I wait and I wait, and it bounces off this 244, and I get long on top of the 244 half, and then I get out at 245, and that is currently the low of day. Not necessarily the low of day, but the next low on the day, the second higher low, I guess, at 244s. Again, a little bit distinctly different tape, a little bit of the feel, a little bit of the gut, but it's like that 244, the way it bounced, I was like, damn, I like the way she moved, and then I was like, I got long, and it actually moves all the way to 250, and I'm like, oh boy, okay, well, damn, I gotta trust my instincts, trust my decision making. If I'm being like, okay, I'm backed up into a corner, I gotta make a decision. I'm only gonna make one to start off with, and I make that decision, but don't even hold it to fruition. Like, what are your sell rules? You don't even want to give it 70 pennies there. But, that is something I got to work on. So I'm like, all right, well, if we're doing scalps, we've got to push into scalp mode right there. Shout out to Adara. So 248 right here comes right back in. I'm like, all right, we are slowing down a little bit. Bids up on VWAP, get out again. And then again at the 248 half, I'm like, all right, we're selling off a little bit off of this prior consolidation. Take a quick scalp. 248 holds. I'm like, all right, that's a good reason to get out. Right? 249 breaks, it's coming in. Prior high right here, before consolidation high or shoulder high, whatever you want to call it, right underneath that 249 half. And I'm like, okay, if we're going to accelerate all the way from 244s up towards this, the probability in my head of testing 250, I think, becomes higher. And then I'm like, all right, 250s, 57s is the high. Do we get to there right away? Can't do it right away, get out. So it's like, all right, now I'm in a scalp mode mindset for now until we kind of piece back some more of the risk, and then maybe I can start giving things a little bit more room again. But like, yeah, I definitely have to switch up play styles if and when, again, Not really saying like, yeah, sure, I'm trading my P&L in a sense where I'm like, yeah, I have to protect my risk in a certain way, and that sometimes can require a change of play style in the moment as well, right?
It's the thing about trading on a prop floor, right? Like you have your day, like you do have like those daily parameters and all that kind of stuff. So the only time that you do want to trade your P&L is when you're sort of at that spot. We're like, okay, well, I got like 1 or 2 shots left. It might change the way you get in and out. There's a couple of things. First, AMD pulled back into 172. I reloaded at 72.01. There was literally size on the bid at 71.99. So I got in front of that size, scalped some out into the quarters, then they just broke that size, so I'm out of the trade. But big shout out to Long This.
Heyo.
Thank you very much for the $100 super chat. Beer and pizza for the team, but please no Coors or pineapple.
Let's go.
Can we really not do Coors though? I'm seeing if I can get somebody to make a run for. Obviously, we can't get up and go, but I'll see if I can get someone that actually wants to make a run, and then maybe we'll have something
that'd be
for the
cool.
close. But I got to get somebody that's willing to step away from the desk that's here. So I can ask the traders, but if no one wants to get up and they want to trade, that's on. We appreciate it. Maybe we can always do it another time. But we appreciate you so much, Long This.
Thank you.
But if we're not allowed to have Coors, and obviously no pineapple, probably don't do pizza because everyone's eating here. But if we don't do Coors, like the hat is on. It feels kind of cold-blooded that we wouldn't be able to do that.
I can't even wear it backwards. Like,
well, why can't you wear it backwards? Is that against the rules or something?
I don't know. I've never seen a cowboy hat worn backwards.
Well, because it's meant to be worn a certain
Yeah, of course.
way.
It's not like a.
You can do whatever you want.
Like some of my fitteds I'll wear backwards. Some of my fitteds I may even pull a TI and wear it on the side. But it's like.
I can't picture you like that for some.
Oh, that was me at high school. That was a long, long time ago. Trying to be cool. TI was a thing back then, and
I love how
we
you
were
say
all like,
TI.
Yeah.
Yeah, like an old person says you wear it backwards because of Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay.
Like I used to always wear.
He used to have it like on the side.
Why do people do on the side?
Yeah, on the side, and I was like, how does that happen? How do you keep it up? And then you figure it out, and you're like, all right.
It works.
Let's go, yeah.
It works. You can do it any way you want. You could throw it backwards. You could throw it to the side. Do whatever you want. Don't feel like you have to do that. Like we're not actually sponsored by Coors. I actually don't even know why this exists on the floor.
Oh, it's.
I'm sure there's a story behind it.
No. I think Wayne went to go buy some stuff. Oh, here comes 250 again. The stack getting taken out. So I think this hat is Wayne's for sure, and he came by and he put it on. So I'm like, all right, unless he takes it off of my head, I'm not taking it off either. So
it must have been like a
go, Wayne.
Break it.
Giddy up is basically maybe what he's trying to tell me here for this Tesla move. 250 coming right back in. That 249 rips up quite aggressively. I was like thinking about it. I was like, wrist to this wick right here down into the 70s. I like that, and I'm looking over. I look back. We're right back at 250. I'm like, oh boy, there goes that trade. When it comes to the scalp, nice little quick 1 point off of that action there. But I'm also watching Intel here, Neil, and Intel making lower highs at VWAP. That's absolutely wild.
It might lose VWAP. So Intel was that breakout trade. I scalped it off this VWAP in here, so I got some out there at 32.5s, 32, like 97s, 95s, and I just reloaded a VWAP. So it's already bounced once off of VWAP, but it is making lower highs. If not for the fact that it was making this channel break, I'd be thinking the other direction here for a flat bottom break. And it might still give you a flat bottom break and flush in, but because it's got that higher time frame look where you've got that nice breakout going, I'm sort of favoring longs until it shows me the support is gone. And Mara, the only other thing that I'm in here, Rivian's not really doing anything, and that was from earlier, but Mara, reversal from that 20 short this morning. What's hilarious about this is it looks like this is almost exactly the same trade twice on Mara.
Oh boy.
Structure. Get some on the front end, have it fail the top, add here, to the pre-market high, to VWAP. Same thing, short the first level at 91, 92, let it fail the high, then short back under 20, take out VWAP, hold for the low of the day and a breakdown. And now it's just, to me, it's just a long. You got higher lows, you're now breaking out the 20, but I don't want this holding a lower high here. I'd like to see it bounced off 20 again. I'd like to see it confirm the trend one more time by breaking the top, and then I'll be looking for longs in Mara. You had a decent recovery in crypto. I'm just going to use IBIT for you guys. So IBIT bouncing off VWAP and continuing trend up. So good recovery, not huge, but a pretty solid recovery. Coinbase is screaming as well. So we got the Mara long. I want to find a place to reload it if I can. But guess what Tesla just did again, Obi?
Oh boy, yeah, I'm watching it. We failed that 250 a little aggressively. Candles looking a little bit suggestive there, but again, if you're trading off of candles, it's one thing I've been noticing about Tesla here is that yeah, you can kind of try to play it off the charts there, but tape is definitely king, and yeah, the tape will definitely be telling when it's in a given direction. But if you're trying to go off candles, you can see like it'll come for your stops if you're trading off the chart. Here is what I'm kind of learning. I guess what my third or fourth day continuously trading Tesla, maybe not the best decision. As again, I did observe right off of the open that the action off the open is not like the prior 2 days. So what do you got to do? Maybe risk down and maybe don't be as aggressive or as much of a degen, you know, holding over 4 points against you off your initial entry there. Not the best, but you know, I guess my idea was 250. Here's the thing. So I had one idea written down. I can read through it here. Tesla 250, 248, 40 is also kind of key, I'm finding, and then basically 250 over under, and I'm looking for it to hold below 253 pre-market highs to get with the trend, and then looking for any sort of failure to follow throughs to get again a little aggressive with that 250 over under. And look at that, 250 fails to follow through on that initial break right here. I do get short again, but I'm not following my plan. I'm already lost in the sauce with all this execution here. But, you know, it is what it is. We kind of manage our risk, and we're kind of trying to move forward. What is the next trade is what I'm asking myself. But what's going on, Adara?
Right now, we're just looking at DJT, seeing some news come through here. The stock hasn't reacted yet, but just be aware, seeing this report coming through that apparently Donald Trump looking to get his secret documents case paused after that immunity ruling we had earlier this week, basically asking the Florida court to weigh the Supreme Court opinion on the case. So just some potential court updates here coming from DJT, guys.
30 cents. All right, I think I might have found something. First of all, I want to shout out to there's a trader who used to trade on the floor. You know, he owns his own trading floor now. He used to trade on this floor, owns his own trading floor. Had the best short on DJT. I'll get to that in a second. Okay. But I want to get to this Max N. You know what? I always feel like I should at least know what the company is for the first time we bring it up. Maxion Solar Technologies. Ooh, good one. It is, I don't even know what that flag, Singapore. You know what's really cool? I'm looking up at my trade ideas so I can cheat. I don't actually know what's a Singapore company. I mouse over the flag and it tells me that it's Singapore. Apparently 2-1. Who scored? Oh, for the love of, they just said 2-1 and nobody's telling me who scored the goal. Anyways, that's frustrating. But before we go to, let's go to Adara for Max N.
So here's the details on that Maxion Solar. Worth noting, 35% short float on Maxion Solar, $9 million market cap. So pretty significant short float, 35% short float and market cap of $9 million. This morning, Maxion Solar MAXN comes out that in their 6K filing, there's apparently shareholder filing a complaint alleging there was Securities Exchange Act violation in its SunPower disclosures. So it's actually not a great catalyst here for Maxion, saying they're looking to vigorously defend itself against these SEC charges. But MAXN pushing to the upside either way, 35% short float, guys.
It's over?
2-1 with
okay,
no
so
time
Spain
left.
scored
Okay.
2-1 with almost no time left. You can't see the bridge, but there's basically
like
all the
packed,
dudes are sitting on the bridge, which is where the risk managers are, on the trading floor watching the match because that's what's up. But, bye-bye Spain. MaxN, when I see this going on, I see higher lows, big short float, 350 million shares, double the volume the last couple of days, right? Consolidated bottom, starting to go, I want to buy dips on this thing. Even if it breaks the high, next stop is like 30 cents for resistance. It's at 25. Like 25 to 30? Like, would you be happy if a $25 stock went to $30? Yes. Would you be happy if a $2.50 stock went to $3? Yes. So if you can find a structured long in here off these higher lows, if it's going to play by the trend, then I want to see if I can pick this up on trend. So as long as it's over 23, I'm buying the dip in Maxion. Adara.
More news coming through here. Big lots, BIG. This one down about 10%. Strongest volume candle of the day by far coming through here. The New York Times reporting that Big Lots is set to shutter some of its stores and may actually have to file for bankruptcy. Apparently, there's some inflation issues impacting this company. So this is a consumer brand right at low of days. Worth noting as well, 25% short float, $50 million market cap for BIG, guys.
BIGPOPPA. No info for that. Yeah. Anyways, Big Lots. When I see that, I want to see that thing. I never hope a stock goes to zero. But when I hear that, I'm expecting like halt down or something along those lines. And you're not even getting a great continuation. That said, can we say flat bottom break? 150. That's your 52-week low on Big Lots. There's about 130, 140,000 shares sitting on the bid at $1.50. If it loses that, it could get pretty nasty for Big Lots. I just realized we probably don't have locates. Oh, yes, we do. We have free shorts here at Real Trading on Big Lots. So if it breaks 150, I mean, it works both ways. Supports at 150 on the daily, so that's where it's getting bought right now. But if it breaks out, I think that would be the short level. Still trying to get some max N, and this doesn't want to dip. Maxion. You know what? If I don't get filled by the next time I bring this up, I'm not calling it Maxion. I'm not going to give it its real name. No respect if you don't give me the fill on MAXN. Still want this trend up. There's room to 30. So we'll see if we can grab that. But yeah, Big Lots is going to be on radar. It's a Friday. You want to trade what's moving. Tesla, make that breakout. Make everybody happy. We all want to see Tesla breakout today. And Big Lots, hate to say it, but I'm looking short through 150. It's just too big of a level on the daily with that news not to take a shot at it. So, you know, if it flushes from there, anything can happen. I mean, you can reasonably risk like 5 cents on a trade like that. And then anything can happen the other direction. So we'll have it. Free locates doesn't hurt, but that plays both directions. If it starts squeezing back to the upside, you know, everyone and their mother is trying to short it and they can do it for free.
Yeah, I think that's something to watch out for. Intraday kind of news there. This 249, a little interesting here. Something else I'm kind of thinking about is like what are the option chains around that 250 looking like today on a Friday, right? Might be a little interesting to kind of keep that into consideration there. But 250 as of right now, a little bit of a rejection there. But again, pushing into it, going into the end of the day, very, very aggressive bid off of those 244s. So again, I'm kind of asking myself is like, if the bid is real, where can it potentially catch here? Something that's continuing to run here, Neil, is Costco. Absolutely wild, absolutely crazy here. Continues to make fresh highs on the day. I'm like looking at this one, I'm like, all right, is this going to break down at any time, at any point today? Absolutely not. It is continuing. This is a 15-minute chart, and oh boy, is it just getting bought up back to back here on Costco. And then I think Walmart was doing something very similar. Yeah, look at that. Walmart extremely similar, pushing up into that 70 mark. Some of these retailers, man, it's I guess we're really going here. Let me take a quick look at Target as well. Okay, Target is moving up as well, but looking distinctly different from Costco and Walmart itself. So again, market tailwind has been quite aggressively strong. We finally broke past that 20,500 as well. So yeah, a lot of things pushing all-time highs, or even very, very strong on the day here today. So Softy still near its highs. So is Apple. So is Amazon, and so is Alphabet. So Nvidia is really the only one that's kind of chopping and churning sideways right now.
Yeah,
nothing too crazy.
It's a little surprising, but it is what it is for Nvidia. I don't think you don't want to fight what's happening on the stock, but it is rolling over a bit. And we did say, like, the fear would be that it breaks down. Like, if it's not going to go with the market and the market does any kind of a pullback, I think the fear is that you press these lows on Nvidia. So now it's underneath VWAP. I think that can be tradable. We did take a bid off VWAP on Intel, but it's still this max N. I don't necessarily want to chase too far, but if it's just going to straight up hold at 25, then I might just get in front of the 25 level. Oh, I want to show you something. Here, let's go to the level 2 here. I don't know why it's not automatically going to max N. Oh, too late. So someone just ate like 250,000 shares on the offer on max N. So I do like the fact that someone showed that and got the fill. So there's plenty of buyers right now above the 25 level. So if I can see them start to step up on the actual tape, I might just decide to join them. Instead of waiting for a dip into the trend line. I might just step up a little bit into the 25 level here on MAXN. Still no breakdown yet of, never mind. Big lots broke 150, so there it is. Got to 46, but that's just on the wick. So when it ran the stops, basically it ran stops all the way down to 146. I got 49, there was no slippage at all. I think reasonably giving it to the 55 level and then scalping it. I don't know where the bottom is gonna be when you have a stock like this, so we'll give it to 55s. I'm just gonna pull it up on the weekly because we didn't last time. And sometimes you go to the weekly chart and you can find something a little bit deeper, but in this particular case, no, you're all-time lows. So nothing to be seen here, except for the fact that it has now made fresh lows and continuing under. So, 145, 140, 135, 130, and all that good stuff, because there's nothing else. We call it a blue sky setup when you make fresh highs and you're going and there's no resistance. Well, there's no bid outside of whoever decides to buy wherever they decide to buy it on big lots. So you have no price history down here for the stock. So we're short it. Shout out to Adara for giving us the news, and we'll see what this thing can do. But we're going to be scalping it down to each even penny level, and then see where we can go from there. Big lots is going down.
Lots of lots to the downside on the big lots. Is that what you're telling me there?
Big losses on big lots.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. What's that ticker trading at now? Because I remember it was in the tens the last time I.
Oh man,
Okay.
I just had the weekly up. It's $1. It just broke $1.50. This thing and
wow.
it stinks, right? But in 2021, like when we got to the top of the pandemic, like all the exuberance, this was a $70 stock. And only recently, like the last spike got it to like $5, but it's nasty. Like who knows? Like sometimes you get news like that and it makes a bottom. So I don't want to completely rule it out. Like we just got some out at 46. I don't know that I want to reload here until it confirms. It hasn't even put in a recovery candle yet. So if it breaks out from there, then we just jump out of it. But nasty, nasty move there. MaxL is still, whoops. How the heck did that happen? I don't even know how. Oh, that's hilarious. So this 1037 is like Maxerva Tech Hong Kong. And so that actually came up in my drop down, but I wanted MaxN, which is the real one, holding that 25 level. There's big offers that are getting chewed through. I might just take a 27 break. If I don't get a dip buy that I like, I'll probably just go 27 break long, give it to 26 and see what happens. MaxL picking up speed.
Yeah, there's a lot of like volume going on here at the 248s, 248 halves as of right now. So I'm kind of just, I guess, being a little bit patient just to see if we can rebid into the 249. We are pretty much right there, but again, that aggressive pullback off of 250 definitely has I guess, me interested as well as again, you can take a look further back on the chart here. This is where the aggressive selling kind of started to come in a little bit earlier in the day, and we did pull back off of that 250. And another thing, yeah, are those if options chains on 250s are looking quite juicy there, are we going to close above or below is the question. And I think I remember in a brief conversation with Wayne in the back, the 235s were looking quite juicy as well. 235 puts maybe, I think it was. But yeah, it should be interesting. 250s pulling back as of right now. Let's see if we can kind of come back into that 250, or do we have more oomph to the downside? I have no idea here. Markets are looking like they're kind of pulling back here, but very well within their trend on the day here. Very, very strong to the upside. 20,400 holds off of the open, and then now we're printing up into 20,600s as of right now. So 600s pulling back into 600s on the NQ there. Yeah, okay, what is that chart? Okay, that chart is Target. Target still kind of pushing up from earlier when we were looking at it there, but still has not broken past prior day's high. Walmart and Costco are definitely the ones to be watching there if you're looking for a potential continuation or even a potential reversion is what I'm looking for on those names, and those names can't stop, won't stop, so it's not even time yet to kind of pull that off there on Costco.
What have we said about the Diddy references? We got to be easy on the Diddy reference.
What's the Diddy? Which?
Puff Daddy?
No, I know, but what was the reference? I don't really.
No, I mean, Diddy's actually, he's in some trouble for not good things.
Okay. I'm not really.
Oh, you actually don't know.
I don't really follow, I guess.
Yeah, maybe don't look it up. Actually, yeah, just don't. You probably just take my word for it. Diddy done some things, and it ain't good. But so that max end broke the 27, so no dip buy. Should have just got in at 25. It just broke 27s. We'll scalp it to 30. Should have half out if it gets there, but I'm only going to give it to just past 26. I still favor the dip buy, so if it breaks 26, I'll just try to get back in somewhere a little bit better. Big lots is still not doing much. It just consolidated underneath 150, so we'll hang on to that short. Intel, we're still in this one off of VWAP. Again, not doing too much. They get bounced off VWAP. Like, really, this is where it's going to go. It's just going to sit here at 90. I'll get something out on 90. Those are random orders. Let's stick back at 90 and then get some all the way up into the evens here. So if we scalp into 32 again, we'll just kind of take some out. So big lots southbound, Maxen or whatever the heck it's called, Maxion, trying to hold this 27, but I don't want to give it too much room on Maxen, just given the fact that we wanted a dip instead of this breakout trade. So big lots, I don't know where the next bid's going to be, but we are on the bid in the low 40s. I want to see it take out that bottom and see if we can't capture something off of the low 40s. Rivian is making some moves, but I'm in a trade from earlier where I had this short off the high of the day. I did not reload it. So unless this breaks out the top, I'm not really doing anything on Rivian. Why is this still big lots? There we go. Unless we get back into the high or break it out, there's not much for me to do with Rivian. We had an early short that wasn't any good, and then we had this one, which we had to stop out, and then we shorted the high of the day, or I shorted the high of the day. I keep saying we. But it's making higher lows. No need to reload this unless it's the absolute top. If we get the top, fair enough. There's your Tesla catching a bid again.
Yeah, back at that 249. I mean, a little bit of a hairy long there, but again, kind of trying to keep that in mind. Where, like I said before, predatory price action. 249 is coming right back in. So can we be aggressive into the 250 once again? We've made some significant tops there, so that would definitely have a lot of players offside. But again, what do I know? This 250, 248, like I observed before. The only thing that I've observed is that 248 was churning a little bit of volume there. I don't know if it was distinctly different. I wasn't necessarily here for a little bit of that quadunk that happened earlier off this 249 level, but we are kind of attempting to reclaim some of these prices. So let's see. For the bigger picture, yeah, we have failed 250 a little bit, a couple of times on Tesla today. So not really, nothing too, I guess, distinct, but that 250 does look a little bit distinct to me here. Again, this thing has been squeezing into the end of the day for the past few days, and today's the only day that we've gotten a bit of a sideways consolidation on the name. So maybe we're looking for more of the same, or maybe something distinctly different. But that 250 definitely has, like a lot of people definitely have their eyes on that 250 on Tesla. And we talk about that yearly high. If we close above, or if we start trading above 251s, 251 and some change, the ticker will have gone red to green on the year. So it's about what, this is the seventh.
That's a big deal.
This is the 7th month of the year, and yeah, Neil is saying that is a big deal for sure. What happens when any sort of longer time frame candle goes green to red, right? And even coming in today, like if it's failing 250, I need to respect that. It's the first time we've come back at the yearly highs, right? So it's like, all right, are we going to expect a little bit of a pullback? Of course, come on, man. Like, it's 250, it's the year high. We're about to go red to green, potentially. Are you going to get some sellers there? Yeah, of course, maybe. I don't know. I think the probability is definitely there. And look at that. We do get sellers every time we did right off of the open, right? Right off of the open, we got distinct sellers coming off the 252 test. So we've been chopping up sideways, kind of winding up. So that 250 is definitely interesting to me. That 251 even more. So I don't know if that's going to come into fruition. But I'm going to try to keep my sanity intact and try to capture some of these moves. Again, a lot of Tesla's not the only name on the board today. There are a lot of other names that are moving much nicer in terms of trending, in terms of breakouts, in terms of multi-frame breakouts as well. We talk about AMD, we talk about Intel, we talk about
could break
Walmart and Costco. Yeah, what's going on with AMD?
So AMD feels like it's starting to flatten out here on AMD. And it's just, like, I know it's still trending to the upside in a technical sense, but you get the lower high, you're flattening it out, you're back underneath the 172. the next step would be maybe taking out 71 or VWAP or something like that. The only reason I think, like you look at like an Nvidia, it's down 1%, it's already underneath the bottom, probably a lower hanging fruit, and then I can't get my eyes off Micron so far down. If it gets VWAP, that's usually a pretty good retracement trade. I don't want to step out of it too much. Like I'm looking at these, like Maxon's doing pretty good volume, and so is Big Lots. But these don't follow through with either of these trades, then we got to look somewhere else. And it's probably AMD, Tesla. I know you're already in Tesla, but Tesla looking pretty strong. I just want it breaking out the top. If it's going to squeeze, I want this to squeeze through that 250.5 and then just go ham, breaking out that long. Oh yeah, Mara's just not moving at this point, so I feel like it's kind of a nothing burger. We'll just hang on to the long we have left, and if it loses that support, maybe just trail it to that support level as Mara's starting to run out of steam. When it's this late in the day, I think a lot of times, you know, if you're in it and it hasn't given you a reason to get out, it's fine to hold it, but it doesn't necessarily mean you want to go back and be over trading the stock if it's not doing anything, and that's what I see with Mara. Meta's definitely super strong.
Oh, that's
I'm
high
just
today,
not
right?
the problem with
All-time
Meta. I
highs?
don't see a trade in here if you're not already in it. Like I want something that can catch up and go through the high or is exploding on volume through the high. Meta's volume's really tapered off, and the top end of this move is on essentially no volume here for Meta. So we'll see. It might be one of those afternoons where we're looking for those high flyer runners or something to break a top that we just have to be patient for. Thankfully, Big Lots, like that came in on news and the volume spike is there, just the lack of follow through. I might just have to scalp the 5 cents or whatever it is here if it's not going to go any further. It is SSR, so it's short sell restricted. If it were to catch a bid and it's free locates, it could really get to VWAP quickly. So I have to watch out for that. My stop is still at VWAP, but I might have to tighten this up if it doesn't start moving soon here. Come on, Tesla breakout.
Yeah, I'm looking for the quarter to print, and there's the quarter print. Can we hold the quarter? Can we print the quarter, hold, and print the halves? Let's see. We are doing a little bit of a bid here, 249. Like I said, a little bit of a chop and churn happening. A lot of volume, a lot of shares getting pushed at that 248. 249 is attempting to push, but getting pushed back down whenever it does. But again, that bid is holding a little bit higher every time. So maybe we are poised for that prior high, 250. We're only about 75 pennies away from there. And yeah, Tesla can do that in like pretty quickly in terms of the volatility that it's been having, but it can flush just as fast. But I'm trying to build the bigger picture that's been going on. We haven't been making the best decisions in the morning session, so hopefully we can make some better ones going into the power hour. Here comes the half, 249 halves. How much further can we go? We did wick. Look at the second wick off of that 250. So definitely players in my mind are like, okay, well, when I see that wick, I'm getting short, risking some of that wicky action, kind of signifying potential sellers there. But like I said before, Tesla off the chart is a tricky one, and if it's gonna start, I guess, violating some stops, I'm looking at that wick high to potentially come in and see what price action does in and around there. That high is at
2 and push through.
He's just like, yeah, give it the old hak tua and push it right through. Yeah, we'll see. I finally ended up watching that clip. Absolutely hilarious. The hak tua girl, but yeah. Tesla 249. Let's see what we got in store. 250 is just on the horizon apparently. But again, with that action at 250 looking distinct, could be smelling a little bit of trouble for some shorts here if we kind of push through those highs. What's going on, Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro paid for itself on day one. That's a real review from a real trader using Benzinga Pro. Thanks to Benzinga Pro's exclusive news alerts, real-time market insights, and community of over 6,000 dedicated traders, it's the fastest way to trade the news. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our July 4th sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click in the link in the description box and join Benzinga Pro today.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I just need one.
We're
you guys can drink whatever. I'll pay for it.
Doing a I guess.
I thought you said it was
a run.
He's like he told me the LCBO was on strike.
What?
They're on strike?
Huh.
So how is he getting any beer if the LCBO is on strike?
Yeah, there's a beer store.
Oh yeah, I guess I don't know where the beer store is around here. So if you, for those of you that are down south, yeah, like you actually, Ramin, he's getting it from a guy in the alley. No, you to buy alcohol here, there's like the beer store and there's the LCBO, which is like the liquor store. So you basically have no choice but to go there, and there's like a bill. They're trying to get it into other places, like like convenience stores and whatnot. But yeah, the LCBO is on strike. So I didn't even know there was a beer store around us. So apparently they're gonna go get something. So I appreciate you. Thank you guys for the super chat long this. Looks like we will have a little something to end the show. But I thought we were completely out of luck, and it's not a good look in the middle of the summer when the LCBO goes on strike. I'm just gonna tell you that. It's not fun, and most people are not happy with it. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah, we try not to get too political about things around here, but yeah, it's a little bit different. But KOSS is trying to go, and it's not working. KOSS. I had one short, one long. The short was like good. It's like you're looking for a home run trade and break it out and just get out break even. And then the same thing for the long. I was scalping it, and I made the low of the day here. I actually have the bottom wick on KOSS today. And I don't want to do the same thing, but if this is going to get through 1490, if KOSS wants to make this play, I'm all for it. But it needs to break the 1490. Like, look at this gamesmanship at 13.5. You're either long right there at 13.5 and giving it like a bunch, or you're getting the breakdown. But guess what just happened? Oh no, big lots, big flush, right down into the 40s. Now I'm scalping it because it's not moving, but we're going to take some 42s and 41s. Hit me on the bid. Let's go. Just hit the bid. Get the 41s. It's on the bid of 42. So this continues to flush down 16%. Thank you very much, Adara, for the news. That's what it's all about. Intel is very slowly, but surely, but slowly climbing off of VWAP. It's like watching paint dry. So get to 32.05 so we can just get the heck out of that trade. But I gotta throw KOSS on the radar. If nothing happens with this max N, I'll be all for this breakout here on KOSS. And max N doesn't seem like it wants to do much of anything. So big lot's good. Oh, max N just broke. Let's get over to that one quickly. So max N does not hold at 26 level. I'll have to wait for a better dip buy. We thought we'd go for the breakout trade. Does not hold on. We didn't want to give it past 26. So once it failed under that price, we'll just wait for a better dip buy. It could be a KOSS type of afternoon. Big lots to me is just a short on the news, but I want some kind of a breaker. It's a Friday. The market's not really doing much at this top, so I'd like a small cap runner to maybe take us to the promised land. Or Tesla could just break out.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be just fine too.
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine. I mean, it's not like I'm biased or anything in that direction.
No, you're not biased at all.
Absolutely not. No, that's a joke. That's me being sarcastic. But 249.5's coming in right here, so we are attempting a push for that 250. Not much size I'm seeing just yet, but sometimes that size showing up as you get closer to the price. As well, but again, we are technically making lower highs here as of right now, so I do want to keep that in mind and respect that as well. So I did piece out a decent, decent chunk of whatever I did have in the 30s because it was kind of holding a little bit there, and now I got, I guess, my best entry as the average there down in the 70s. So let's see how this one kind of works out there. 248s, 249s, churning a lot of volume there. Let's see if we can push past that 250. Sure. I definitely like that, but that's obviously because I'm a little biased on the long side just based off of the position there. But again, something I got to do better at is being unbiased no matter what, regardless of which side of the position you're in, and really just trying to interpret the information that the book and the tape is giving me, and use that as references to be like, all right, is that a reason to buy? Is that a reason to sell? Can I manage my position in and out based off of those reasons, and really kind of, I guess, massage into and out of the ticker as it kind of waves around sideways here today. 250s. Wow, what was that just now? Okay, I went up to the 30-minute. I don't want to do that. Go back down to the 3-minute. Okay, cool. But yeah, I see. Excuse me, I saw about 200 lots sitting at that 250. That is much, much less than there was before. On this break here, I think there were a couple thousand lots there, and that definitely had me interested and involved with the move. But if it's not going to have the same here, it might not be similar of a move, but. Again, what do I know? That 250 holding as of right now as a prior lower high on Tesla. So I'm not really watching anything else. If you guys think there's other opportunities that are potentially, better in terms of your own playbook, let me know. We can take a look at them. And maybe, again, I am also looking for a potential next trade here. And Tesla's definitely caught my eye on a bit of a bigger picture trend to the upside and that 250 mark. I did have to go and check some of those, option chains for the 250 that I'm so curious about. I'm going to go do that right now. What's going on, Neil?
Yeah, KOSS is still trying to make that move in here. It's got the higher low for KOSS. The volume is starting to pick back up. It just needs to punch through this 14.5 resistance. If it can do that, then you can get like stair step into VWAP, break at the $15 level. Like the other thing about this, this level here is this was an actual, if you look at this candle, when it halted downside, it was 13.5. And essentially the halt price has been the reference all afternoon. Like it's just supporting the halt down price where it caught a bid. But since then, this top is 14.88 or 14.90. So since the down halt, it's had the same level of resistance. If it wants to break this afternoon, win, lose, or draw, just got to take a shot at it. So that's what I have on radar. Yes, Polestar is getting close. I still have the breakout order for Polestar. I will cancel this order if it gets to like 3. If we haven't broken the top on Polestar by like 345 or 350, actually probably closer to 345, I will cancel it. I just cannot take that break when there's no time for it to do anything for us. But Polestar trying to get above VWAP. If the volume was there, then I would agree with maybe getting into something early, but it's not doing anything. So it has to make the move, press into the high, and then we can jump into the trade. So I'd rather be looking back for a max end entry or something along the lines of KOSS giving us the breakout. So KOSS just got to the 14.5. I still think you can get that 15 level. Kai Studio saying maybe look at CMG. All right, I mean, I'm going to have KOSS up on the side here so we can look at some other symbols, but KOSS is getting pretty darn close. Just want to make sure my stop is still in there. Get that back in on KOSS. Because every time we get to the bottom, I cancel the order. And then it gets back up close to the high, and I want to get it back in again. So CMG, Chipotle, everyone knows about the split. Our charts don't split adjust. But it is trending back to a potential high break. That looks pretty good. Oh, there we go. 63.15. Wow, that would look juicy if it could break it out. But I would not want to punch this into overhead resistance. It needs to break out the actual top. Here comes KOSS. KOSS looks like it's going to make that push as we speak. Although I see people talking about Rams, talking about ARM. Is ARM breaking out the high? Oh my goodness, yes it is. Stock is so ridiculous. There's just no float available. SoftBank is winning. Obviously, they haven't been selling. 180, fresh all-time highs for ARM. And it just pressed right back into a local high. It just hasn't broken it out at 182. All right, I feel like KOSS is going to do things before ARM does. So there is KOSS breaking out. It's still a NASDAQ stock. So we got in. Remember, it's not the 15 even break. It's like a 14.90. So it's not exactly 15 even. Oh, there you go. So now breaking here. I just want to see. Like, can we actually get 15.5, 16 even? 16's been a pretty big fail spot. The halt price in the morning top side was about $1 from here. So I think a scalp into that first dollar works. I do not want this breaking back underneath like 14.60. So we got to have a relatively tight stop. There it goes. We just got 15.50. We'll ring the register there. Get another offer in front of that 16 because 16 has been a problem that it can't solve. But if it does, then we're holding for the dream being $18 up at top. So KOSS is going. Obviously, that max end didn't do anything. Big Lots is bouncing a bit. I might have to take more out in front of that 40 level. Just going to get on the bid and scalp more of that out. But we want KOSS. We know what it can do, but I always keep in mind that the catalyst here is nonsensical for KOSS. And I guess everyone knows it by now, so I don't have to repeat it. So I always want to make sure we're taking profit on the way up because as fast as it goes up, it has no reason for doing what it's doing. Adara.
Just another small cap moving here, just to give some details on this. If anyone's watching this, CLEU. This is a Chinese ADR. It is a small cap. Not seeing any news for this big drop down here, but they do have a short float of about 9.3%, total float of about 3 million shares, and a market cap of around 9 million. So CLEU. Just some details if you're following this stock. A little bit of social media interest, but seeing this one pop in volume, multiple halter, pretty decent short float, guys.
Yeah, I'll say.
CLEU.
Yeah, so KOSS does not, by the way, KOSS does not hold the breakout. It was a pretty good move, but I said we'll be in and out relatively quickly. Just want to make sure we're grabbing more than what we're giving back. And if it consolidates, like the breakout here, if it gives it back, I want to get out. Then look for a consolidation long. Just to confirm you're still going higher, jump back into the trade if we can find a spot back into it. So I want it holding above VWAP. Right? I don't want to just sit there and hold that one trade forever. We take multiple shots here. When you're at a prop floor, like I can trade this as many times as I want. I can get in, I can get out. I don't have to worry about trading it 3 times in a day. That's the reason to wait for more confirmation of strength above 15 and above VWAP. So we'll take it to 15.5. Look for the next opportunity. I missed that last symbol, so we'll have to go back and check. Did you catch it?
CLEU?
CLEU.
Yeah, it's definitely...
It's kind of, it's like Clue, but it's not Clue.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah, it's bizarre that you would see something like that with no actual news. But usually
it's hitting the range from yesterday, right?
Yeah, like essentially the stock is just like, I think if you ever see something like this, the only thing you should be trying to do is like short the tops. Like you have $3 up here, which is clear resistance for whatever reason, doesn't matter why. So you short into that every single time, and that's been the winning trade. So if by some miracle the stock decides to halt a couple of times and get up into the top, I would think you just fade it off of that high. But you know, I don't really see much there. If there's no news, then what are you basing? If it was bad news, I would short it into VWAP. But I don't even. If there's no news, then what do you do except for wait for the price that it's telling you is the price to trade? So KOSS still on the radar. Not a heck of a lot happening there. And then we jumped out of big lots. So big lots, it was good till it wasn't. It did this liquidity grab back in here. So we're able to get the 140s out. Once it tagged 140, I moved the stop in here to like this local high, which it decided to run. It might still be going down. I might jump back into this trade and give it to the 151. So we rang the register on that, and it's still trending down technically. We might have to jump back into this. It's still looking pretty weak, this 150 level. And the other thing that's happening is your Tesla really wants to make this.
I mean, it's trying.
Like it's trying, but it's making it so boring. Like do it or don't do it. We got places, like Marlo said, do it or don't do it. I got places to be. I don't really, we're gonna be here no matter what, but break out this top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can kind of like try to you know talk nice to it or talk dirty to it, and maybe it'll move the way I want it to. But you know, it is what it is. The ticker's gonna do what the ticker wants to do at the end of the day, and I got to do better at my own executions in and around some of these levels here. But again, trying to stay nimble. Here comes the 60s. Here comes the 50s held. We are attempting to break this kind of consolidation range high. I did look up the options right there. So here are the puts. The puts have 76 thou volume, but open interest only about 6.8 on the puts. But take a look at some of these calls, man. Yeah, so right here. So this is just on Yahoo Finance. Look at these 250 calls. 289,000 in terms of volume and 29,000 on the open interest. So yeah, definitely one of the more I guess crowded chains is that 250, both on the put side and on the call side there. So it should be interesting here coming in. Here comes in that 250 once again. So let's see what 250's got in store. Only about 240 lots here. Let me put up the size filter for you guys here so you guys can catch some of that size coming along the way as well right there. Yes. There's Buddy right there, 244 on the ask. Let's see if do we make a lower high? We've made a high at that 250. We attempted that 250 a little bit earlier, and then we wicked that. We slammed right back in, and then we went all the way down to 244s before coming right back in, slamming in 48 hold. Nice little lots of volume getting chopped and churned here, and then now we're attempting that 250 once again. Oh boy, I have no idea what the ticker's gonna do, but if you're gonna move,
go higher.
That into that 250, I definitely want to stay a little bit involved here. And I see that we got a super chat, but without any message here. So thank you, Top VoIP, for the super chat. 250 coming in right now. 95s on the ask right there. Only about 5 pennies away. Can we push through that size? Some of these prior highs there, I gotta keep those in check. 250, 57, 250, 30. So let's see if we go in and kind of knock on the door of some of those stops there on Tesla. Market's also pushing up a little bit there, holding that 20,600 on the NQ, and the ES also attempting to push some fresh highs as well. So do we have market tailwind? Yes, we do, a little bit. And let me take a quick look at some of these constituents as well. Who else is super strong? Apple, Alphabet, and Amazon. Amazon still holding that 200. Oh boy.
Is it though?
It's holding 200 right now.
That line is ridiculous. Amazon is the definition of barcoding right now. Like this is, you don't see this happen very often on, I mean on any stock really, but on Amazon particularly. Like $200 on a Friday, look at this thing, doing absolutely nothing. And when it's flushed, when it breaks down, it's been falling off of this level more than it's been bouncing, but the market's pretty strong. If it can break this channel, I would think this is a long. The longer it holds, I think the better it is that long, but I want to give a shout out in the chat for Top VoIP also saying, can you look at C3AI and Mobileye? Okay. So I'll start with Mobileye because I have no idea what it's doing. C3AI we did look at already. Mobileye, ooh, yeah, it's kind of, ugh. It's very illiquid. I pull up the level 2 and just nothing's happening, which is weird when you have a stock which is moving. Oh, this is probably why. You know what? Guess what Mobileye needs to do? Look at this daily chart. All you got to do is break 28.5 Mobileye. Room to 33.80 or whatever the heck that line is that I drew a while ago. So it needs to break out that top. You're diddling in the middle on light volume. Well, the volume's actually pretty good, but light liquidity. C3AI, on the other hand, was a squeeze that is doing decent enough volume, but it's broken out its levels. So difference is C3AI broke out 29.5. Mobileye needs to break out that $0.50 itself. C3I is looking for continuation above 29.5. Mobileye is looking to get going. So I would rather be involved in C3I if I could, but I'm still eyeballing this max N if it wants to make the move. And PSNY, it's starting to run out of time. It's very, very slowly creeping to $1, but the volume, not where I want to see it. ARM is still beasting. Haven't really seen. There's it breaking the high of the day. Yeah, this could be something. So I mean, I'm waiting for things to start breaking back out that I like. Tesla's getting there, but ARM is breaking out. Volume's still okay. We're gonna hang on to our Intel long because we can scalp it off VWAP, but I want something explosive. If we're not gonna get back into that, max N or maybe that KOSS, ARM looking pretty good above this local high. So it's trying to pull back in. 181.50 would look like the dip buy level. I hate the spread on this stock, because it usually means you've got to let it drop in and then just try and catch, like, as it falls down into 181 or 181.5, you kind of just make the middle of the spread when it does that and then hope to get a fill, because if you buy the ask, a lot of times you'll just be paying more than you need to in a move like that. So here comes Tesla through that high. Is it going to actually break the top? That's the real question here, Obi.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the tape is definitely getting aggressive through that 250. That's a little expected. Again, a lot of participation happening at that 250 mark, and we're printing right back below it there. So couldn't really get through right away into that 250, and then we're printing right back down. So we went up to like 250.20s, and we did kind of technically make a lower high there, I guess. As of right now, but I'm just kind of waiting and seeing. So we finally got back up to the 250. How much further can we pull back? Are we going to kind of push? Definitely shorts that are, I think in my mind, I'm like shorts that are risking off those prior highs. They're starting to sweat a little bit there. You can see some of that euphoria coming into the tape as well, in and around that 250. So we're right back up there at that 250. Let's see, do we go all the way back down to 248s? We saw that 248s did do some significant volume before we came up to this 250, and that 250.30 is that prior high right here, and then 250.57 up here. And again, going back into, we're in power hour right now, only about 49 minutes left to go until the closing bell rings, and we've seen what Tesla can kind of do pushing into the end of the day over the past couple of days. But I don't know if it's going to do more of the same, right? I don't know if it's going to do more of the same. If that 250 continues to act as a resistance here on the day, then maybe we do take a little bit of a pullback. We just saw the options volume that's sitting at that 250 as well. So more often than not, I have heard that option sellers are definitely have the edge in the game. So anybody and everybody who may or may not have sold those 250 calls on Tesla, I'm just kind of patiently waiting. Are they? And those are expiring today, right? July 5th.
Yep.
That's today. And if those expire kind of worthless, that would mean that Tesla has closed below that 250 mark, and that's why I'm so interested in kind of seeing where Tesla may or may not close on the day today, just with some of that options volume. Now, I did not check. Again, I don't really trade options that much, so what do I know? I don't know what I'm talking about half the time here. But all I'm saying is that if we kind of close below that 250, yeah, all those option sellers will be in the money.
Yep.
From that. That much I do know. Can one of us explain what rinsed means? Ramin is asking.
So I'll give you an example of getting rinsed. Yep. So let's go to, what just made that move? Not ANVS, probably KOSS. So it's not necessarily, maybe not extreme enough, the move that just happened, but a good example of getting rinsed would be if you took, this morning KOSS, halt to the upside, and then tried to break out $18. Remember, 18 was kind of a big level. Well, if you took an 18 break, you got rinsed. Like it went from breaking out 18 to halting down over 10%, right? So like a halt down, that's getting rinsed on a trade. Now, if you were long, I mean, I wasn't in the long, but I wouldn't necessarily describe this as getting rinsed because it's reasonable. Like if you just get in long and it doesn't work, you kind of hold it to your stop level, like you'll long there and give it to that. That's not getting rinsed. It's just like a normal trade. But if you held the breakout here and it took out the absolute, just held it all the way to the low, then it broke that low and filled the gap, then you've got rinsed on the trade. And why do you guys keep doing this? Like it's like the, I don't know, like the, it's a new animation for rinse.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh, okay, so there we go. Well, I need to have that key. What? Okay, fine. Now we're overdoing it.
That would have been a perfect thing to play when I was taking this short all the way up from 244s to 250s. I definitely got rinsed on that position. So they're
Let's
basically
just keep saying it over and over.
Yeah. So getting rinsed. Prime examples. Ovi has gotten rinsed a couple times today, but not rinsed enough, as we still have a little bit of our risk left, and we're trying to work our way back here. 250s coming right back in after an aggressive pullback down into 249 halves here. So again, that 250, man, definitely. If I was sitting here short, I would be. Again, this was a beautiful short in the morning session. This was a little bit of a nicer, or not really nicer, but a nice short again on the reload here at that 250 failure to follow through. I guess third time. Let's see if that's a charm for some of these shorts here. I know I definitely was not involved, but a great trade it was nonetheless, from 50 to 244s, and now we're pushing back above. So let's see. Like I said, Tesla with the predatory price action, rinsing players on both sides. There's that word again, rinsed. So don't want to get too rinsed on Tesla,
now
but if we're coming in for a bit of a car wash, no?
At the car wash.
At the car wash? Yeah. Let's see, we're
you know what
washing
the worst,
both sides.
Oh my, it's been really frustrating getting hurt during the summer. Yep. Like it's a bad time to, obviously, there's no good time to tear your Achilles, but during the summer is not exactly a good thing. Like my daughter is all on this save the earth, whatever, it's what happened, which is great and fantastic. So I wanted to like wash the cars in the driveway with her instead of taking it to the car wash. Mm-hmm. So I actually got the environmentally friendly soap that can go down the drain essentially, so you can wash your car. I'm like, yeah, we'll be able to do it. And we were literally going to do it the weekend that I tore my Achilles. She's all excited to wash the cars with daddy, and then of course I had to go ahead and get hurt playing soccer with her. It's frustrating and annoying, but the car wash, I am a big fan of just doing it yourself, as opposed to going to the car wash. Take care of your own car. But it's annoying not to be able to do it. I am in ARM, and we will get back to trading in a second. But I have to, so quickly on Intel, bounce off VWAP, yada, yada, yada. 80 is VWAP into like 32. It's not a huge range, but it's the range we've been given this afternoon. So that's what we're just going to go ahead and take. So we're doing that. And then Rivian, got to watch out for that. I said if it gets to the high of the day, we got a decision to make. It's gotten to the high of the day. I'm still in it from earlier, but 1475. I have my stop in. It's a matter of whether or not I want to reload. It's doing a little bit of a hiccup here, so I'm going to get on the offer, and if I can get it tight to the top, just try and take it off the highs again. Like, why not? If it's going to break out, fair enough. I don't expect that it's going to give you the same push to the downside like it did earlier and get all the way into VWAP, but you never know. we could always get lucky. It's 317. You are running out of time, to be sure, but I do like this. I do like this level. It's an obvious breakout play, so I'm jumping out of this trade if we see fresh highs on Rivian.
Boy.
So we got the shorts on this.
Yeah, we're only about 10 pennies away. I got to hold on to this hat because,
Breakout.
oh boy, is this bull getting wild right here at that 250 half. Here we go. Can we break through those 57s? That is that prior high, and we are pushing up into that with some aggression, with some speed. At that 250, 57, 54s on the ask,
Fail.
insta flush down. Let's see, only about 7 pennies away. We got to that level 50s, but we didn't quite get to that
Fail.
57 prior high there. So 250s, oh boy, is this going to be an interesting area? 250 half. So once again, the tape is speeding up. We saw what happened at 258. We saw, oh, is that size chasing up, buddy? What's up? What's going on?
Where'd you see that?
40s, he got clocked. All right, so he got taken about 100 lots on the bid and then gets taken. And then we go, okay, hello. They were like, oh, not without you. Come and grab some of that liquidity on the bid. And then we're going to go a little bit higher there. Let's see if we can get that 251 there, Neil. It seems like this decision down here at the 244s was not that bad of a decision. I just got to hold on to, hold on to the bull on that one and not lose my hat over a little bit of price action. But
You only need 8 seconds.
Yeah, what?
You only need 8 seconds.
Is that a? Oh, okay.
Well, it's like a bull
Okay.
thing. So look, Tesla's trying to make the break. I had the break the first
251s,
time,
let's go.
but it didn't actually make that high break, as you were mentioning. It didn't go. So the second time through, it did.
No, it didn't
So
go.
now, I have
reloaded
it over
on the bid.
60s. I'm looking for a place to add to this because if it's going to squeeze, the play should be into 53. If this is the power hour move, then it should be into 53.
53.30s is
Wow,
pre-market
they just
highs.
stacked the offer on the even.
Yeah,
and I didn't scalp anything out there.
251 incoming.
Print the 97 again.
251 broken. We are in squeeze mode, Neil.
Yeah, I got to find
Look
a place
at that
to
tape.
add to
That
this.
is absolutely
It's squeezing.
beautiful.
I think you can get
Holy.
250 to 253 if it wants to make a continuation play,
Yeah,
but I got to
let's
find a
see.
place to add to this. We never got to dip buy.
boy.
We only went into the breakout. We waited around for this one. Obviously, Rivian broke that 75, so we got back in at 73. It broke 75, we're out at 76. So we get out for 3-cent hit. But Tesla looking like it's going to be the one. Breakout play. Maybe we can get some continuation, but it's 320, meaning we got 25, 30 minutes till the imbalances come out. We want to resolve this. Can't be adding to it. I won't be adding to this if it's like 335. Got to find a spot in the next 5 minutes, either on a dip back into 50s or 50 half, or maybe some kind of a secondary break somewhere.
You're getting a
But,
little
it's definitely
euphoric,
going.
yeah.
Euphoric is the word.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, 251 halves incoming. So look at that. We did break out, and that's kind of what price action, I guess, has shown us that, like, okay, you break that, it's significant, looking high there where we did kick a rip up and flush back down. Again, for the short, I like that short. I even took that short on that 250 back through, and it gave you a pay. Shorts got paid as it comes all the way down 6 points to the low. That is a decent chunk of your ATR. What is the ATR on Tesla, you may ask? Let me just quickly look that up here. Tesla's ATR is exactly 9.43. So you're doing about 6 points to the downside. That is a good chunk of your ATR, more than 50%. So you get gifted on a sideways chop with a 50% ATR move. And shorts are definitely laughing straight to the bank on that one. Yeah, when it comes right back up, guess what? Maybe some players potentially be offside. And does it confluence with what the tape is looking like? Yeah, perhaps. So that 251 coming right back in. So that was a euphoric move to the upside. Again, the bid definitely catching on. That 250 potentially coming right back in as well as we're trading below that 251 mark. But I'm asking myself, if the squeeze is real, how much can we really pull back? Like how in trouble are the shorts really? How much do we pull back before that bid starts to kind of come in and kind of start rampaging, running a rampage into the ask is what I'm trying to say.
Running rampant?
Running rampant. There you go. Better
Running
words.
ramshack.
Yeah. Stampede.
Stampeding. That's a good one too. You ever been to the Stampede?
No, I haven't.
I've never been to the Calgary Stampede, but I've heard good things about it. I'm open to anything. A party's a party as far as I'm concerned, right? Like,
Okay.
The rodeo was fun in Texas when I went down there. I'll experience anything. It's nothing like it's not like Caravana or anything, but they know how to party. Guess what? Everything is going. Like Tesla just broke out. Rivian, we could have reversed. Even Nikola is starting to squeeze. If Nikola can get through $9, you might have something here. So the EV names are on the rampage because that's what we're saying, or they're getting supercharged or whatever you want to throw out there. Nikola up 8.5%. This could be a big time squeeze potential move. Since, remember, they reverse split, so lower float here when it comes to Nikola. And the $9 is the bottom on the first day after, and it's been the resistance spot. This could do some silly things. I mean, it's already doing silly things because anytime Nikola goes up, it's probably silly, but it can get really ridiculous if it can hold above $9 on Nikola. I did not reverse Rivian. Maybe we should have.
Size on 57.
Yeah, I can see, like, there's size on the offer of Tesla. I just can't find a spot to add.
Gonna go for it.
I think the place to add might be to also get into one of the other ones. I'm trying to get into Rivian back at that previous high and see if we can't ride something else. We got the break on Tesla, but if Rivian decides it wants to fill the gap as well, you get to 1525. From 1475 to 1525, that's a few points there. That's worth it. So this, Nikola, Tesla, those are the ones that suddenly are of the most interest.
Yeah, for sure. Like if I'm like, I guess, a potential short with some heavy size, and I see that kind of counterparty on the ask there, yeah, should be interesting action to see if that kind of comes in. 800 lots sitting at 252s. Were those? There it is, taken instantly. Hello. So it seems like there might be some demand for that ask on Tesla. Let's see if that comes. Let's see how well that kind of comes in here. 251's chopping around. We did take that size in the 50s and then drop right back down.
Show me what you're working with.
Yeah, exactly. Show me what you're working with, Tesla. Again, a little bit, I guess we kind of turned on the ludicrous mode a little bit later today on Tesla, as it is doing more of that squeezing action into the end of the day here on a Friday. Once again, Friday squeezes might be nice. I do
squeezes
like them
are good
as well.
On any day.
Yeah,
really.
It's got to be on the right side of them. Don't get short.
Well, that's the idea. Like if you're going to short something it's squeezing, it's got to be like that ridiculous level.
Yeah.
Like an example would be. Like if Nikola got to $15, if Nikola got to, okay, it's more like if Nikola got to 11 maybe, but if it broke 11 and got to 15 or 20, like those are the ones where if you take that shot and you risk a buck, a pullback could be 5. Those are where you want to play the retracements on it. And PSNY, you still have a little bit of time. There's still a little bit of time for this to happen. I don't like any one of these EV names that wants to go, I think can be worth it. It still could break out this 101. It's at 98.5 cents. You know what's going to happen here? I know what's going to happen. Because I've been staring at this all week. What's going to happen to Polestar is it's not going to make this break of the high of the day until the aftermarket when I can't trade it. Because that's how the world works. And so it's frustrating, but I feel like this could just start squeezing on its own if it gets through this 101. But it's running out of time. We're running out of time. It's 3:25. We'll give you the early look on the imbalances when they do happen. But for now, Tesla is trying to break out, continue its breakout. Ideally, we can get into Rivian, which is breaking out. D-Loaf says Shopify is going. Yeah, well, we're trying to get some bids on the rest. We can look at Shopify at 68. Holla. Wow, Shopify. It's back. It's back. Oh, my goodness. You can't have every breakout. You can't take them all. But Shopify 68 is kind of a thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing up here on Shopify. We had the long into this was great, and 68.20 is the local high in here. So that's yet another breakout. But I just got Rivian, and I still want Polestar, so you can't take every single breakout in the afternoon because that's just not how it works. You can't take every trade. So we're into Rivian, pull back into the previous high there. Palantir is going as well, but I think it's these EVs that have a decent chance after that late move. So the dip is coming back in. Can Tesla hold 250? Can Rivian hold its breakout price? Can we even get to $1 on Polestar? That's the question I want to see.
That is a bit of an aggressive pullback here on Tesla, but that bid coming right back in just as aggressively. Let's see what we do with that 251 mark. That prior high, 250.57, right? That's what I have in mind as a bit of a reference of that prior high, and we did come down all the way into it and give it a little bit of a test there before catching another bid back to 251. So things are getting a little hairy, things are getting a little choppy there, but we did see some of that aggressive action to the upside into that 251 and some change there, and let's see what we got in store here. But yeah, let us know. Are you guys trading this Tesla move here? Have you guys been trading it over the past couple of days? It's been quite aggressive and giving opportunities left, right, and center. If you like the shorts, they've been there quite nicely. If you've liked the longs, they've been there pretty decently as well. And yeah, so both sides. Let me know in the chat, how have you been trading Tesla if you have been, and have you been kind of observing some nuances and some changes in the price action over the past few days? What's going on, Neil?
No, I just in the chat there, Hurricane Ditka, did I miss the news where Apple cured cancer this week? You did not. But, I mean, people do like AI. It's kind of a thing. And Apple's not the only thing breaking out of the top. I mean, Google's breaking out, Microsoft's breaking out, Amazon made a fresh break and is kind of trying to do the same thing. So you're just getting exuberance in the Mag 7, and people are chasing that money. It is what it is. Like, they're making money. And yet, the other thing to keep in mind, historically speaking, you got that jobs number this morning. If you think about what happens in a recession, like when you get that contraction, like who is it that still makes that cash, right? Like it's not like it gets worse for the big names that have the hordes of cash and are generating a bunch of cash. It's not them that get worse. It's the cyclical names that can be trouble. Like the big cap tech can sometimes do pretty decently through all of that. So Apple with this cycle, people still going to need to have a phone. Now, it's not all roses for them, but certainly, if anything, yeah, they're T-Blanc. I was gonna say the same thing. If anything, it was Meta that cured cancer because they're the ones that went up 5% today. You got to pick at least the one that was the strongest. Meta, trend line, trend line, trend line. If you like a stock and you have a trend like this, like look at this consolidation bottom while we're here at 280. So 280, 280, consolidating in a 10% range after going parabolic up, consolidate for like 3 or 4 months. And then it breaks out, you got the trend low, holds the trend low. On earnings, it dipped exactly into the trend low, where anybody could have picked it up. I'm frowning because I didn't, right? Like I dip bought a few things. I dip bought Tesla, that was great. Dip bought Apple, that was good. Dip bought Google, but we didn't get Microsoft and we didn't get Meta. I'm talking my personal account, but frustrating not to get Meta. Fresh highs here on Meta, an absolute beast of a stock with a lot of other things, but we're not really trading that one this afternoon. It's Tesla pulling back into the 250 that we got to be worried about. Okay, Rivian's holding right where it is at 76, maybe 77 or so, but Tesla getting this dip into previous highs. If it can hold the line here, this could be the spot where we can get another bounce.
Yeah, it came all the way back to 250 halves here. That 250 definitely an interesting area. I did kind of add into it and kind of piece out of it as well, so that my average not the best here. We're teetering at my average here at the 250 halves. But again, that 250 half, I do find it a little bit interesting. So let's see what we do in and around here. That was that prior high. Let's see if we chop it up a little bit here at that 250 half. What can we do with that 250? That day high is sitting at 251.30s. What's the high of the range there? Let's see. High is 252.35. So 252.35. We didn't quite get there on that bounce, but as of right now, we were holding the 8. We dropped down to the 21, and now we're holding back on the 8. So a bit of a reclaim of the 8 EMA here on the 3-minute. Let's see how well that one kind of holds, or will it come right back down? So those are the questions I am asking myself as of right now. 250 halves being a little bit interesting. But we did get that euphoria, and that euphoria has kind of dissipated from the tape as of right now, getting aggressive on the sell side. 250 coming in with that 200 lots sitting right there on.
You saw that on the offer, right?
On the bid, there's 200 lots.
Oh, well, I just saw like a little acceleration when we lost 250. I got in and out flat there
I'm sure.
on that reload. I think I'm going to wait for like something deeper into this because it broke this high. But if you look at the actual, like where the support was, it was like down here at 249.90 or 250 even. So why reload off that high? If it's not going to show buyers there, and in fact, it looked like it was showing me sellers, then I don't want to draw a line. Then I wait for this next level in there and try and get it. It's only a matter of 40 or 50 cents. But at 331, you want to try to be precise, but I could be wrong. We could always be wrong about it. You never really know, but that's how I'm going to play it. Rivian, it's kind of bouncing and doing nothing. So we should have had this. If we reversed it, we could have scalped some out. But all we have is the dip back into 76 here on Rivian. So Tesla, I want to see if it can push maybe give some fills underneath the 250 to join this trend back. And I looked at the early imbalances. You got HPE for a sell, 3.3 million on an early look. Walmart, 2 million early buy on Walmart. Those are the two that stand out. Walmart is having a heck of a day. Just an unbelievable rally. We showed you guys showed Costco already, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Maybe we didn't show Walmart, but yeah, the charts are basically the same thing. Big time rally. It's 2% up. It's how it's doing it that's so impressive. Like, it's just the programs on all day on Walmart. And since the split, it's just been running and running and running. I think it's gone too far to be chasing it this afternoon, but certainly Walmart is a bit of a winner. Hey, what's going on in KOSS?
Is that thing squeezing? End of day?
It's
End of day
trying.
squeeze, Friday? Is it happening?
The way I look at it is like if KOSS were to go, or if Nikola were to go, or if that max end, like one of those going in the last half an hour of the day has the best potential for percent move. So if it does make a breakout, I would want to try it again, but you're not really seeing anything happening. You got to be patient. It's all about patience. Speaking of patience, do not forget to check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. A couple of episodes ago, Brendan and Sean were talking about being patient, staying focused, not getting distracted. That's what you want to do. Stick to the names that are moving. That's what we do in trading. In life in general, you want to do it as well. But there's a special episode coming out tomorrow. I don't want to spoil it, but if you're curious about real trading, then you want to check out this latest episode of the Freedom and Wealth podcast, because it's going to be a banger. If you want to know more about what it is that we do here and how everything works, then make sure you check out this weekend's podcast. Dropping tomorrow morning at 10. Let's go, Tesla. I would like one more shot at you before we got to get on up to the desk. We're only in longs at this point. Don't really have any short ideas in here. You guys let us know. You see anything that's weak that's worth a shot on a reversal here at the end of the day? I'm only looking for longs.
Yeah, what's that? I'm just kind of asking myself, what is that prior bar high here on Tesla? 250.70s. All right, cool. So 3 minutes took a little bit of a pullback there, back into the moving average. The moving average sitting at 250.51s, and we're kind of just chopping and churning in and around some of those levels. So interesting stuff, something to keep in mind. Yeah, let's see if that, again, we're trading above that prior, or in the zone of these prior highs here. 250, 250, 57s as of right now, and we did take a pullback on the initial push into that 251 and some change. Day high sitting at 251.30s, pre-market highs at 253s. Some of these interesting levels down here at 249s and 248s as well. So yeah, let's see what we got in store. This 250 half, maybe not the best average on my part here. I am kind of keeping a close eye on the tape. If we're looking to continue the trend, what are you hearing, Neil? You hearing something?
Oh no, okay. Biden's speaking at a rally in Wisconsin. I love the Big Ten, Michigan State all the way. But yeah, Biden's talking. I don't think it's anything important. But yeah, whatever. I just heard some stuff in my ear, but it was just something at the campaign rally. So probably a bit of a nothing burger in there. Just some housekeeping as we get into this close. Just got to take what we can here. We're still in Intel. I mean, it bounced off 3180, but it can't seem to break 32. So it's been attempting to break it. I've canceled my orders above, and we're just going to get on the offer here, midpoints, and then even the even. So get some midpoints, get on the even, just get some more out. You take the move that you can. It'd be nice if it would continue to press and give you the high of the day and go a point, but if it's going to go half a point, it's going to go half a point. Like, you can't will something into existence. The stock's going to go where it's going to go. Good level, good opportunity, but you get what you get on the move, and if we can only get 15, 20 cents, then that's what we're going to take. Okay, here comes Tesla trying to test this 250.
Yeah, let's see what
let's see if it can actually catch the bid down here. Like, it did a lit grab underneath 249.80 and then jam back above. So it does the same thing that it did at 312. We'll look for the long reversal here on Tesla. I got out of the 50 halves. I'm going to look for a bit of a better price here. So Mara not doing anything. Rivian's dead flat. Polestar is running out of time to do anything at that dollar break. So Tesla could be the next one. Oh, there it is. Lit grab, lit grab, lit grab. Gimme, 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 gimme. No fill, no fill. Don't chase, don't chase. Maybe a little bit of a chase. No. Okay.
Yeah, a bit of a lick grab.
No, I did the lick grab. I was trying to get 10s and just got
size
21s.
on the bid.
Size just came on the
Yeah.
bid. I should be adding at 30. We're not going to get 30s. Gimme. Okay, now we're in. So we got quarters overall price. Local bottom is 249.85. So if it makes a fresh low off of that, we jump out. But we just waited for it to get back in here. I could have had like evens on this, but we end up with quarters. So we're back into this name. It's Tesla. It's up 1.5%. But if it can even just get back to the high, it's worth the risk to the reward. With only 20 minutes left to go here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, what's oh boy, huh?
Yeah, 20 minutes left to go. I didn't even realize how much time. Yeah, there were about 23 minutes roughly going into the close, and we're teetering around this 250. So you know what? I'm kind of getting a little interested again, maybe a little wary as well. With again some of those options sitting at that 250. Where will we close? My average is sitting above 250. And yeah, it should be interesting here. But something else I want to know is like I haven't really looked at further out options either, right? So just looking at ones that are looking to expire today. I guess, yeah, just 250 continues to act as a bit of an interesting level here. Again, 248s, 249s turning a lot of volume before we pushed up into that 251 area here as of right now. It seems like Intel's going too there, Neil. Intel very, very strong, pushing right back above that 32 mark.
It needs to break 07s.
It's held quite well on the day, right?
Well, you have to remember we were talking, actually Obi and I were talking about this when it was dipping in. We were off camera because it was during the midday show. But when it pulled back into VWAP, there's nothing there. Like you'll pull up usually you pull back into VWAP or you want to dip by a stock that's breaking out. Like you'll zoom out like a 15-minute, like maybe find like a prior high, like here, like it dips back into 13.5 or 31.5. It's easy. You have a stock trending up, you're going to dip by it at a previous resistance level. But when it gets to VWAP, there's nothing. It's just in the middle of nowhere. The only reason I liked it and wanted the long was remembering that this is breaking this channel.
Save it for later.
So I want to really favor these tops. Oh, you guys? I thought you guys were going Creemore. That's fine. Yeah, Creemore. For Obi or for me?
I'm good. I'm good for now.
Okay, so there's like a Creemore and there's a Coors Light. So I know, and thank you for the super chat. But I know you said no Coors Light, but the boys got Coors Light and Creemore. And Obi,
I guess they have to for the hat,
Obi
right?
Obi asked for Creemore.
Yeah, I said Creemores instead. Like if you go for Coors. I don't know.
I'll have the Coors Light. You're not gonna wait. You're going to wait.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I gotta stare down this tape a little bit right now. But
What did
you know
you,
what? I'll
shake
give.
this,
I can
Yannick?
cheers the
Seriously?
coffee, I guess.
Let me not.
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what did he run from the? All right, I'm just gonna let that simmer for a little bit. See how that could have been an absolute disaster all over the keyboard. Really, he must have like run and shook that on me or something like that. But like, there's no.
Yeah,
way.
he might have ran there, ran back. Perhaps.
Tesla does not hold on to the bid.
No, it does
So yeah,
not.
so I got out. I think it was the right call to maybe exit that trade and get in and look for another long, but it could not hold that bid. So yeah, we're at a Tesla, starting to reverse. I might just look at that and see the writing on the wall for Rivian here and see if we can't, like I might just take some out if we can get like the mids, maybe just hit the bid for some here. Because if Tesla's starting to go away, I can just get some of this out flat. Don't like the long as much if Tesla's not going. So I hit the bid and I'm waiting on the mid, trying to get some there. It's only like 1.5 cents, but it's more relieving the pressure when Tesla is starting to give it up a little bit here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah,
we're running out of time. I'm going to cancel this Polestar breakout trade. You know, even if it were to break $1 at this point, like what's it worth? Like what's the point? You know, we're at the end of the day. We're at the end of the line. I do still want this if it does happen. You guys can see, like if it breaks out, again, I think it'll be a good opportunity. I'm going to have it wherever it does or whenever it does, assuming I'm sitting at my desk when Polestar makes its breakout off of the dollar level. I will try to have it, but you know, you can't will it into existence this afternoon. So I just took some Rivian out. Got it of like half of it. I'm going to cancel these orders. Just see what happens at 350. We're in this. Intel's probably the one that makes the most sense to just give it room because Intel's bouncing off VWAP, so just kind of let it ride. If we lose 31.90, then I'll just get out. Or we'll let that one run into the close here. And Mara, I've done nothing with this Mara
There's a bid
trade all
chasing.
afternoon. Oh, now it's back to the upside?
Yeah, the bid. There's like 300 lots that
it's
just
so
tried to
annoying.
chase, and right there he is again. 300 lots on the bid, trying to chase Tesla up again. That is again a little bit distinct behavior
Really gonna
here.
make me
Let's
drink this
see.
by myself.
Here, I can. Cheers.
I'm like, but that's not, that's like cold coffee.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
Cold enough.
It's Friday. It was Canada Day week, July 4th week. Why not? Oh, thank
Here he
you for
is
the
again.
super chat there, Hugh. Can you do some analysis on path up through the week? UiPath. You know what? High of the day here on Mara. I'm just going to take it if we can get it. UiPath. Little Kathy Wood special. I remember going to Kathy's ARC, and then we saw like the what her average or what her cost base is apparently on some of these things that she holds. It's like, oh goodness. I'm like, this has to be a typo. It's got to be. But you know what? We've talked about this before. When a stock gets smoked like this, do not try to catch the bottom. Let it make the bottom. And maybe we should have paid attention, because remember what price, the 2 days after the earnings, Sean and I were going long off 12. And it was good for a couple of scalp trades. It finally makes the bottom at 11 here, and there's your higher low consolidation. At what price? Say it with me, 12, 12 breakout, and then every day, just continuation through the top. Let it make a bottom. Participate in it after it's made the bottom. Don't try to catch the falling knife on a name that dumps like that, unless it's like, you know, you get a monster level like with Pan W, like when it got to that 200 period moving average, which is a clean bounce off that level. But the ones that continue to hold down, you want to get away from them. So I elected to get some out and relieve the pressure on Rivian. It's going to end up going higher anyways. So we'll get some out at the high of the day, which is actually 83. And if it breaks, we'll hold on to that last little piece. But when you get close to the end of the day and it's not working, I saw Tesla break down, just get out. I just got out half of it for like 1.5 cents. And now we can hold on to the rest. So we got Mara, Intel, Rivian. We're just going to let them ride, see how far they can go. Good luck on Tesla. I dumped out of it, maybe the wrong decision, but only 15 minutes left to go in this trading week. And you don't want to give back too much at the end of the day, especially on a Friday.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to be giving back too much there. It's something, that advice I should definitely be taking here. That 250 causing a little bit of trouble here. We pulled all the way back down to 249 halves, and then now we're jumping right back up into 250s there. So holding a little bit of that downtrend that we made, pulling all the way up into towards prior highs on Tesla. But that 250, there's some size on the bid, gets taken out. But again, we've seen size like this come in and come out there. What was interesting was Buddy was chasing there on the bid, not really getting filled with that 300 lots. And then I think he did get filled. If I don't, I got to scroll back and kind of check the filter to see if he actually got filled on the name there. But 250 is holding as of right now. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid going into the last 15 minutes of the day, or do we kind of trade below that 250? Again, 250 is gonna, I think it's gonna be a little bit interesting going into the close. Only about 15 minutes left in the trading day there, Neil. So I don't know if you guys have anything that you guys have on watch as of right now. I think Tesla's definitely interesting. A lot of these names very, very interesting as well. Futures pushing for, or attempting to push for highs of day as well. So we got a little bit of tailwind going on, but Tesla kind of, I guess, tends to do its own thing here. Imbalances coming out in 5 minutes right now.
I think we should just go long tap.
Go long tap? What do you mean?
Really?
Oh, like the inbound. Okay, yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
I'm literally drinking it, and you're wearing the hat over here.
Okay, fair.
I'm just saying. No, first of all, I'm not saying that we should. That would be ridiculous. Like, let's just buy the stock because we happen to have the hat put on his head, and the boys got me a Coors Light. Shout out to Wayne. That said, it is breaking VWAP.
Oh, is that the Coors ticker?
No, it's not.
Oh, but it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I'm just being a
All
dick. Well, I can say that, right?
You just said.
I shouldn't say that.
All right.
No, I probably shouldn't. It's too late. Yeah, that's my bad. I shouldn't say that. No, I was just being facetious. I can say that I'm being facetious, right? I can say a school word that means the exact same thing as what I said. It's just one of them is okay to say and the other one's not, right? Like you get the mental image of exactly what I meant anyways, regardless of what I said. But the TAP is a very ugly looking stock. For the fact that, this is actually pretty refreshing, but I'll tell you this, you're going to need more of these if you want to be owning this stock. That's for yeah, I was about to say something else bad. That's for you-know-what, sure. But let's see what happens. We're getting this move up in Tesla. Thankfully, Rivian's also going to go. But if it gets to $15, I'm out. If it gets to, we're at the 200 period moving average right now. So if we get to 15, we're just going to take it. It's a very, 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 very slow grind to the upside right now. So we'll see where we can go from here.
Yeah, this is it's catching a little bit of a bid back through 250, but again, it's been washing 250 both ways, so I do have to stay a little bit wary of that. What was that? Just 800 lots at 250 halves? No, maybe a little further. 251s or twos. I don't know.
I saw 17 thou at the $0.50.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, spoofy, man? Is that, yeah, no, 175 lots sitting on the ask right now at the half, but nothing too crazy. But yeah, if there's a couple thousand lots, I'm definitely interested at that 251 mark, but we're pushing right back into that 250, wicking on the 3-minute candle with only about 30 seconds left here. Again, it's 47 right now. Those imbalances are about to come out here on Tesla. So got to stay a little bit patient and wary for some of this price action there. Maybe come and revisit it after those imbalances do come out. As of right now, don't have too much else on watch. It is 3:58. Sorry, 48 in about 15 seconds there. So. Just going to be continuing to watch Tesla here. I did not see what you guys were trading in the chat there, so I do have to kind of scroll back. People are saying iRobot, ANVS, Intel. So yeah, some all great tickers on the day to kind of participate in. Here comes Tesla coming right back.
Is iRobot really a great ticker today?
I didn't really see. I guess I saw a meme of it this morning, but other than that, I didn't really see any sort of ticker.
Because it got kind of smoked today.
Okay.
iRobot had a bad
rinsed?
Oh, a good bounce. No, a good bounce, but it got rinsed a little bit today.
It was the mop version of the iRobot, you know, doing a little bit of rinsing.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. We can take that.
Yeah.
But no, definitely nasty. Not a good day for iRobot. Underneath VWAP in here. I did see a question about it in the chat, but kind of like a flat bottom break. They came back into resistance, and now we're trending right back into the downside. So, 3.5%, good recovery this morning. St. Mac, how about a YOLO trade? No. Yeah, that's not the way to go. Had there been some kind of a move on KOSS this afternoon, I would have been all for getting involved with it. Like this, the way that KOSS held on to this bid. Like you look at, this is the aftermarket on Wednesday. We closed at 1 o'clock, but then it rallied right into 13. And then KOSS just held on to 13 all afternoon. So it did what you want, which is you make that press, you don't make the breakout, you try to consolidate off a good level. It did that, but you have to follow through. There was no follow through. We tried a 15 break, it just didn't go. Can't force it. Either you're long off 13 and holding for a swing, which I'm not a huge fan of, or you get that nice little long where it does the continuation. This would have been, if you hold VWAP, that was your YOLO trade this afternoon. Like if KOSS could have hung on to VWAP, I think this would have been the one. But unfortunately, it didn't. You can't will it, like I said, you can't will it into existence. This could gap down over the weekend, and then we're at like $10 on Monday. So I'm not a huge fan of swinging things like this. But with only seconds to go till the imbalances come in, yeah, probably not going to have any new trades in there. Nvidia, 2.5 million sell side. That is the big one. Apple, 1.4 million to the buy side. That is decent, but compared to Nvidia, that 2.5 million sell, likely to move things. I don't see Tesla. What did Tesla just do? No Tesla, no Tesla. Alphabet's there for 800,000. It's probably an overall. It might be flat overall, but it looks like most things spiked. Tesla
got out of that Tesla.
I don't see Tesla there, but Nvidia was a big one. 2.5 million to sell there on Nvidia. Kind of a move down, but 30, 40 cents maybe if you were able to grab that. Overall number, SPY, 400 million sell side, NASDAQ, 760 to the buy side. So very mixed overall on the imbalances, no distinct direction. I'll just have to get out of Mara. We thought we could get the high of the day. It's pulling back. We're just going to punch out. No movement there. It was an earlier trade in Mara, just off the $20 level, but it couldn't take out the high, so we'll jam out of that. Intel looks like it's going to give up that support as well. So we tried to see if it could break out, run into the high at the close. Not going to happen. We'll just get on the offer back at 32, or we'll get stopped out underneath 31.90. And then Rivian, the other name that we're in, it's still holding out above, so it could happen. Still working to the upside. I'll give it a chance to run the high, but if we lose 75, we're out of that one as well. So with about 3 minutes to go till I get up to the desk, got to tighten up the stops, see if we can't take some profit in here. And wow, Meta
there goes Tesla
was
back
impressive.
to the
but
upside.
now Tesla goes. Now it goes.
Oof. So yeah, that Tesla did a bit of a wash. I did get out. I stopped out right before the imbalance, so because I didn't want to necessarily deal with the volatility that may come in, but it did come in and then pop right up to what was it? Let me check the 1 minute chart here. So we did kind of move up into a high of 250.48. So not too bad. We're just chopping and churning this 250. So definitely it stays a bit of an interesting level going into the close today. But yeah, no. I do have to kind of look at, I guess, look at this 250. Let's see how we close. I'm curious to know, like I said, for Monday as well. There goes Intel coming back down to the downside here. Tesla was a buy. Yeah, Meta broke 540. Okay, Meta with an interesting action there. Tesla, I'm going to continue kind of watching this ticker here. If we push some of those highs going into the end of the day and we do more of that squeezing action that we have been going into the close, I do want to look to potentially participate with the move there on what do you call Tesla. But yeah, nothing too crazy I'm seeing here on the imbalances for NQ or NY. But yeah, that Nvidia with a sell here. So let's see what Nvidia is doing really quickly on the day as well. I just got to queue up for this potential thing right here. Okay, so yeah, 250 still coming in. Nvidia to the downside on that 3 million sell imbalance. So, oh boy, is that thing really going. Look at that 1 minute 50. It comes out, trades from almost 127s down to 126 and some change right there on Nvidia. So very interesting action nonetheless happening off of that right there. What do you got?
Oh, nothing. I have to get ready in like a couple of minutes to go, but yeah. Rivian's not going. I probably just have to punch out of that one. Tesla was a buy of 800,000. I just couldn't see it because I'm blind, apparently, as people are joking about in the chat. Do not forget, like I said, to check out that podcast. It's going to be a good one. If you're interested in real trading, it's going to be a big one. I don't want to spoil the guest that's on there, but as you can imagine, we got the big wig himself, real trading. Okay. So I think you're actually probably going to be interested in watching it as well there, Obi. So I think it's a good one to check out. Make sure you do it. But the real winner today, outside of anyone that was just in a general sense long the market, because that was good, Meta, $540. This was the one. Meta was the one today. And if you look at it, it was a fresh all-time high for Meta. There's your breakout. It was continuation. It was gorgeous. Tesla was so good for most of this week. But then everyone wanted to focus on it, and it didn't quite have the gusto. And it was Meta. It was Microsoft. Like, everyone's looking left, and Microsoft just slowly climbing higher, breaking fresh highs as well. Apple. Don't leave out Apple. Apple up 2 points. And right past the 225 level, continuing to churn.
Wow.
So you got the breakouts in big cap tech. Tesla also going in there. But 355, usually you get a pretty big pairing event on the imbalances there. So I would suspect that you are going to see a bunch of these having paired off.
Here comes high
Apple's
day
such
there.
a big mover. If Tesla breaks the high right at the end of the day, that will be a little bit annoying. It is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. Walmart's a 2 million buy. Nvidia is still a small sell, getting smaller by the minute. 1 million went from 2.5 million to 1 million on the sell side. So it is starting to pair off there. I'm going to get on up to the desk. We've got myself and Darryl. We'll do a little Q&A. We'll have a little bit of fun. I'll have a few more sips of my brew. We'll do some roll call, all the fun stuff that you expect in the market recap show. So take him into the close, Obi.
Yes, sir.
And best of luck. I don't know if you're making any trades the next 3 minutes.
I may.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Yeah.
See you at the desk, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Yeah. All right. So some aggressive action going into the close here on Tesla. I guess 251 and change. Incoming there. So yeah, Tesla. Oh boy, I was looking elsewhere. This market is absolutely crazy. We're getting more of that squeezing action going into the close here once again on Tesla. So the question becomes, oh boy. Let me just pull up the chart here so we can see a shorter time frame here. I'm looking at the 1 minute real quick as well. So yeah, take a look at that. The prior highs, high of day 252.35s, and we came all the way back. So I did get long. I was long just above 250, but I punched out just before the imbalances. Now we're trading over a point away from some of those levels there. So not the best on my part there, but again, like I said, it is pushing aggressively to the high side. There is 1.4K lots sitting at 252, and we are running right for that level as of right now. So it's about 3 more minutes left in the trading day, and we are pushing some of those highs. So yeah, I definitely missed opportunity on my part, not really getting involved with the Tesla on the rebreak of that 250 there, right after the imbalances kind of do their pairing event. We are pushing right back up. So it seems like anybody and everybody who kind of got involved with those options, if we're going to be trading above that 251, oh boy, are those participants getting paid as of right now on Tesla? So should be interesting to see. Again, the way we're going right now with only about, I guess, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the trading day, it seems like those 250 calls are definitely paying just a little bit on Tesla there. So let me know in the chat. I'll continue reading for a little bit to see what you guys have been trading. I know that there's been a lot of opportunities in the market here today for those who were patient enough to let some of the moves come to them, right? 252s incoming as of right now as well. So quite aggressive squeeze. We talk about this thing. This thing has been squeezing back-to-back days going into the close as well. So that's something that again got to keep in mind. Got to keep into consideration there. Intel getting a little bit of a stacked offer and a bid going into the close as well. So interesting price action nonetheless there on the Intel. But 251.70s printing here on the Tesla. So could be interesting. We'll wait and see. We'll wait. We have packed our patience. Didn't really take the trade like I said I would, but it's not. I guess missed opportunity a little bit on my part. 50s was a great area to kind of interact with. 52s incoming as of right now. Very aggressive to the upside. So, oh boy, I got getting a little bit of FOMO here. Some selling coming in. Okay, all right. So look at that, flushing back down. So are we going to get a little bit of last minute craziness here on Tesla? I have no idea. I'm going to be patiently waiting, but that 250 long was absolutely crazy. People talking about Nvidia. Nvidia was a sell imbalance. Let's see what Nvidia has been up to. 126. Oh boy, that thing has sold off aggressively off of that 121. And yeah, definitely a little bit of a mover off of that imbalance trade. And the same thing on Tesla. Another craziness happening here. So with only about 10 seconds left, I got to hit the countdown timer right here. Here we go. I see Adara at the bell. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's the bell. Let's go. Here we go. All right, so good stuff. Nice little push there. So Tesla does print above that 250 mark, closing in at that. What is the closing print here? 251.52s, I think I'm seeing on the book. Was that the right print? Yes, sir, it was. 251.52s on the book on Tesla there. So nice little push there. Hopefully you guys had a great trading week. Yeah, Pelosi with the Nvidia news just prior day, right? So it should be interesting going forward there. But yeah, glad you guys came along for the ride. And without any further ado, we got Neil and Adara at the big desk for the market recap. Hope you guys had a great 4th of July shortened week there, and hope you guys have a great weekend. I will see you guys on Monday. Take care, everybody. Stick around for the market recap.
Welcome to the market recap, brought to you by the wonderful and delicious Coors. No, it isn't really.
The Coors of True Trades never did run smooth.
There it is. See, now if they were sponsoring us, how great would that have been? Now I did ask, Adara said you want nothing. You didn't want anything. I feel a little bit rude drinking by myself, but then Obi didn't want any either, so it is what it is. But what an unbelievable day it was for big cap tech. I know it's been the I know it's been the Tesla story. I know it was Nvidia on Wednesday with the Pelosi's in it and the stock runs to the upside. But today was all about big cap tech. While everybody's attention was all the way over on Tesla, maybe doing another press, it was all about the big time names, your Microsofts, your Metas, your Apples at the end of the day there as well, breaking some fresh highs. Super strong moves. You still had that big pullback in crypto to contend with. There was a good bounce. Coinbase had a good bounce. Mara gave a little bit back, bouncing off the lows. But overall, you had that big crunch over the holidays on crypto, Bitcoin especially, underneath that 56 level, bouncing off 54,000. So there was a lot to contend with for this market to show the strength that it did here in today. And show strength it absolutely did do with a monster move. I'd say disappointment on KOSS in the afternoon, but it held some highs that are pretty good. But wow, when you look at the sector board here, it is just led by our favorite, well, maybe not my favorite, but we've been talking about gold, and energy too, but gold in this bounce and potential break back out. And that's exactly what you're getting here with GDX. So it leads the ETF watch 2.8% to the upside. Silver with a good day too. I know not a lot of people are probably trading it, but you got that break. There's a 50 period. You got continuation looking like it wants to test this high at 37.3. I know some people are going to be more interested in checking out GLD. Well, same story. Hold the 50 period. Pressing back in toward that high. So double top on GLD is now less than 3% away. You do this for another day or two, and you will be at that triple top on GLD. So the buy the dip comes right into a support level, and now we're halfway there. You break out that middle. We are trending towards the high. Good day for Berkshire, up 1.3%. Want to make sure we acknowledge the Qs, of course, being up 1%. You can't have Microsoft do what they do. Can't have Apple doing what it did. You can't have Meta and all that big cap tech making those big presses without the Qs looking fantastic, up that 1%. ARK even had a good day today because Tesla wasn't all bad, but it kind of by the wayside. When Tesla was going, ARK is one of those top names in there. I think the story is going to be, can gold continue its rally, press through those highs, get that breakout that a lot of people are waiting for. You had your chance to buy the dip. It probably doesn't hurt that you showed some weakness over there in Bitcoin for this move here in GLD. So good look for them. A couple of things. Obviously, we don't have any earnings tonight, it being a Friday and a holiday shortened week. But next week on Friday, Adara, earnings season is basically all the time.
Yeah.
Because we end next week with the banks, which, as you know, is the start of the next earnings cycle.
Yeah.
So next week we get JP Morgan, Citigroup, and I always forget the third one, but it's like, I think maybe it's BAC.
It's not BAC.
It's not BAC.
I know Wells Fargo, I've seen a couple conflicting dates for it. I think in the week it had spoilers. I mentioned it on Friday, but now I've seen some other things, so I don't know, but it's a maybe, but I know for sure JP and C.
It's JP that everyone likes the best anyway. So JP Morgan at the end of next week will be right back into earnings season. So it should be a wild one. You got Tesla's reporting in just a couple of weeks. So you're going to be right back into the thick of things with earnings season. So we're going to get into some trade review. And we talked about all week long, it was like, make sure you're in the stock sit move, right? That was Tesla for a couple of days. The crypto names were going to be in play this morning. Now, everybody would have suspected that Nvidia was going to be one of those. Now, why are you going to talk about Nvidia today in a day where it didn't do much of anything, Neil? It's down 2%. Everything else was strong. It was weak. I didn't make a single execution on Nvidia today. And you look at what's happening now. Nvidia at the close on that sell and bounce flushed into the low and broke the low of the day. So it was actually a very simplistic short idea where it just goes into the previous day's highs and curls. Now, I know you were short very often.
Yes.
Obviously, that's going to have been a good thing. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
So what led you to Nvidia on a day where it never breaks its range and other things were really moving, like AMD was really pressing through those highs. ARM was really pressing through those highs. Micron was incredibly weak. But Nvidia was just inside the range. So my question is, what led you to Nvidia? the first day since split, I didn't make a single trade on it, and I feel like I missed a chance to short.
To be fair, it wasn't in Nvidia that much, and I had some longs in it as well, but I think what led me, my best trade in Nvidia by far, P&L wise and mentally, was that short off of 127.20s around 1 p.m. like that was. But that I came to that because I was watching that level earlier, and I was like, hey, we're back here. This is an area we rejected a couple times now, and we're sitting at VWAP with lower highs. We're rejecting the 90 MA, which is one of my favorite levels to use if it comes into play. So I got involved 127.22s. I was risking into, if we break above 127.40s, I'm out. That was the plan. 127.40 is the level I actually like. I should have added there. I have, some issues with entry and exit aside. Basically what happened was I got involved there, and I was like, you know what, we'll take out some at 127, then we'll see what we do at 127. We ended up getting to 127.90s, and I don't really love what we're doing, so I said, let's get out 92s. We wicked down to 92s, then it comes right back up to 127, so I was really happy with the execution there. Ended up taking 30 pennies with half the position, 20 with the other half. So yeah, that was really what led me to it, is I like things that are moving in ranges that I have specific levels I can play off of. Obviously, there are other times, like Tesla, a lot of those are pure book scalps, but if I want something on a chart, I usually will turn to a range.
And Nvidia right now bouncing off 125.50 in the aftermarket. So still falling into the close, continuation, actually after 4 o'clock, still going into that downside. It was really, it was so different. Like AMD, we've seen this before. AMD would go down on days when Nvidia was running, and we'd see this vice versa. So it's not a humongous surprise, and we've been over this on AMD, where it was breaking a pretty significant channel. Now it's trend up anyways, the last couple of sessions, but breaking out that 166.5 level early in the day. And then more importantly, when you look at this thing on the daily chart, breaking the subtle downtrend that it was in on the daily. So I don't have the trend lines drawn here in Trade Ideas, but you can see, like, draw the trend line in there. It breaks out above the top. You had lower highs, lower lows on AMD. That's what made it special. So what you have to remember, and I'm not going to get into like buying the dips in AMD. It's kind of an easy thing to say. It was trending up all day long. We can review that. There's nothing that exciting about it. You bought dips in AMD, you won today. Simple. Great. Celebrate that later. Focus on next week. We've broken this trend, and it's just day one. So now you have a consolidation above it. What's next? 175 break on AMD. A dip back into the bottom of the trend would be holding 166. So when I sit down on Monday morning, or anyone who trades AMD sits down, first two places I look. Break out that local high, 75. Break down, give me that trend resistance, which was at 66, 67, and then pull back into that for some dip buy longs on an AMD, and I'll throw Intel as well into that bucket where it broke a tight consolidation, so you want to play dips back into previous resistance. If this gets through 32.50, Intel has been terrible, I get it. But if it's breaking this channel to the upside, have a good one, Fabian. Thank you for everything today, as usual. But if this is starting to go, stock like this starts to break out, you can get 10, 15% just as it tries to play a little bit of catch up. It's been left for dead, and it's finally starting to move. This is when you want to get in the first couple of days where it has an opportunity. So if it holds on, I think this is going to be a decent trade. We got Intel, we've got AMD finally breaking out here. So I got one more question for you.
Yes.
Here. So we talked about Nvidia. You just said you didn't trade it that much.
Yeah.
See you, Fabian. But what else were you trading? Because I feel like when I was listening to the midday, when I was sitting down, eating lunch and whatnot, you were in a bunch of other things.
Ramin's right, it was Tesla.
So Ramin just said it was Tesla.
That's correct. That was pretty much all I was in for the most part, and I ended up basically flat on it, which is not a huge accomplishment. I was really proud. There was a time there, I had some iffy timing on some of these trades. I was pretty close to getting shut down, and I said to Dara, just focus, just tanker down. If you see something you like, go after it vigorously, and that's what I ended up doing here. So we had this, let me find the time this happened. It's around 11, okay, here we go. It was this short here into VWAP. So we come to VWAP, we come to 247.50, and we pause. I just was interested in taking it long because Tesla loves to do those VWAP bounces, especially lately, but I said to Dara, if we go to 247.50, get below, then retest it, you take it short, you risk it into 70s, like give it, a few pennies, because I didn't have that much room to risk either. So I took a small position, that was really all I had. I get involved, we waffle a couple seconds here, I'm like, we get to 35s, and that was when I made that obscene, whatever, weird sound. I was like, because that was when that thing fell like a rock. We broke 247. I took 70 pennies on it. I was super happy with that. And then basically from there, I continued to just I would see us come to certain areas. I would see certain areas show up on the book and tape, and I'd just scalp it. I took like a couple 70 penny, 60 penny scalps on the long side. I was willing to play both directions if I saw stuff I liked. And there were certainly times I should have taken more size in some trades. There are some trades I should have been a little bit more patient for, trusted myself more on. But I learned a lot from this, and I'm really ready to come back to the markets and show them what's what next week.
That's what it's all about. Ready to come back and show the markets what's what. That's all you do. But like, make sure you learn something out of it. And I got away from something today on Tesla that I'm only now realizing when I was watching the chart here as you were describing the trades, which was when you have a stock which is trending in one direction all morning, look for that reversal point. And now I'm looking at it and I'm like, why didn't I trade this? So the opening range top, you'll see it make a distinct bottom. It was trending down most of the morning. It makes this high and then holds this lower high. Never breaks the trend. Then look what happens when it breaks that trend. So if you really just connect those two, it breaks the trend, you get a consolidation right above the 247. It doesn't hurt that you have, the 50 period holding on as well. That's a bit of a missed opportunity right in there. Get this consolidation level. And it's even a breakout of this local high as well. So it kind of dips under, get a breakout. Then you get a consolidation over that. So that's another point that you can enter with a stop maybe down here. You could be long like a 247.5 with a stop at 246.70 or something like that. And then you just go trending the rest of the day. Once it holds above that trend line on the 3-minute for a couple of beats, does a pullback that doesn't break it, from that moment, it is a buy the dip. And it's one of those, it doesn't have to work, but when it does work, you can get in multiple times. We saw that with the Shopify short that Obi and I were trading with, and it's something I'm adding to the toolbox. We talked about this with Chris Brecher as well on these trend reversals. Now this it's not a very steep one. I prefer this a lot when it's a very, very steep trend. The more steep the trend is, I think the better the reversal will be. But you can still take these when you've got a stock which is moving. And Tesla making a bottom, and a double bottom nonetheless, is going to be a good, interesting entry point, which I think is good. And I think there's a good one in here. Joseph, I want to address just maybe this comment here that I just saw. Adara is too focused on a few names and the short. So what I would say for trading, and you've said this before, that you're most comfortable shorting stocks for whatever reason.
I don't know why. And I had some Tesla longs today too. Like I had, but yeah.
I think it doesn't matter what you want to do. Like, what do I like doing better is trading? Or what's the style of trade that I like the best? Ultimately, that doesn't really matter. When you're trading, it's whatever patterns make the most sense to you to make profitable trades. And if for some reason it's mean reversion, or if for some reason it's short versus long, or for some reason it's cheap stocks versus expensive stocks, it doesn't end up mattering so long as you can develop patterns that work for you and you can be profitable. And I came into trading a while back, like years ago, and I was trading momentum stocks, the Four Horsemen, all that good stuff back in the day. And I was okay, and I was profitable at one point, but I couldn't break through to graduation. I was profitable in my second month, but I just hit this point where I wasn't making any more. And midway through my third month, they're like, take those same strategies and trade smaller cap stocks. And within 2 weeks, I broke through and graduated in that third month. It's like the same thing I was doing before, support and resistance and that stuff, and transferred it to stocks that were $1 to $5. That 2 weeks blew up, graduated. The next month, I added penny stocks to it, tripled my net, and next thing I know, I'm a professional trader. And I came in thinking I was drawing a bunch of trend lines and was going to trade Microsoft and Cisco and Intel. And this is 20 years ago, back when they were all good. But you just don't know what it's going to be. I didn't come into the game thinking that I would be depositing my first commissions as a penny stock trader. But that's what worked for me. So that's what I did until I developed other things. And so you have to make sure that that's what you're all about there. Finch Jane getting the Four Horsemen reference, thankfully. I'm dating myself big time. So now it's the Magnificent Seven.
I've heard of the Four Horsemen.
Back in the dot-com boom, it was the Four Horsemen. It was Oracle, Cisco, Microsoft. AMAT might have been one of them. I always mix it. No, AMAT wasn't one of them. I traded AMAT, but it was Cisco, Oracle, Microsoft, and why am I always forgetting? And Intel. It should have been those four, I think. You guys can correct me, but I'm old. I forget some of these things. But we say when we don't have a guest, instead of Trader Talk, we'll do the Q&A. So if you have any questions for myself, Adara, I'm having Coors. We're going to have a little bit of fun with it. You can ask us anything you want, trading related, non-trading related. What is my favorite brew? If you care about it, let us know. And we can talk. I just continue to talk about the charts, and we can go over trades if you want. Apple and Tesla getting love, says Finch Jane. M. Kelsey saying amen. It's important. I want to just double down on that point for a split second, because I've seen a lot of traders. Sean and I have both seen a lot of traders over more than 20 years. It's not just the successful traders that we've seen, it's the traders that don't make it. I've seen so many traders who have talent, can spot winners, can trade and manage risk effectively, but are unwilling to move to something that might work better for them. And I'm not going to say names, but one sticks out who only ever wanted to trade the futures. And I think he would have done wonderfully trading a bunch of other things, just not the futures. I think he would have been fantastic trading in-play stocks. In-play, not parabolic movers, but trending, low float names, or just anything of that vein would have been really good for him. But the structure of the futures probably wasn't for this guy. But he was really smart, really dedicated, but he wouldn't shift off the one thing he came to trade. And unfortunately, it never worked out for him. I knew a trader that came and wanted to only trade currencies, which you can trade here at Real Trading, and he did it for years. He was okay, but he was unwilling to apply the same things to equities, which I think would have worked out well for him. Again, he had talent, he was super smart and dedicated, but he was not willing to experiment in other things and other styles of trade, which really did hold him back. D-Loaf, it's not Arun whatsoever. Arun came in with a focus, and he came in trading futures, developed a plan of action over 8 to 12 months in a sim, went live with it, and then hit the ground running. And he traded futures for a very, very long time. And anybody that can walk away from a prop floor where you're getting a payout at the end, you're choosing to go, I'll tip my hat to you, because a lot of people end up leaving a prop floor for the other reason. Right? They're not leaving with their last month them getting a check. And I think, that's a shout out to him. I think that's amazing. But I think everybody has to be willing to trade just whatever works for you, find out whatever pattern does work out there. So Adara asked Neil who owns Coors. We already went over this. It's TAP. Molson Coors, right?
Well, yeah, we're getting back on Coors with the Q&A.
Oh,
good someone asked you a question here. Shout out to Trey Only. Neil Roberts, what's your favorite Rakim song?
Oh my goodness, that's not easy. I absolutely love. I love Juice. That's a tough one for me, because you know what, the reason why I'm going to say Juice is we always talk about, you think about the songs when you're in junior high and high school.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not the number one. Don't Sweat the Technique was fantastic, and most people probably say that one. But Juice, particularly, Know the Edge. I almost want to drop it right now. No, it was a group of friends that I played basketball with in junior high, and when the movie came out, it was just sip the juice. I got enough to go around. We would listen to that song for warm-ups when I was in junior high.
That's awesome.
And then after practice, we would listen to Rakim when we were walking home and just do stupidness. It's like, well, you got the juice, then you do this. And we would dare each other stuff, and we'd be like, do you have the juice?
Yeah.
And if you didn't, we used to do some nonsense. It was a heck of a lot of fun. Silky Smooth, that's my favorite Tupac movie.
Juice?
Is Juice. Not Poetic Justice or what other people might say, but 100% Juice. 100%. Really, really bad, I guess, what's the word? You're not going to get a very good learning experience from that one, although I suppose you could, but fantastic movie. I had a heck of a lot of fun. Tupac was in it. Omar Epps as well was in that one. Probably before your time, probably.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar with it. I think I own it, so I just need to watch it. Yeah, I've got, good times.
Guess I didn't know the ledge. Coming out of the building, they set me up. Sprayed with automatics, they wet me up. In a puddle of blood, lay close to the edge. I guess I didn't know the ledge. That's the joint right there. That's actually not a bad lesson. You take it to the extreme, eventually you have to know where the ledge is. Get wet up.
Yeah.
What else we got going on? Alvin, you're right. I can't say that out loud.
Nice.
What else we got going on here? Vanilla Man in America. What do you think about SPG? Buying for the long term and to get a dividend.
What is SPG?
Simon Property. So Sean's in this one. You know what's interesting is I remember when he got into this one during the pandemic, And like I had already made a few dividend plays. I was considering it myself, but I had made a few dividend plays here in Canada, and then a couple of others in energy and whatnot. But yeah, look, if you're going to get into something for the dividend, make sure it's got a good dividend history. So yeah, you've got that going with this, and then B, best of breed. Like commercial real estate is probably not the sexiest thing in the world, and you know it's in trouble. And you know that you're getting some signs of weakness overall in the labor market, right? That's not a good thing. If you go into recession, this is the kind of name that can be under a little bit of pressure. So I don't know about buying something when you're getting weak labor market in the midst of a breakout that's in this space for myself personally. But on dips, this has typically been a very good name to catch on value when it does give you the dip opportunity. So if you are, I would draw a trend line here, if you are failing a top and we pull back in a recessionary basis, then this thing in around the $100 level looks pretty good, or the 50 or 200 period for some dip buys. I just don't love the entry when we're starting to get weakness in the labor market, and that's the kind of thing that would bleed over to them. You pick this one up when you're getting it on value, and generally speaking, it's been a pretty good hold. You can see the pandemic bottoms on this. Look, you bought anything during the pandemic lows, you win. Right, but down here when this was like 50, 60 bucks, like I was picking up a lot of things. I know Sean got this one, but you could have bought pretty much anything, but you throw in the dividend, and it's the kind of thing you didn't have to dump it at the top because you can just hang on to the solid name. Then made a nice bounce off the $100 level, which is still continuing to look good. I don't know about chasing the move on something like Simon Property, but I can't say anything bad about the name. Like if I was going to buy any dips, in commercial real estate, it would be Simon Property. I'm pretty sure Sean would say exactly the same thing.
Yeah, Simon says the dividends aren't bad on Simon Property Group.
Simon says.
I will still, yeah. It's Friday. It's time to pun.
Friday.
Friday.
What else we got going on here?
Not a lot of questions.
No questions. Oil Royalty Trust. We don't. Yes, but we. Ramin just said we don't have to go to 4.
You just say Ram.
I say I get one ram a day, and then when I explain that I get one a day, I get the second one when I say it the second time.
Well, so you get it twice a day, really.
No,
the
but that's
funniest
what it's
thing
all
too was when we had like the first time Sharif said chart. Like he's like ram chart, and then he went ram chart, and it started a movement.
Oh, this is a fantastic one. The Piper. Did you ever know a trader who became good after losing for a year, asking for a friend? 100%. This, I am not making up this story. This is 100% true. Anybody, and Obi's heard this story, he can put the hand up. He's had success after a while, but there's a trader, and I tell almost every single graduate on this floor about this trader. When Sean and I open our own trading floor, we get a few traders that were successful early. And their two best traders were two of the first guys that we had. Outside of those two, the next big-time trader that we had, who had an over decade-long career in trading, came to us, and for a full year, he sat as a trainee and didn't graduate. He graduated after 1 year of trading, right? So a lot of traders, a few months in there, sometimes half a year, took him a full year to graduate. After graduating, in that next year, he didn't have any breakthrough. He had to go back to working nights, tending bar during that second year as a trader. During that, he eventually found his way and blew up and had an over 10-year career as a successful trader, including several years as the best trader on this head office floor.
No.
When we merged our floors. So there is no, oh, you have to graduate early, you have to figure it out early. You don't. There's a million ways that you can get there. Not everybody gets it right away. Sometimes it takes a while to figure it out, and I'll never forget him. And the best part about it is, like, Sean and I went to school. His older brother was in our grade. So, this is the younger brother of a good friend of ours. So when he succeeded, believe me, we're really happy about it. And a fantastic guy. He's actually moved on, and he lives actually in Asia now, but
wow.
No, shout out to him. I don't want to drop names. I try not to if we can, but it's a great story. And what else do we have? There was another, I saw someone else in there. Oh, Bears versus Bulls. He's asked, Bears versus Bulls asked if I got my MRI. So when they rescheduled my MRI for my torn Achilles, it's not till Monday. oh, by the way, Obi's going to be in on Monday, because it's smack dab in the middle of the day, but I can't push it. It was supposed to be a week and a half ago. It's Monday at like 11 o'clock. I have to be there 45 minutes early. There's no way for me to be able to do the morning show and then get to the MRI. And even then, once I'm done with it, and by the time I get back, coming in just for the afternoon show with all the hassle, probably not going to do it. So Obi's going to be in on Monday for me. So
Best of luck
fingers crossed. If they push it back again, I'm going to be in a very bad mood on Tuesday morning. That's all I'm going to say.
fair.
If they cancel this MRI a second time, I'm going to be pissed off.
Yeah.
Straight up. Because I just want to know if I need the surgery, can we just please get it done so I can move on with the rehab? I'm the kind of person that just want to know what's in front of me and get it done. I hate not knowing. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Also, so there's a couple questions here. The Real Estate Geek asking what my favorite movie is. I have a couple. I like weird movies. So one of my favorites probably Palo Alto. Every time we call Palo Alto Networks Palo Alto instead of Pan W, I'm always like think we're talking about the movie. It's this like James Franco, Emma Roberts movie from like 2013. That's probably my favorite movie. I also like Place Beyond the Pines as well, also from I think 2013. What's your favorite movie, Neil?
That's not easy. The greatest movie of all time is probably The Godfather.
Oh, okay.
Like 1 and 2, I can never decide which one I like better between Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. It's a tough one.
The ending of Godfather 1 is like perfect though. It's a perfect ending.
It is, but the acting performances in Godfather 2 are just unbelievable.
De Niro.
So here's the thing. I'd say, it's going to be between two things. I'm a big science fiction person. I absolutely love Star Wars. So you know Star Wars is in there. And you know Godfather, greatest movie of all time. However, I'm just going to give you a name because I'm a big-time baseball fan, and I joke about, I'm the only baseball fan in the world. Most people, their favorite baseball movie is Bull Durham or Major League, something along those lines. Major League's funny, Bull Durham's fantastic and also funny. But if you've never seen Bang the Drum Slowly with Robert De Niro, that is my all-time favorite baseball movie. I can't watch, I can watch that movie a million times. It's brilliant. Michael Moriarty's in it from Law and Order as well.
From Law and Order, Ben Stone.
So I think you'd like it.
Yes, I love him.
If you're a baseball fan, you'll like it. If you're just a fan of fantastic acting, that is a pretty darn good movie.
I had no idea Michael Moriarty was in that.
And Robert De Niro in a baseball. Most people don't even know this movie exists, but it's really good. It's a touching story. It's pretty fantastic if you happen to be into that kind of thing. So that's one I like. I don't know this Palo Alto movie, I'm not going to lie.
It's kind of a weird, there's not a lot in the way of plot. A lot of the movies that would be on like my top 5 to top 10 have kind of little to no plot. I like the ambiance.
Apparently, I just looked it up. It's got Val Kilmer in it.
Yeah, he briefly is in it. His son stars in it, and then Val Kilmer has a cameo as Emma Roberts' stepdad for reasons I don't know, but it's cool that he's there.
I'm a huge Val Kilmer fan.
He's great. He's fun.
If I rank the top 10 coolest characters in movie history, like coolest, not most powerful, not the best, but the coolest characters in my top 10, you've got Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday, number 1 in Tombstone, and number 2 is Val Kilmer as Iceman. And I'm the kind of person that watches Top Gun. I'm like, yo, Iceman's that dude. I know everyone loves Maverick. Bump that noise. In real life, for sure, we all know this. In real life, Iceman's that ish. Who's that person that you really want up with? Who do you want up there? The guy that's just gonna freeze, who has all these issues going on, or the dude's just like, yo, I'm the best, and I'm gonna kill it up there, and you can't touch me. That's the guy you want flying that mission. It's Iceman 10 times out of 10. But I've said enough.
Also, have you seen MacGruber? Because Val Kilmer's hilarious in that.
Yo, MacGruber's
He
jokes.
is so funny in
That's
that
jokes.
movie. Also, there's one more kind of stock-related question. Someone wants to know our thoughts on Root. So I drew a couple lines I can just kind of talk about quickly because I really like the support and resistance on this chart, and I saw
really?
this and was obsessed. So if you look here, what I've noticed here is Root has certain levels it will retest. So we had this level here. Look at this daily. We come here on March 12th, 2024. We have this nice bottoming tail candle. We actually retested on a wick basis here coming into March 20th. Then look, where we have this double top here, 83s. Then we come down and rest and sit beautifully at this 43 level, June 14th, then again June 21st. Now we're back on an uptrend. And we keep coming into these previous areas of support and resistance. We have another one here coming into April 19th at this, 51 level. We rejected a little bit on June 5th. Then we come back have a little bit of chop and churn, eclipse it. Now we're at another level I think is interesting. We're at that 5650 area. That was clearly some support for a couple days there in early May 2024. Now we come up. I think if we can eclipse that, that's not a bad look at all. Then we're going to have to wait and see, I would say, next what we do with this little area of chop and churn that was a little bit of resistance and support if you come to 64. Not advice, just a chart that I found really fun to look at.
Well played. 25% short, 24% short float as well to boot, but it's well past 430. Which means, A, my driver's probably going to be waiting for me. But let's see if we can get that roll call in. Last one of the week, Adara. Get your names in the chat. It is roll call time. Ooh, wait a minute. I'm going to steal this for a second. Andrew Bakes Cakes, Darth Vader in a custom TIE fighter is my wingman. Obviously, the power of the Force is going to make Darth Vader pretty unbeatable in the air. But let's be realistic. That's not real. The Jolly Roger Squadron and flying F-14s off the Nimitz is real. See, I actually know some stuff, but Iceman is the best. But let's get that roll call.
Let's do this. Okay.